There were 3 9 palaces celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect: Nangonxiu, the sect leader, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the sect, and Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the sect. At this moment, one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 9 palaces celestial dukes had arrived. It was none other than Wang Danfeng. Wang Danfeng's arrival caught the attention of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect who were present. After regaining their senses, they greeted Wang Danfeng respectfully. Guardian Danfeng. As the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Danfeng was weaker than Lin Ru, the first guardian. However, the people of the sect were more nervous around Wang Danfeng compared to Lin Ru. 1. It was due to Wang Danfeng's explosive temper. 2. It was due to the fact that Wang Danfeng's father was the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a 10 Directions celestial duke. He was an important pillar of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Even the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had to treat him with the utmost respect. Guardian Danfeng? Duan Ling Tian had noticed the beautiful lady as soon as she appeared. When he heard the way the people had addressed her, it was not difficult for him to figure out the beautiful lady was Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Most importantly, Wang Danfeng was Murong Bing's master. Wang Danfeng was the biggest reason for his visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He had planned to give Wang Danfeng a warning so she would not harm Murong Bing. Wang Danfeng was a beautiful woman who was dressed luxuriously. It was rather clear she was someone who paid attention to her appearance. She looked as though she was only around 30 years old. Although she might not look young and tender, she had a charismatic air about her. At this moment, her eyes were flashing with killing intent as she looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. It seems like she has already found out about Murong Bing and me. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed imperceptibly when he saw the killing intent in her eyes. A sense of unease rose in his heart as he continued thinking to himself. There's no way she would let Murong Bing off lightly if she has found out about us. She might hesitate to act in the beginning when she thought I come from a powerful clan in the central area. However, since the compassionate celestial traveler sect is located much closer to the blissful sect compared to the Tai celestial sect, I'm sure the compassionate celestial traveler sect has already heard about the blissful sect's findings. Murong Bing, he did not dare to continue on that line of thoughts. He hastily extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate with it. The first thing he sensed was Wang Danfeng's presence because Wang Danfeng's strength was truly outstanding. Moreover, she, as a 9 palaces celestial dukes, was standing among lower rank members from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. How could she not stand out? Duan Ling Tian focused on investigating the place with his divine consciousness. It did not take long before he sensed the auras of the other 2 9 palaces celestial dukes who were making their way to him at this moment. He was rather familiar with their auras since he had met both of them during the alchemist conference. The 2 9 palaces celestial dukes were Nangonxiu and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect respectively. It should be noted that Wang Danfeng, Nangonxiu, and Lin Ru could not sense Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness at all due to the differences in their strength. After all, Duan Ling Tian was now similar to a 6-combination celestial king. Duan Ling Tian continued to extend his divine consciousness in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. A 10 Directions celestial duke? He must be Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and Wang Danfeng's father. When Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness swept over Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Qiuquang was completely clueless. There. When Duan Ling Tian finally sensed Murong Bing's aura, he inwardly sighed in relief. After confirming she was unharmed, he recalled his divine consciousness. Wang Danfeng, who had been coldly staring at Duan Ling Tian the entire time, finally spoke up when she saw a hint of fear fleeting past Duan Ling Tian's face. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" "That's right. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Pleased to meet you, Guardian Danfeng." Although Duan Ling Tian had come to warn Wang Danfeng, he was still respectful toward her. After all, Wang Danfeng was Murong Bing's master. The cold expression on Wang Danfeng's face did not ease at all even after Duanling Tian had bowed and greeted her. She had been furious when she learned about Duanling Tian's arrival, but now that she had seen Duanling Tian, she had cooled down considerably. At the same time, she discreetly scanned her surroundings, looking for possible hidden powerhouses who might be protecting Duanling Tian. At this moment, Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, followed suit and greeted Wang Danfeng with a bow. I'm Tai Yi celestial sect's Tai Tai He. Pleased to meet you, Guardian Danfeng. Naturally, it did not escape Duanling Tian's eyes that Wang Danfeng was subtly looking for hidden powerhouses who might be guarding him. Hence, he said indifferently, Guardian Danfeng, you can stop looking around. Only 3 of us came to visit. There's no one else around. It's just as the blissful sect had said. I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area. I'm just a mere transcender from the mundane realm. He looked at Wang Danfeng knowingly as he added, I'm sure you've heard about the results of the blissful sect's investigation. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, various expressions flitted past Wang Danfeng's face. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she looked at Duanling Tian. A familiar voice rang in the air at this moment. Duanling Tian, how dare you lie to me? Duanling Tian saw Nangongxiu in the distance and Lin Ru was following closely behind Nangongxiu. He raised an eyebrow before he greeted them. Sect leader Nangong, Guardian Lin Ru. Duanling Tian did not have much interaction with Nangongxiu and Lin Ru, and there was no enmity between them. Although Nangongxiu had sent her subordinate after him once, he understood it was out of concern for Murongbing. Therefore, he had a rather good impression of Nangongxiu. As Nangongxiu glared at Duanling Tian, he said with a sigh, Sect leader Nangong, I only lied due to the pressing situation at that time. I hope you'll be able to understand. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Nangongxiu grew even more furious. She coldly said, You lied to me, and yet you dare to ask for my understanding? Sect leader Nangong, can we talk about this later? Duanling Tian replied bluntly with a gleam in his eyes. I came today to challenge your compassionate celestial traveler sect's supreme guardian, Wang Qiuquang. We can talk about our issues later. When he finished speaking, he instinctively turned to look at Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Qiuquang was Wang Danfeng's father. You want to challenge my father? Wang Danfeng did not attempt to conceal her sneer that was laden with disdain. Without a powerful force from the central area as your support, don't even think about leaving the compassionate celestial traveler sect alive. Killing intent spilled out in waves after waves as soon as she finished speaking. The disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler standing close to Wang Danfeng shuddered. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated a few steps, trying to put some distance between themselves and Wang Danfeng. It seems that Guardian Danfeng doesn't believe that I'm strong enough to challenge your father. Duanling Tian was not surprised by Wang Danfeng's disdain. In that case, I'll show you that I'm capable of challenging your father. His demeanor changed completely as soon as he finished speaking. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as purple energy suddenly surged out of Duanling Tian in waves. As soon as the purple energy surged out of his body, it seemed to turn into hundreds of thousands of purple light beams. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 39 Palaces celestial dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had not even reacted when the purple light beams shot toward Wang Danfeng. When Wang Danfeng finally regained her senses, she quickly readied herself to deflect Duanling Tian's attack. However, to her surprise, Duanling Tian did not attack her. Instead, the purple light beams had formed a cage around her, effectively trapping her. Her expression changed drastically when she realized what had happened. Similarly, Nangongxiu and Lin Ru's expressions changed drastically as well when they saw this. Both of them exchanged a look. Nangongxiu's voice seemed to tremble in the voice transmission she sent to Lin Ru. For him to be able to act so quickly before the 3 of us can even react, I'm afraid he's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke at least. The people in the surroundings were equally as shocked by this turn of events. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian lifted his right hand before he suddenly fisted it. Shrink. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple cage that imprisoned Wang Danfeng suddenly shone brilliantly. As soon as the purple cage shone intensely, it began to shrink as well, tightening the cage around Wang Danfeng. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was trapped, struggled desperately, but it was futile. The purple energy seemed endless like the ocean. Every time she managed to muster up some of her celestial origin energy, the purple energy would ruthlessly nullify her celestial origin energy. Her expression changed drastically when she realized she was as helpless as a calf that was bound for slaughter. The Eastern Purple Chi. The expressions of Xianxia and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect respectively, changed again when they saw that Wang Danfeng was trapped. They easily recognized the technique Duan Ling Tian had cast as the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. Moreover, they could tell that he had completely mastered the divine ability. Otherwise, he would not have such precise and free control of the purple energy. Although Xianxia was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength and mastery of his skills, she did not hesitate to make a move when she saw Duan Ling Tian had imprisoned Wang Danfeng. Duan Ling Tian, release my junior sister. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred in the air as Xianxia shot toward Duan Ling Tian in the air. Lin Ru, who remained silent, followed suit. She was prepared to join hands with Xianxia to fight Duan Ling Tian. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine they would have to join forces to fight Duan Ling Tian in anything apart from alchemy. In fact, they were not even certain they could defeat Duan Ling Tian even if they worked together. After all, based on the strength he displayed, it was clear he was very powerful and was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, at least. There was a possibility that he was even stronger than a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Duan Ling Tian had noticed the instant Xianxia and Lin Ru made a move, but he did not even deign to spare them a glance. His eyes were trained on Wang Danfeng, who was still desperately struggling. If Murong Bing did not have a close relationship with her master, he would have killed Wang Danfeng instantly to avoid future troubles. Although Wang Danfeng had the protection of a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Duan Ling Tian was currently capable of killing a 1 basic Celestial King. He did not fear a 10 Directions Celestial Duke at all. Xianxia and Lin Ru were fast approaching Duan Ling Tian at this moment. He still did not look at them, but he gathered his force inwardly with just a thought. The Immobilization King method. In just a few short moments, a golden Buddha silhouette laced with purple energy appeared, shrouding and protecting Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Xianxia and Lin Ru's attacks landed on the golden Buddha silhouette. They pulled back before they continued to attack. Alas, it was futile. Their attacks were akin to scratching the golden Buddha silhouette. The attacks posed no threat to Duan Ling Tian at all. The Nine Suns Lotus Throne. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Shocked by Duan Ling Tian's terrifying and impregnable defenses, Xianxia and Lin Ru brought out their respective royal-grade celestial weapons with a grim expression on their faces. A miniature square lotus throne appeared in Xianxia's hand. 9 boys could be seen standing in 3 rows on top of the lotus throne. 5 boys stood at the bottom row, 3 boys stood on the second row, and 1 boy stood at the top of the row. This was the 9 Suns Lotus Throne, one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 most powerful sect-guarding celestial weapons. It was a double-trait royal-grade celestial weapon that specialized in speed and offense. In fact, it was the strongest weapon among the sect's 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons. Whoosh! After Xianxia solemnly sent her celestial origin energy into the 9 Suns Lotus Throne, 2 clones of the 9 Suns Lotus Throne appeared. The original 9 Suns Lotus Throne in her hands began to shine even more brilliantly. One of the clones appeared beneath Xiao's feet. It grew until it was big enough for Xiao to stand on. Meanwhile, the other clone grew so big until it became a translucent silhouette that shrouded Xiao. On the other hand, a horsetail whisk appeared in Lin Ru's hands. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to the horsetail whisk. It was the celestial weapon Murong Bing had obtained in the little world that they had both entered. It was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. It had been lost for many years before Murong found it and brought it back to the sect. The third sect-guarding celestial weapon of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was in the possession of Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, the disciples and elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect finally returned to their senses. They were shocked and baffled. Our sect leader has to use the Nine Suns Lotus Throne? Are Duan Ling Tian's defenses so terrifying? Isn't it obvious? Before they brought out their royal-grade celestial weapons, sect leader Nangong and guardian Lin Ru weren't able to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even after they joined forces. How could it not be terrifying? Since guardian Lin Ru has brought out the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, the 29 Palace's celestial dukes should be able to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses with 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Right? So what if they manage to breach or destroy Duan Ling Tian's defenses? It's clear now that he's at least a 10 directions celestial duke. How could the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect not be shocked? Wang Danfeng was the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, a 9 Palaces celestial dukes, and yet, she was completely defenseless when faced with Duan Ling Tian. Although Wang Danfeng had underestimated Duan Ling Tian, it was clear even if she had been guarded, she would not have been able to do anything to Duan Ling Tian. This was sufficient enough to prove Duan Ling Tian's strength. Moreover, they had seen how the other 2 9 Palace Dukes from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had joined forces, but were unable to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses. At this moment, they could only wait and watch what happened next now that the 2 9 Palace's Celestial Dukes had brought out their sect-guarding celestial weapons. Most of them had assumed that it would be enough to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even if they could not defeat him. Alas, they were quickly disabused of that notion. They saw a celestial weapon appearing in Duan Ling Tian's hand soon after Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru brought out their royal-grade celestial weapons. His weapon was an umbrella that was etched with strange carvings. Even the handles were etched with strange carvings. Isn't that a royal-grade celestial weapon as well? Of course. It's impossible for a Duke-grade celestial weapon to possess such an aura. Duan Ling Tian opened the umbrella as soon as it appeared in his hands. With a flurry of movements that could not be captured by the people present, the umbrella was soon in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette that was protecting him. It shone with a golden light that was laced with purple energy as soon as it was in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette. At this moment, Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru arrived close to Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though the 9 boys standing on the lotus throne in Nangong Xiu's hand had come to life. Whoosh! 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 The wind whistled in the air as the 9 boys left the lotus throne and flew toward Duan Ling Tian swiftly. As they flew, the 9 boys kept growing in size. When they finally arrived near the golden Buddha silhouette that was holding an umbrella, they dove fearlessly like suicide bombers. They glowed with a mysterious light as they landed with an explosion on the golden Buddha silhouette. Boom! The sound of the 9 boys exploding was thunderously loud and seemed as though it could shake the lands. Waves and waves of violent energies rippled out into the surroundings upon impact. The golden Buddha silhouette with an umbrella flickered in the midst of the explosions. It seemed as though it was going to shatter at any moment. Whoosh! The golden Buddha silhouette was still flickering when an ear-piercing noise rang in the air. Lin Ru, hot on the heels of Nangong Xiu, had attacked as well. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk seemed to have come alive in her hands. She swung her hand and the air rippled and distorted as a flurry of violent tornadoes swept toward Duan Ling Tian. It swept out like a ravenous and powerful prehistoric beast, leaving destruction in its wake, as it continued on its trajectory toward Duan Ling Tian. The golden Buddha silhouette flickered even more intensely when the tornadoes landed on it. The elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stared at the golden Buddha silhouette unblinkingly. Their hearts were hoisted high as they watched with hope shimmering in their eyes. Will it be able to shatter Duan Ling Tian's defenses? Nevertheless, the subsequent scene destroyed all of their hopes. The golden Buddha silhouette with an umbrella protecting Duan Ling Tian remained even after the attacks. Nangong Xiu had shielded the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect from the backlash of the attacks, so the disciples remained unharmed. It's not enough to shatter his defenses. Well, his royal-grade celestial weapon is remarkable. It looks like a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. There's no doubt he's at least a 10 directions celestial duke. Not only were the people of the compassionate celestial traveler sect shocked by Duan Ling Tian's defenses that were able to withstand Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru's attacks, but they were also amazed by the umbrella in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette. The umbrella that shone with a mysterious golden light that was laced with purple energy seemed capable of blocking all attacks. While everyone marveled over Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian noticed something in the distance. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he looked at a figure heading toward him at top speed. Is he finally going to show himself? The figure was traveling at such a high speed that Duan Ling Tian was the only one who noticed his presence. None of the 3 powerful 9 celestial dukes of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had noticed his presence yet. Although the figure was fast, Duan Ling Tian could easily see his movements. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred in the air, heralding the arrival of a tall, middle-aged man with a well-built body. He seemed to have materialized out of thin air when he appeared next to Wang Danfeng. Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect respectively, were the first to react. However, they seemed unsurprised by the middle-aged man's appearance as they quickly bowed and greeted him. After all, they had used the compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapons against Duan Ling Tian earlier. It must have caused quite a commotion. Although most of the disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect present on the scene knew about their sect's supreme guardian and that he was a man, it was their first time seeing their sect's elusive supreme guardian. All of them were staring at him at this moment. Supreme Guardian? He's the Supreme Guardian? Meanwhile, the eyes of the elders from the compassionate celestial traveler sect lit up with hope when they saw Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Earlier, their hearts had sunk when they saw Nangong Xiu and Lin are failing to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even after joining forces. Wang Qiuquang's arrival seemed to have rekindled their hopes. Wang Danfeng, who was held captive by Duan Ling Tian, cried out upon seeing her father. Father! Her eyes began to brim with tears at this moment. Although she was a 9 palaces celestial dukes and the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she was like a young girl in front of her father. As soon as she saw her father, the floodgates of her emotions seemed to break. Fenger! Wang Qiuquang was enraged when he saw the tears brimming in Wang Danfeng's eyes. He raised his arms as waves after waves of celestial origin energy surged out of him toward Wang Danfeng. His celestial origin energy dispersed the purple energy holding Wang Danfeng captive, freeing Wang Danfeng. Upon seeing Wang Qiuquang successfully freeing Wang Danfeng, the eyes of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect brightened even more. Even the sect's 9 palaces celestial dukes could not deal with the purple energy. How could they not be amazed by Wang Qiuquang's superior strength? With this, many of them assumed Duan Ling Tian was not any stronger than Wang Qiuquang. They were, naturally, unaware that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately withdrawn most of his strength when Wang Qiuquang arrived. Otherwise, Wang Qiuquang would not have been able to free Wang Danfeng at all. Who are you? Wang Qiuquang asked in a deep voice that was laden with arrogance as he stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. It was as though he was talking to someone whom he deemed inferior to him. He had never seen Duan Ling Tian before and was not present when Duan Ling Tian had revealed identity. Therefore, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai Yi celestial sect. Moreover, how could anyone relate someone so powerful to the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect? Wang Qiuquang had long sensed the commotion here before he arrived. Through his divine consciousness, he saw how Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru had failed to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses even after they had joined forces and used their royal-grade celestial weapons. He could tell Duan Ling Tian's royal-grade celestial weapon was a defensive celestial weapon. Otherwise, he would not dare question Duan Ling Tian in such a manner. He would have been much warier if Duan Ling Tian managed to block Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru's attacks without using the defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, it would mean Duan Ling Tian was a quasi-celestial king or even a true celestial king. As a 10-direction celestial duke, he would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of a quasi-celestial king or celestial king, let alone question them. Duanling Tian had used his celestial weapon so that he would not have to use his celestial origin energy unnecessarily. The umbrella was a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the little world where he had obtained the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. Apart from the umbrella, he had obtained several other royal-grade celestial weapons. "Are you questioning me?" Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Wang Qiuquang's words. He sent his celestial origin energy that was similar to a 6-combination celestial king toward Wang Qiuquang. His celestial origin energy left the air distorting and rippling in its wake. Wang Qiuquang's expression changed drastically when he felt Duanling Tian's terrifying celestial origin energy sweeping toward him. He could not even mobilize his celestial origin energy in time when Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy landed on him. Bang! Wang Qiuquang was sent flying several hundred meters back at once. He spat out mouthfuls of blood as he struggled to his feet. Bang! It was easy for me, Duanling Tian, to kill Li Ping, a 1-basic celestial king, let alone a mere 10-direction celestial duke like you, Duanling Tian said. After hitting Wang Qiuquang, he had retracted his celestial origin energy. His eyes were filled with disdain, and a sneer could be seen on his face as he spoke. The entire place fell deathly silent as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. Wang Danfeng had been standing next to Wang Qiuquang when Duanling Tian attacked earlier. Although she was not the target of the attack, she had acutely felt the immensity of Duanling Tian's strength. She was almost suffocated by Duanling Tian's energy. She was certain he was stronger than a celestial duke. Even a quasi-celestial king might not be a match for him. Fear tightened its grip on her heart as a thought appeared unbidden in her mind. It seems like he didn't even use his full strength earlier. Wang Qiuquang, who had yet to gather his composure after being hit by Duanling Tian, heard Duanling Tian's words. With an unreadable expression on his face, he said, "Li Ping had broken through and became a celestial king before you killed him?" Duanling Tian replied indifferently, "There's no need for me to lie about this. In fact, it won't be long before news of it spread here." When Wang Qiuquang recalled Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that had hit him earlier, he did not doubt Duanling Tian's words. Based on Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy alone, it was clear Duanling Tian was stronger than an ordinary celestial king. He knew very well that even a 1-basic celestial king would not be able to injure him to this extent with just celestial origin energy alone. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and hints of incredulity flashed in them. It looked like he had seen a monster when he looked at Duanling Tian. "Wait, what did you say? Why, you're Duanling Tian?" Wang Qiuquang had heard about Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-yi celestial sect in the wasteland. "I'm Duanling Tian. I'm Murong Bing's man, and I'm here to challenge the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10-direction celestial duke Wang Qiuquang." Duanling Tian's earlier words when he arrived at the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate resounded in Wang Qiuquang's mind at this moment. There was no doubt the purple-clad young man standing before him was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-yi celestial sect, whom he had looked down on. Although Wang Qiuquang was surprised by Duanling Tian's cultivation base at such a young age, he had no time to dwell on it. Duanling Tian had said he had come to challenge him. In the past, he would not have even bothered with Duanling Tian since he did not think Duanling Tian was qualified to challenge him. However, after witnessing and experiencing Duanling Tian's strength, how could he dare to accept the challenge? What a joke! Duanling Tian had managed to injure him with just his celestial origin energy alone. He was clearly no match for Duanling Tian at all. A bitter smile could be seen on Wang Qiuquang's face. Since Duanling Tian seemed to be targeting him, he asked, "Master Duan, is there a misunderstanding between us?" "There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm only doing this to show your daughter my strength. I want your daughter to know her disciple Murong Bing has me. Let alone your daughter with me by Murong Bing's side. Murong Bing is not someone the compassionate celestial traveler sect can afford to offend." Duanling Tian's cold eyes shifted from Wang Qiuquang to Wang Danfeng as he continued to say, "I came to say that if any harm comes to Murong Bing, Not only would I kill you, but I'll make sure to completely destroy the compassionate celestial traveler sect. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm here to inform your daughter that I'm with her disciple, Murongbing. Murongbing is someone the compassionate celestial traveler sect can't afford to offend. If any harm comes to Murongbing, not only will I kill you, but I'll destroy the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect as well. Although Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly, those from the compassionate celestial traveler sect could feel the weight of his words. At the same time, they thought he was really domineering. If they did not witness his strength today, they would have treated him like a joke. However, after witnessing his strength, none of them doubted he would be able to carry out his threats. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, everyone from the compassionate celestial traveler sect shifted their eyes to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Even Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and Wang Danfeng's father, looked at Wang Danfeng immediately. Most of the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were confused by Duan Ling Tian's words. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian spoke as though Wang Danfeng would harm Murongbing, since they were unaware of the matters between Duan Ling Tian and Murongbing. On the other hand, Wang Qiuquang was privy to the matter between Duan Ling Tian and Murongbing. As soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he sent a voice transmission to Wang Danfeng. Danfeng, I know you're angry about Bingo losing her virginity to him and that she has disappointed you. However, you can see for yourself now that the man Bingo has chosen is extraordinary. He's stronger than ordinary celestial kings. If he intends to kill you or destroy our sect, it'd be as easy as snapping his fingers. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his tone when he spoke. Father, I understand, Wang Danfeng said. Despite her words, her expression was rather unsightly. She truly did not expect the man who had violated her disciple was a celestial king. She knew there was nothing she could do to her disciple at this point. Even if she insisted on punishing her disciple, her father and the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect would stop her. Binger, you really found yourself a good man, Wang Danfeng muttered to herself. She gritted her teeth to suppress her anger. Her helplessness was driving her crazy. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction where he had sensed Murongbing before he infused some energy into his voice and sent a voice transmission to her. I'll come back for you after 1,000 years. When Murongbing heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he had already made a move to leave the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate with Huaner and Tai Taihe, the supreme elder of the Taihe celestial sect. Let alone the others, even in the eyes of Wang Qiuquang, a 10-direction celestial duke, it seemed to him as though Duan Ling Tian and his companions had vanished into thin air. He's too fast. Even a one basic celestial king isn't so fast. Wang Qiuquang shuddered inwardly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed. He vowed to guard his daughter carefully to ensure his daughter would not harm his grand disciple Murongbing. Liu Luo, who was standing among the disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, had naturally witnessed everything. She was in shock and disbelief. He's so powerful? Third senior sister seems to have found herself an amazing man. However, why didn't he bring third senior sister away with him? After 1,000 years? I'm not sure if I'll still be alive at that time. Meanwhile, a bitter smile appeared on Murongbing's face after she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. She had assumed he had been forced to leave. She did not think much about how his voice transmission had managed to reach her ears, even though they were a distance away from each other. She had thought someone had pointed him to her location, and he had sent her a voice transmission before he left. She did not dare to reply to his voice transmission in fear of someone intercepting the message. After all, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was incredibly strong now. All she knew was Duan Ling Tian did not really come from a powerful clan in the central area. She assumed her master would come looking for her soon to vent her anger now that it was proven that Duan Ling Tian did not have any extraordinary background. Meanwhile, Xianxia, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, asked junior sister, do you want to personally release Binger or should I do it on your behalf? She wanted to release Murongbing immediately but decided to ask Wang Danfeng out of respect. No matter what, Wang Danfeng was still Murongbing's master and the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, Wang Danfeng's father was the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Before Wang Danfeng could respond, Wang Chouquang said, "Sect leader, can you do it on her behalf?" After he finished speaking, he used his celestial origin energy to carry Wang Danfeng away with him. Nangong Xiu's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Chouquang's words. She did not waste any time and prepared to head to the place where Murong Bing was held captive. At this moment, Liu Luo's voice rang in the air. "Senior Aunt, can I accompany you to release third senior sister?" Nangong Xiu, who had just begun to move, used her celestial origin energy to carry Liu Luo with her before she left. After Nangong Xiu and Liu Luo left, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Celestial Traveler sect, left as well. At this moment, only a few elders and disciples of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect remained on the scene. "Can anyone explain what just happened to me?" Based on sect leader's words, it seems like senior sister Murong Bing is being locked up by Guardian Danfeng. What happened? Earlier, Duan Ling Tian said he's senior sister Murong Bing's man, right? Senior sister Bing is supposed to be the next sect leader of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Isn't she? She's prohibited from having relations with a man. Guardian Danfeng had locked her up. Duan Ling Tian even warned Guardian Danfeng not to harm her. It seems like he was genuinely worried Guardian Danfeng will harm her. Could it be? Although there were some elders present who knew the whole story, they, naturally, did not dare to gossip about it. Nevertheless, most people managed to piece the story together after witnessing what had happened earlier. The disciples of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect gossiped among themselves when they pieced the story together. Many of them were envious of Murong Bing and amazed by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Guardian Danfeng had killed one of her disciples in the past because her disciple had relations with a man. After all, Guardian Danfeng had such hopes for that disciple. She had hoped for that disciple to be the next sect leader of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Isn't this just like history repeating itself? Well, there's one difference. Senior sister Bing seems to have found herself a powerful man to rely on. That man is so powerful that Guardian Danfeng is powerless to do anything. I truly envy senior sister Bing. Where did she find such a powerful man? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a celestial king. Can you just imagine his achievements in the future? A celestial king who hasn't even reached the age of 100. If I didn't witness it for myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Is there anyone like him in the Southern Heaven territory? I don't think so. Before today, I've never heard about anyone like him. That's right. Master Duan confirmed he's not from a powerful clan from the central area, but he's a celestial king who hasn't even reached 100 years old. Perhaps he's not from the Southern Heaven territory? He merely said he's not from a powerful clan in the central area. That doesn't mean he doesn't have an extraordinary background. Most of the elders and disciples of the compassionate Celestial Traveler were convinced Duan Ling Tian must have come from an extraordinary clan. In fact, he might belong to a force that was even stronger than all the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory. They continued to speculate among themselves and dissected Duan Ling Tian's words, and soon enough, their speculation changed direction again. Wait, didn't Master Duan say that he's a transcender? If that's the case, Master Duan must be the reincarnation of some powerhouse who managed to retain his memories from his past life. This explains everything. The more powerful one is, the more dangerous it is for one to reincarnate. It isn't dangerous for those in the mundane realms to reincarnate, but it's a completely different story for those in Devata realms. If Master Duan is truly the reincarnation of some powerhouse, he must be a powerful sectless cultivator if he's not from a powerful sect or clan. More and more people were convinced that Duan Ling Tian was the reincarnation of some strong powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he be so strong at such a young age? Meanwhile, Nangong Xiu was undoing the formations that kept Murong Bing captive. As soon as Nangong Xiu completely removed the formations, Liu Luo rushed forward and hugged Murong Bing, who had yet to regain her senses. Third senior sister. Murong Bing looked at Liu Luo, who was hugging her, before she shifted her eyes to Nangong Xiu in confusion. Liu Luo? Senior aunt. Her confusion was apparent on her face. After all, she had expected her master to look for her and kill her as soon as Duan Ling Tian left. How could she not be confused upon seeing Liu Luo and her senior and who treated her like a daughter? Binger, you're free to leave this place, Nangongxiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, said when she saw the confusion on Murong Bing's face. A faint smile could be seen on her face and her eyes were brimming with affection as she looked at Murong Bing. She was thoroughly relieved. Although Duanling Tian had lied to her during the alchemy conference, she was really impressed by the strength Duanling Tian had demonstrated today. With this, she no longer had to worry about Wang Danfeng, her junior sister, harming Murong Bing. She was pleased to see that her niece seemed to have found herself a good man. Leave. A bitter smile appeared on Murong Bing's face. Is Master going to punish me now? Did she send both of you here so we can say our goodbyes? Although she had expected this outcome, she found it difficult to remain indifferent. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You're fine. Your master won't be punishing you now or in the future. Nangongxiu shook her head and smiled. Third senior sister, your man is truly amazing. Even our supreme guardian didn't dare to offend him, Liu Luo said after she released Murong Bing from the hug. A hint of excitement could be seen on her face, making her look childlike as she spoke. She spoke as though she was in Duanling Tian's shoes, and was the one who possessed such intimidating strength. Murong Bing remained confused until Liu Luo recounted everything that had happened in detail. She found out Duanling Tian had easily imprisoned Wang Danfeng, her master, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and a 9 palaces celestial dukes. Moreover, his defenses managed to withstand the attacks of Nangongxiu and Lin Ru, the sect leader and the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect respectively. Most importantly, Nangongxiu and Lin Ru were both 9 palaces celestial dukes as well. Both of them had even used 2 of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's sect-guarding celestial weapons. Even then, they failed to breach his defenses. He's a celestial king? Murong Bing was further stunned when she heard that even Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and a powerful 10 directions celestial duke, was wary of Duanling Tian and did not dare to act rashly. Although she knew Duanling Tian had come to challenge Wang Qiuquang, it did not cross her mind that he was truly stronger than Wang Qiuquang. After listening to Duanling Tian's voice transmission earlier, she had assumed he had failed and was forced to leave. Who knew he was capable of such feats? Even Wang Qiuquang did not dare to accept his challenge and was forced to compromise? It took Murong Bing a long time before she regained her senses. At this moment, Liu Luo asked in confusion, Senior sister, he clearly came because of you, but why did he leave without even seeing you? Binger, did he say anything to you before he left? As the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and a 9 palaces celestial duke, Nangongxiu, naturally, knew it would be easy for Duanling Tian to send Murong Bing a voice transmission despite the distance that separated them. Yes. Murong Bing nodded as she stared woodenly in the direction where the voice transmission came from. Then she muttered in a low voice. He told me he'll come back for me after 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Liu Luo's eyes widened. So long? 1,000 years, naturally, seemed like a long time to Liu Luo who had not even reached the age of 100. Nangongxiu speculated out loud, 1,000 years. It seems like he has important matters to attend to and it must be inconvenient to bring you along with him. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. It's inconvenient for him to bring third senior sister with him, but it's not inconvenient for him to bring another woman with him? Liu Luo retorted, clearly displeased. She was not convinced by Nangongxiu's words. Murong Bing remained silent. Nangongxiu said, Binger, I can't say for sure what his relationship is with the white-clad lady. However, it seems to me that the way he looked at the other woman is akin to the way an elder brother looks at his younger sister. It's not the type of love between a woman and a man. She might not be experienced, romance-wise, but after living for such a long time she had seen her fair share of things. Therefore, she could tell Duanling Tian's relationship with Huane was not that of a man and a woman. Upon hearing Nangongxiu's words, Murong Bing's eyes seemed to lit up. Nangongxiu sighed inwardly when she saw Murong Bing's reaction. She had bit her tongue and did not finish her sentence. She did not think it was wise to tell Murong Bing that although Duanling Tian did not seem to look at Huaner as a man would, Huaner was definitely looking at Duanling Tian like a woman in love. In the end, she only said, I'm sure Master Duan has his own reason for deciding to come back for you in 1,000 years. 1,000 years will pass in a blink of an eye for us Celestials. Stay in the sect during this time to wait for him. After a moment, she continued to say, Binger, for now, avoid seeing your master. I'm afraid she won't be too happy to see you now. After a few days have passed, I'll accompany you to visit her. Thank you, Senior Aunt. Morongbing knew her master would be furious since she was forced to compromise. If she went to see her master now, there was no doubt it would worsen her master's mood. Juana had remained silent from the time they left the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, she could no longer hold back and finally asked, Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you bring Sister Morongbing along? It's easy for me to bring her away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, but I can't guarantee her safety if she were to come with us. Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, I think it's best for her to stay in the compassionate celestial traveler sect for now. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to protect her, I'll come back for her. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to look in the direction of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate one last time as he thought to himself. If I survive going to the divine offering land 1,000 years later, I promise I'll come back for you. He believed that if he survived the divine offering land, he would surely possess sufficient strength to roam the Devata realms fearlessly. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, with a glint in his eyes as he said, Elder Tai, now that I've dealt with my affairs in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, I'm not planning to return to our sect. I plan to leave the borderlands and directly make my way to the central area. Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Tai Tai He to respond and immediately took out 2 memory celestial talismans. These memory celestial talismans hold the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. Can you please bring this back to the sect leader? He used his celestial origin energy to pass the memory celestial talismans to Tai Tai He. Tai Tai He appeared anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Master Duan, please pass these memory celestial talismans to the sect leader yourself. Besides, don't you owe sect leader Jian from the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect a favor? Isn't it best if you repay her favor before leaving? In order to convince Duan Ling Tian to stay, he even used the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect as an excuse. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had promised Jian Qiuluo, the sect leader of the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect, a favor in exchange for bringing the party from the Tai Yi celestial sect back to the wasteland. I haven't forgotten that favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Elder Tai, please convey my message to sect leader Bai. Tell him that after he or someone from the sect has mastered the celestial method and divine ability I1, please choose either one of them and bring it to the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. With this, it can be considered that I've returned her favor. If she's unhappy about this, I'll have to return the favor in the future. Apart from that, please help me bid the sect leader, Master Situ, and the others farewell as well. Tell them I'll come back and visit if I have the chance. Duan Ling Tian vanished with Juana as soon as he finished speaking. He did not even wait for Tai Tai He's reply. I didn't know Master Duan is in such a hurry to leave. Tai Tai He could only smile bitterly in response. He had expected Duan Ling Tian to leave for the central area after they had returned to the Tai Yi celestial sect. It had taken him by surprise that Duan Ling Tian decided to make his way to the central area as soon as they left the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian and Juana reappeared above a forest. Since Duan Ling Tian did not feel the need to hide anything from Juana, he bluntly said to her, Juana, can I trouble you to carry us for the rest of our journey to the central area? I can only use my celestial origin energy that's equivalent to that of a celestial king 2 or 3 more times before it's completely depleted. Although Duan Ling Tian had made an effort to conserve his celestial origin energy during his trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he had exhausted quite a large amount of it. Currently, his celestial origin energy was only comparable to that of a 5-element celestial king. Juana nodded. She was aware of the importance of Duan Ling Tian conserving his celestial origin energy. Please rest, Brother Ling Tian. Save your celestial origin energy for when you truly need it. Among all the techniques I mastered previously, Only the assistive heaven-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is of any use. I finally mastered the offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. This should be enough for now technique-wise. I should focus on raising my cultivation base next. Although the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon grants me strength equivalent to a celestial lord, ultimately the boosted celestial origin energy would be depleted. In the end, I can only rely on my true strength. After using the boosted celestial origin energy that was granted to him by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon a few times, Duanling Tian's strength was now comparable to that of a 5-elements celestial king. Although he enjoyed the power the consumable royal-grade weapon granted him, he was not blinded by it. He was keenly aware that he was just a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not forget that the power would disappear once he had depleted them. Apart from that, he could only use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon thrice. Since he had already used it once, he was left with only 2 more uses. The reason the rate of my celestial origin energy's depletion is so slow is due to my opponents being weak. The stronger my opponents are, the faster my celestial origin energy would deplete. Duanling Tian knew his celestial origin energy was depleting at a slow rate because his opponent was weak. The strongest among his opponents earlier had only recently broken through and became a 1 basic celestial king. He knew, to utilize the effect of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to its full potential, it would be better for him to only use it against opponents whom he could kill in 1 blow. After all, if his opponent managed to survive his attack repeatedly, his celestial origin energy would continue to deplete to the point where it would make it easy for his opponent to kill him. Apart from that, the stronger his opponents were, the more celestial origin energy he had to use to kill his opponents. If I face a 9 palaces celestial king as soon as I use the consumable royal-grade weapon that would grant me the strength of a celestial lord, I'm afraid I'll have to use up all the celestial origin energy just to kill the 9 palaces celestial king. Even against those who are slightly weaker than 9 palaces celestial dukes, I'm afraid I won't have much celestial origin energy left after dealing with them. This is not my true strength, after all. It's just a temporary boost. In the end, it's still best to rely on my own strength. With all these thoughts in mind, Duanling Tian immersed himself in cultivating. Thanks to the king-rank cultivation method, the Tai profound method that was given to him by Du Fei, Huanos Grandant, and the 99 heavenly veins he possessed, his cultivation speed was relatively fast even without the help of the heaven and earth spirit energy from Huan's divine crystal. Since Duanling Tian and Huaner were traveling, Duanling Tian did not dare to recklessly use Huaner's divine crystal in fear of exposing the divine crystal. With his current strength, he could sense everyone weaker than a 5-elements celestial king who approached them, but who could say for sure they would not encounter powerhouses stronger than a 5-elements celestial king? It was for this reason he did not dare to risk using the divine crystal. The divine crystal was too precious. Not to mention celestial kings, even celestial lords and ordinary celestial emperors would be tempted by it. Duanling Tian, who had been immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. At this point, they had been traveling for a month. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Almost as soon as Duanling Tian opened his eyes, he saw 9 figures flying toward him in the distance. He used his celestial origin energy that was currently comparable to a 5-elements celestial king and extended his divine consciousness to probe their cultivation bases. A 1 basic celestial duke and 8 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It did not take long before the 9 people appeared before Duanling Tian and Huaner, blocking their path. The leader of the group, a short middle-aged man, inhaled sharply when he saw Huaner. What a beauty! A lecherous expression appeared on his face immediately. He looked like a ravenous wolf staring at its prey. A young man standing at the back of the group looked at Huaner with a similarly lecherous expression. He laughed heartily before he said, "Big brother, it seems like our luck is pretty good today. Not only will we be able to loot treasures, but we'll be able to enjoy ourselves as well." Everyone loved a beauty. With Huaner's peerless beauty, ordinary men would definitely be tempted by her. This group of 9 people was experienced bandits. They had been looting and robbing people for a long time now. When they saw Huana carrying Duanling Tian with her celestial origin energy, they assumed that Huana's strength was superior to Duanling Tian's strength. They had ascertained that Huaner was only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, they were certain that Duanling Tian at most possessed strength equal to Huaner. With this in mind, how could they be afraid of Duanling Tian and Huaner? They had one basic celestial duke in their group, after all. Apart from that, all of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. I've never seen such a beauty in my entire life. My life would be complete if I could spend the night with her. I feel the same way. Too beautiful. Where can you find such a beautiful woman? Our luck is really good today. The men standing at the back began to talk among themselves as they stared at Huaner hungrily. They were completely unrestrained with their words. It seemed as though they were certain of capturing Huaner and making her obey their orders, based on their words. Only one person among the group of 9 remained silent. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed in a simple robe. He had an ordinary appearance and average height. At this moment, he stepped forward and looked at the one basic celestial duke before he said, "Big brother, why don't we give up on this?" While he spoke, his eyes darted occasionally to Duanling Tian, who was calmly sitting cross-legged in the air. Although this was his first meeting with Duanling Tian and Huaner, he felt chills running up his spine when he saw how calm Duanling Tian and Huaner were. Moreover, Huaner was, indeed, too beautiful. How could such a beautiful woman who traveled so confidently without hiding her appearance be an ordinary person? Give up. The one basic celestial duke was momentarily stunned when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Then he said, "Old second, can you really bear letting such a beauty slip away before your eyes? Where do you think you'll find such a peerless beauty again? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." Despite his words, his tone was rather polite and curious. At the same time, the remaining people of the group began to protest one after another as they stared at Huaner lecherously. They also appealed to the small middle-aged man, afraid he would listen to the middle-aged man's words. "Second brother, you can't ruin our fun. Second brother, we know that you're very clever and extremely cautious. However, this time, I really think you're being too cautious for nothing." "Exactly. No offense, wise as you are, second brother, your judgments aren't always right. Big brother, don't listen to second brother. We must seize this opportunity. Old second, as you can see, I can't heed your advice today." The short middle-aged man smiled wryly at the middle-aged man, old second. His tone was somewhat helpless, but one could tell it was feigned based on the hungry manner in which he looked at Huaner. It was rather obvious that he could not bear to walk away from a beauty like Huaner. "Fine, fine. At most, I'll just accompany all of you to death." The middle-aged man with average height, old second, shook his head helplessly. A grim expression could be seen on his face as though he had already prepared himself for death. Upon hearing this, the leader, the short middle-aged man, seemed rather annoyed. "Old second, don't be like this. If you're not interested, you can leave first. Don't act as though we're forcing you to do this." A few men began to chime in one after another in support of their leader. "That's right. Second brother, if you don't want to be a part of this, you can leave. It just means we'll have one less person to share our prize with." Old second scoffed before he said, "I'm not leaving. If I'm truly mistaken, I won't partake in the prize." Based on his tone, it was obvious that he was also rather angry. "Good. Second brother, it'll be as you said. Second brother really cares about us younger brothers. Without second brother, I should be able to have my turn with this beauty a bit sooner, right?" Soon after, the men shifted their eyes to Huaner like a pack of ravenous wolves. While Huaner was enraged by the 8 men's unbridled gaze, Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man with an average height that was referred to as old second by the leader of the group of 9 people as he said indifferently, "It seems like you're quite loyal." Duanling Tian's purple robe fluttered in the air as he rose to his feet. In just a moment, he stood next to Huaner before he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Brother Ling Tian, you're awake?" Huaner's attention had been focused on the 9 men before her that she did notice Duanling Tian had awakened from his cultivation. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face before he said, "It seems like I better carry us for the rest of our journey. Otherwise, who knows how many flies will come buzzing around us." He looked at her with a doting gaze, and he spoke as though only two of them existed in the world. He did not even spare the group of men a look. Meanwhile, old Second still had not recovered from Duan Ling Tian's indifferent gaze. He had met many people before, but he had only seen a few people with a gaze that was completely calm and devoid of panic. Those few times he had encountered people with such a gaze, he had learned that those who possessed such a gaze usually had the situation under their control. He shuddered inwardly as the ominous feeling in his heart continued to grow. He's too composed. It seems like we've met an iron wall this time, old Second thought to himself. He thought about dissuading the other 8 men again, but when he saw their hungry gazes as they looked at the white-clad woman, he gave up. He knew his 8 companions were currently blinded by desire. No matter how he tried to dissuade them, it would only be in vain. He had thought, perhaps, they might be lucky and avoid a disaster, but when he saw Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze, all his hopes vanished. Let it be. If it weren't for Big Brother, I would have died previously. Since I should have died back then, I'll just consider this as repaying him. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the 8 men were enraged. Flies? He called us flies? Does this brat have a death wish? The leader of the men, a short, middle-aged man, glared at Duan Ling Tian as his body emitted killing intent. He flew toward Duan Ling Tian as he roared. Brat, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish. As the short, middle-aged man flew out, his celestial origin energy surged out and gathered in his hands. Then he struck Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Although Duan Ling Tian was not threatened by the short, middle-aged man's attack, he was displeased by the sudden attack. With just a thought, his body began to glow dazzlingly bright with a golden light that subsequently turned into a golden Buddha silhouette. The Immobilization King method. As soon as the golden Buddha silhouette enveloped Duan Ling Tian, the expressions of the short, middle-aged man and the 8 men behind him changed slightly. All of them, except for old Second, looked at Duan Ling Tian greedily. The Immobilization King method is a triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the Cross Region's blissful sect. It's an offensive-defensive movement celestial method. It's not just that. It seems like this guy has completely mastered the Immobilization King method. That's right. With his mastery, he'll be able to record the celestial method in a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend. Then, the 7 men shouted one after another, afraid that their leader would forget himself and kill Duan Ling Tian. Big Brother, don't be too harsh. Big Brother, spare him. He's a walking and talking triple trait Duke grade celestial method. The leader who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian, naturally, shared the same thought as his companions. He quickly restrained a large amount of his strength to weaken his attack. Boom! 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 Although the short, middle-aged man had weakened his blow, it was not that weak. When his attack landed, a loud explosion rang in the air. Nevertheless, as soon as the earth-shaking attack landed on the golden Buddha silhouette, it left barely a ripple on the golden Buddha silhouette. It remained unmoving like a mountain or an impenetrable fortress. As expected of the Duke grade celestial method from the blissful sect. It's truly powerful. Despite the futility of his attack, the short middle-aged man was still unaware of Duan Ling Tian's terrifying strength. He had assumed his attack had failed because of the Duke grade celestial method, not Duan Ling Tian's strength. Therefore, he increased the strength of his attack on Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 However, even as the man continued to increase the strength of his attack, he discovered he could not breach Duan Ling Tian's offense at all. Even then, he did not give up and continued attacking with increasing ferocity. Boom! 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 After a while, the short, middle-aged man finally realized something was amiss. He studied the purple-clad young man whom he had previously dismissed as being weak and found the purple-clad young man staring at him indifferently with a smile that was not quite a smile. Old Second did not look surprised. It seemed as though this was all within his expectations. On the contrary, the 7 men's expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Earlier, Big Brother had used almost all his strength to attack, but he still failed to breach that young man's defenses. Heavens! The blissful sex Duke grade celestial method is too powerful, right? Is it really the blissful sex celestial method? I'm suddenly unsure. Even if we completely mastered it, I'm afraid it'd still be difficult for us to withstand Big Brother's full attack, right? Moreover, look at how nonchalant he is. It's like it's easy for him to deflect Big Brother's attack. At this moment, Duanling Tian looked at the short, middle-aged man indifferently and said in an unhurried tone, "Now that you've attacked me, it should be my turn now, right?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the short, middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth to speak, but alas, before words could leave his mouth, it was already too late. Swoosh! A purple sword energy shot out like a shooting star and pierced the short, middle-aged man's forehead. As the purple sword energy exited from the back of the short, middle-aged man's head, an explosion rang in the air. Boom! The air around the spot where the short, middle-aged man stood rippled violently for a moment as blood rained down. The only thing left of the short, middle-aged man was a spatial ring that Duanling Tian collected. The 8 men could not catch Duanling Tian's movements at all. All they heard was the sound of an explosion before their leader exploded into a blood mist. Their leader had died just like that. Old Second sighed heavily, seemingly resigned to his fate. He had already foreseen this outcome earlier. On the other hand, the other 7 men's expressions changed drastically. The short, middle-aged man was their leader, and most importantly, the only celestial duke among their ranks. The purple-clad young man had killed their leader, a one basic celestial duke, with just one move. Even with the blissful sex duke grade celestial method, only 3 talent celestial dukes and those who were stronger were capable of such a feat. All of their faces were pale as they looked at each other with a fearful expression on their faces. "It's really his second brother," said. We really kicked an iron wall. Soon enough, the 7 men followed in the footsteps of their leader. Even a one basic celestial duke had been easily killed. How could the 7 men who were only overarching heavenly supreme celestials put up a resistance? Old Second stood still, waiting for Duanling Tian to kill him. To his surprise, he heard Duanling Tian said, "You there? Collect their spatial rings." He was stunned, speechless for a long time. When Duanling Tian saw Old Second seemed to have fallen into a daze, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Do you want to follow them in their deaths as well?" Old Second snapped back to his senses when he heard Duanling Tian's words and hastily collected the 7 spatial rings that were falling from the sky. Despite feeling apprehensive about Duanling Tian's plans for him, he could not help but sigh in relief. It seemed like Duanling Tian did not intend to kill him. He respectfully passed the spatial rings to Duanling Tian. Senior. Duanling Tian looked at Old Second indifferently and said, "You can keep them." Old Second was still in a daze when a powerful energy suddenly surged out of Duanling Tian's body. Boom! The energy that surged out of Duanling Tian's body was that of a celestial king. Unlike the energy he had used earlier to kill the other men, the energy pressed down on Old Second's body, making him feel as though his chest was being pounded by a huge hammer. His blood chi surged, causing him to feel dizzy. At this moment, Duanling Tian's indifferent voice rang in Old Second's ears. "Use your cultivation method now and break through the bottleneck." The middle-aged man, Old Second, was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Faced with the pressure of Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that was comparable to a celestial king, he was like a lonely boat at sea on a stormy night that could capsize at any moment. "Use your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck." Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, he regained his senses somewhat. He inhaled deeply before he started cultivating with his cultivation method. Heaven and earth spirit energy converged from all directions, entered his body, and circulated in his body in increasingly big circles. After a dozen breaths, whoosh! A gust of wind stirred in the air as Duanling Tian retracted his celestial origin energy and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. Bang! At this moment, a boundless and majestic energy surged out of Old Second's body. His eyes flashed briefly when he opened them. The energy surging out from his body was now similar to the short middle-aged man whom Duanling Tian had killed earlier. An ecstatic expression could be seen on his face at this moment. "Congratulations. You must have waited a long time for this day," Duanling Tian said tonelessly. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Old Second prostrated himself before Duanling Tian and said, "My lord, I, Lu Guanglin, thank you for your help. Henceforth my life belongs to you. As long as you're willing, my lord, I'm willing to be a slave at your side to serve you, and I'll never betray you." Old Second, whose name was revealed to be Lu Guanglin, finally had a breakthrough after being a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for so many years. It was not because he lacked talents, he just did not have a Duke Grace cultivation method that could help him with a breakthrough. One needed to be exceptionally talented to become a celestial duke if one cultivated using a cultivation method that was below the duke grade. For example, the short middle-aged man, his leader, had cultivated using a subpar cultivation method, and his former leader was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for a millennium before finally breaking through. Although he was much more talented than his former leader, he still needed 100 years before he could break through. He did not expect to meet a powerhouse who helped him to break through prematurely. His energy earlier, it's even stronger than that of a 10 Directions celestial duke, right? Although Lu Guanglin's cultivation base was not high, he had traveled far and met many people. Hundreds of years ago, he had casually decided to attend the alchemy conference that was hosted by the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. During the conference, he was lucky enough to witness Li Ping, the blissful sect's old ancestor and a 10 Directions celestial duke, in action. He clearly remembered Li Ping's aura and energy. It was clearly inferior to the purple-clad young man before him. "You'll never betray me?" Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. "Are you not betraying your 8 companions now?" "My lord," Lu Guanglin solemnly said, "out of those 8 men, I only owed my life to the leader. As for the others, we only have a mutually beneficial relationship. If it's not due to my leader's life-saving grace, I would have already left the group. My lord, I believe you're magnanimous and wouldn't kill someone who hasn't offended you or the lady." His eyes gleamed knowingly as he looked at Duanling Tian and continued to say, "Although he's my leader, we didn't have a master-servant relationship. I only followed him out of gratitude. Since now I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master, I will never betray you. Although the Devata realms don't have anything like the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms, I'm willing to sever one of my arms to prove my loyalty to you." As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, he did not hesitate as he lifted his right hand. A saber ray shot out of his right hand toward his left arm. In Devata realms, regrowing one's arm was not easy as it was in the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, there were some rare medicinal plants known as celestial herbs that could help one regrow their limbs. However, after one had ascended to the Devata realm and soaked in the celestial ascension pool, one's body would turn into that of a celestial. A celestial body, once damaged, would not heal as easily regardless of how many celestial herbs one used. Perhaps if one managed to gather truly rare and precious herb and medicinal pills from the Devata realms, one might be able to regrow a limb. Buzz. The saber ray was about to sever Lu Guanglin's left hand when swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A gust of wind laced with a terrifying energy swept past and easily destroyed Lu Guanglin's saber ray. The saber ray disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. "I believe you," Duanling Tian said. Having lived in 2 worlds, he had developed a discerning eye. He could tell Lu Guanglin was someone who would keep his word and return a favor. Lu Guanglin's character could be clearly seen earlier by how he had stayed put and did not abandon his companions even though he knew that only death was waiting for them. This left a rather good impression on Duanling Tian. Moreover, unlike the other men, Lu Guanglin did not behave lecherously toward Huaner, so he had no intention of killing Lu Guanglin. For all these reasons, when he had extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Lu Guanglin was only a step away from breaking through, he decided to give Lu Guanglin a helping hand. Most importantly, he needed a reliable helper. The journey to the central area was a long one. With Huaner carrying them, their speed would be slow, and they would only attract trouble to themselves. Regardless if Lu Guanglin was familiar with the central area or not, it would still save Duanling Tian a lot of time and effort if they had a celestial duke with them. Duanling Tian said indifferently, "From now on, you'll follow me. I'm Duanling Tian. As for her, you can address her as Miss Huaner. She's my little sister." "Many thanks, my lord." Lu Guanglin thanked Duanling Tian profusely. Then he cupped his fists together at Huana, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, and said respectfully, "Lu Guanglin greets Miss Huaner." Alas, Huaner did not seem to hear Lu Guanglin's words. Duanling Tian's words echoed in her mind at this moment. "Little sister?" As it turns out, he has always considered me as his little sister. Although she had long suspected Duanling Tian only treated her like a sister and she could feel he was intentionally being oblivious to her feelings, she felt uncomfortable listening to his words. "My lord, where are you and Miss Huaner headed to?" Lu Guanglin asked Duanling Tian respectfully. "We're intending to leave Borderlands for the central area. Since you decided to follow me, I'll count on you to carry us during the remaining journey to the central area," Duanling Tian said. "Yes, my lord," Lu Guanglin replied respectfully. He assumed Duanling Tian did not want to lead the way because Duanling Tian wanted to cultivate or comprehend his celestial method and divine abilities. Just like that, there was an additional person in Duanling Tian's group. After traveling for a while, it was clear to Lu Guanglin that Duanling Tian had no intention of cultivating or comprehending techniques. He could not help but curiously asked, "My lord, why are you a celestial king, right?" "For now, yes." Duanling Tian nodded faintly. "For now?" Lu Guangling was perplexed. He did not understand Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian asked, "You must have heard of consumable celestial weapons, right?" "Consumable celestial weapons?" Lu Guanglin's heart thumped loudly in his chest when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "And my lord, I've heard about them, yes. However, I heard they're as rare as ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. I heard consumable weapons are able to bestow immense strength to its user for a time. Moreover, there are no negative side effects to using the consumable celestial weapons." All of a sudden, he stopped speaking as realization dawned on him. His expression was one of shock and disbelief as he looked at Duanling Tian and stammered, "My lord, do you mean? Is it possible that you?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded and bluntly said, "My current strength is bestowed by a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Although I've depleted much of the strength, I was as strong as a 5-element celestial king. However, after assisting with your breakthrough, my current strength is that of a 4-phenomenon celestial king." Then, he continued to explain, "The reason Huaner was carrying me with her celestial origin energy is so that I can conserve my strength. I asked you to carry us for the remainder of the journey for the same reason as well." After a beat, Duanling Tian continued to say to Lu Guanglin without any prompt, "In fact, my true strength is slightly weaker than Huana's strength. I'm only an insignificant profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although I'm about to break through, I'll only be an earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial." He had pushed his breakthrough to the back of his mind while he focused on comprehending celestial methods, divine abilities, and alchemy. He looked at Lu Guanglin intently as he said, "I'll give you one chance to leave now that you know the truth. I'll pretend I didn't hear your oath earlier." Lu Guanglin inhaled deeply before he solemnly said, "My lord, I'm still willing to follow you." Duanling Tian nodded in response after he saw the determination on Lu Guanglin's face. Then he finally began to cultivate in a cross-legged position. He allowed Lu Guanglin to follow him not only because of his innate talent and trustworthiness, but most importantly, it was due to his intelligence. He needed someone reliable and capable of helping him out, and Lu Guanglin was the perfect match. Lu Guanglin greeted Huaner before she sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, completely ignoring Duanling Tian. No one knew if she was cultivating or comprehending celestial methods or divine abilities. Naturally, Duanling Tian was aware of Huaner's change. He knew she was upset because he had introduced her as his little sister to Lu Guanglin. However, he did not pay attention to her since he felt she would get over it sooner or later. Now that Lu Guanglin, who had broken through and became a one-basic celestial duke, was carrying them, the trio was moving much faster compared to before. Their journey progressed smoothly. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way. In the Borderlands, there were celestial dukes who robbed travelers as well, but it was rare. Moreover, the route they were traversing was lesser known and mostly empty. Therefore, robbers would not usually lie in wait here. A few months passed in just a blink of an eye. "I'm almost there, just a step away from a breakthrough. Soon enough, I'll be an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial," Duanling Tian's energy surged for a moment as he cultivated using the Tai Profound method, a king-grade cultivation method. At the same time, the overarching heaven pill he consumed quickly took effect and turned into celestial origin energy that circulated in a great qi circulatory cycle. Half a month later, Duanling Tian was sitting cross-legged in the air. At this moment, a tremendous surge of aura roiled in his body. The aura he emitted was clearly different from before. Finally, I've broken through. I'm an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A hint of joy could be seen in his eyes when he opened them. Congratulations, Master. Although Duanling Tian's current strength was comparable to a 4-phenomenon celestial king, Lu Guanglin could feel the changes in Duanling Tian's aura that obviously belonged to an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was shocked when he extended his divine consciousness to Duanling Tian. Master, he's not even 100 years old. How could he not be shocked when he discovered Duanling Tian was an Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial younger than 100 years old? Such a person was never heard of in the past 10,000 years in the borderlands, right? Where's Huana? Duanling Tian's expression darkened slightly when he discovered Huana was nowhere to be found. He stared at Lu Guanglin pointedly. Master. Lu Guanglin's face was pale as he smiled wryly. Miss Huaner. She left. When did she leave? Why wasn't I informed? Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He did not doubt Lu Guanglin's words. For him to be unaware of Huaner's departure, she must have willingly left. About a month ago, Lu Guanglin took out a spatial ring and passed it to Duanling Tian as he said, Before Miss Huaner left, she wanted you to have this spatial ring. I wanted to inform you when I found Miss Huaner was leaving, but she threatened me with her life, Master. She seemed determined. I'm sure she wasn't joking. That's why I didn't dare to tell you. A helpless expression could be seen on his face as he spoke. As Duanling Tian listened to Lu Guanglin's explanation, he studied the spatial ring in his hand. The spatial ring was empty, saved for 2 items, a necklace and a voice-recording celestial talisman. His expression changed drastically when he saw the necklace. It was the necklace that held the divine crystal. He opened the pendant that revealed the divine crystal in the spatial ring, and heaven and earth spirit energy filled up the ring immediately. Huaner, Duanling Tian's expression was grim. He did not expect Huaner to leave him with her most precious belonging after she left. Without the divine crystal, her cultivation would be adversely affected. Silly girl. Then Duanling Tian took out the celestial talisman. After crushing it, Huana's voice flooded his ears. Brotherling Tian, I'm leaving. I don't actually want to leave, but I think it's best for me to leave. Perhaps you'll miss me once I leave, just like how you miss Sister Kuer, Sister Li Fei, Sister Tian Wu, and Sister Murong Bing, Brother Ling Tian. I know you want to grow stronger as quickly as possible to save those you love, so I left the divine crystal my mother has given me for you. I hope it will help you to improve your strength quickly. Huaner, Duanling Tian's expression turned grimmer. It would be a lie to say he was not moved by her action. After all, her cultivation would slow down immensely without the divine crystal. Silly girl. What a silly girl. A hint of anxiety could be seen on Duanling Tian's face as he looked at Lu Guangyi with reddened eyes. He asked in a deep voice, Which direction did Huaner go? That way. Lu Guanglin pointed to the side. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, Duanling Tian's body flickered out of sight as his celestial origin energy that was equivalent to that of a 4-phenomenon celestial king surged out. Lu Guanglin stopped moving and waited for Duanling Tian's return. He knew his master had gone to look for Huaner. With the strength granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, Duanling Tian was moving at top speed toward the direction Lu Guanglin had pointed out. Alas, even as his strength gradually weakened, there was still no sight of Huaner. Based on Huaner's speed, I should definitely catch up with her by now if she kept moving this way, unless she changed direction. Huaner has grown bored of the borderlands, so she would not stay here. There's only one possibility left. She intentionally left in this direction to mislead Lu Guanglin. She must have changed direction halfway and is moving toward the central area as well, Duanling Tian mused inwardly. Duanling Tian quickly returned to Lu Guanglin and continued his search as they traveled to the central area. He was moving at an extremely fast speed even though he had to carry Lu Guanglin with his energy as well. In just a short while he arrived near the border of the borderlands and central area. Master, the mountain range ahead is the border between the borderlands and the central area. It's where the formation that forces celestial kings and those who are stronger to leave the borderlands is located. It stretches through the entire southern heaven territory, separating the borderlands from the central area. Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy had dropped to that of a 3-talent celestial king by now. Therefore, Lu Guanglin could vaguely make out his surroundings unlike before. We're about to enter the central area? Based on Huaner's speed, it's impossible for her to arrive before us. Could she have gotten into trouble? I would have kept her soul pearl with me if I knew she was leaving. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the border that separated the borderlands and the central area. His expression was grim as his eyes flashed with anxiety. Duanling Tian did not ask Huaner's soul pearl since it did not cross his mind that she would leave him. His eyes were red as he said in a low voice, "Take me and make a round trip around this area. We'll search for her as we go." "Yes, master." Lu Guanglin immediately averted his eyes away from Duanling Tian. He could tell Duanling Tian was anxious. Based on this, it was clear Huaner was important to Duanling Tian. He looked remorseful as he apologized to Duanling Tian. "Master, I'm so sorry about." "It's in the past, there's no need to apologize. After all, you were left with no choice at all." I know Huana can be rather stubborn. Although Duanling Tian was worried about Huana's safety, he remained calm and did not wrongly blame Lu Guanglin. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin was moved, but he felt even guiltier. "Huana, please be safe. How am I going to explain myself to Senior Dufei if something happens to you?" Duanling Tian clearly remembered the words of Huano's grandaunt Dufei when she gave him the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, in the little world that she created. She had requested Duanling Tian to prevent Huaner from coming in contact with members of the Phantom Fox tribe. If any members of the tribe that was not from the Du clan knew about her existence, he must kill them. He was so worried that he could not even cultivate. In just a blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. "Master, over the past 3 years, we've covered about 500,000 kilometers of the area in the direction where Miss Huaner had left. We even searched a vast area of the central area. Alas, we still fail to find Miss Huaner. After 3 years, it's going to be even more difficult to look for her." All this time, Lu Guanglin had diligently searched for Huaner with no complaints at all. However, after 3 years had passed and there was still no sign of Huaner, he knew it was futile to keep searching. Therefore, he had mustered up all his courage to speak to Duanling Tian. Naturally, he also knew Duanling Tian was a reasonable man. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak up even if he was given the courage of a lion. Despair was evident on Duanling Tian's face as he nodded. He knew Lu Guanglin's words were reasonable, but he was unresigned. Although Huaner was capable of defending herself and people weaker than celestial dukes were rarely a threat to her, the central area was a completely different place. How could he not worry about her safety? However, he had to face the reality. 3 years had gone by. If they were to find her, they would have found her by now. "Huaner, please be safe. I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life if something happens to you," Duanling Tian thought to himself. After living 2 lifetimes, he rarely regretted his actions. However, he deeply regretted introducing Huaner as his sister to Lu Guanglin. Even if that was not the main reason Huana left, it definitely was the trigger. "Let's find a place to stay and find out about our surroundings before we plan ahead." The duo was lingering in an area near the borderlands at this moment. After listening to Duanling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin took Duanling Tian and entered the central area. Half a month later, there were still no signs of civilization. They had left the desert and began to enter an oasis. "It won't take long before we come across human settlements," Duanling Tian thought to himself as they entered the oasis. Indeed, a few days later, a few figures appeared before them. When they approached one of the figures, the man was taken aback and wary. He thought Duan Tian and Lu Guanglin were trying to rob him. "Sorry to disturb you. We just wanted to ask, where is this place?" Lu Guanglin said to an old man who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's words, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a celestial duke. If Lu Guanglin intended to kill him, he knew he would be helpless to do anything. He asked, "Are you from the borderlands?" "Yes." Lu Guanglin slightly nodded. It was his first time in the central area. "Since both of you came from the borderlands, you must have reached this oasis not long ago. The oasis is an indication that you've entered the supporting Fall Nation," the old man said. "The supporting Fall Nation?" Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. He did not think there were nations here, similar to the kingdoms in the borderlands. In the borderland, there were many celestial kingdoms. However, the celestial kingdoms were no match for the top sex in the borderlands. In fact, they were subordinates of the top sex. The supporting Fall Nation? Lu Guanglin was also curious. After speaking to the old man, he discovered the differences between the kingdoms and nations in the borderlands and the central area. In the central area, nations were mostly located near the borders in the central area. The nations were ruled by celestial kings. A celestial king can establish a nation. Does this mean that any celestial king from the borderlands is free to establish a nation here? Duan Tian asked. Theoretically, yes. The old man nodded. However, there are very few people who want to establish a nation due to the tremendous energy and effort they have to put in. Most would rather conquer a well-established nation by killing the ruling emperor. The emperors of the nations in the borders of the central area are mainly powerful celestial kings. Normally, the celestial kings from the borderlands are incapable of defeating the nation's emperors. However, they're also unwilling to yield to the emperors. Therefore, most of the celestial kings from the borderlands will eventually join powerful sects or clans in the central area. The powerful sects and clans are located further away from the borders of the central area where the resources are much better than the nations in the borders. Duan Tian shuddered inwardly. The nations near the borders were the weakest factions in the central area. Even then, the strongest powerhouses in the nations were all extraordinary celestial kings. Duan Tian and Lu Guanglin continued their journey after speaking to the old man. "Our first stop will be the capital of the supporting Fall Nation." Lu Guanglin headed toward the direction of the supporting Fall Nation after receiving directions from the old man. During their journey, Duan Tian, who was still worried about Huaner, mulled over the information they obtained from the old man. Lu Guanglin, who could sense Duan Tian's worries, reassured him. "Master, don't worry. Miss Huana will be fine." Duan Tian nodded slightly in response. 3 months later. "Master, according to the old man, we should arrive in the supporting Fall Nation after we cross the mountains before us." Duan Tian, who was sitting in a cross-legged position in the air, opened his eyes after hearing Lu Guanglin's words. A seemingly endless mountain range that looked like a dragon crawling on the ground appeared before his eyes. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of wind howling resonated in the air. An old figure and a young figure flew out of the mountains and appeared before the duo, blocking their path. Lu Guanglin's expression turned grave. Based on the old man's speed, it was clear the old man was stronger than him. A 3 talents celestial duke. Duan Tian could sense the old man was a 3 talents celestial duke like him. The young man was dressed in an embroidered robe. He had an obvious birthmark on his face. His expression remained unchanged as his eyes swept past Lu Guanglin. However, he was filled with hatred and jealousy when he saw Duan Tian. "Either you ruin your face or die." Duan Tian and Lu Guanglin ignored the 2 newcomers and continued on their journey. Alas, the old man and young man appeared in front of them again, blocking their path. The young man's hideous face twisted with envy as he looked at Duan Tian, as though Duan Tian had murdered his father. Duan Tian and Lu Guanglin were baffled. Why did the young man who was dressed in a brocade robe come looking for trouble with them? "Is there enmity between us?" Duan Tian asked with a hint of confusion. "No, there isn't. It's just unfortunate that you have an attractive face that women like." the young man coldly said with a sour expression on his face. I'm going to give you two options. Disfigure your face or die. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the young man's words. It seemed like the reason the young man wanted to kill him was due to his handsome appearance. What a twisted man. He could not help but say, a person's physical appearance is innate. We inherited it from our parents. It's not a sin to look ugly. What's terrible is an ugly heart. I don't need a pretty boy like you to lecture me. The young man's expression turned grim. His face turned even more unsightly. He did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply as he glared at Duan Ling Tian and coldly said, It seems like you've made your decision. Very well. Elder Zhou, the man next to him is all yours. I'll deal with the pretty boy. As soon as he finished speaking, celestial origin energy surged out from his body. Duan Ling Tian could, naturally, sense his aura at this moment. He was taken aback. He's not even 100 years old, but he's a yellow stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? In the Borderlands, apart from him and Huaner, he had never met anyone below the age of 100 who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He sighed inwardly. One really can't judge a book by its cover. The young man's body flickered before he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a ferocious beast. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. There was no doubt he wanted Duan Ling Tian dead. His divine consciousness had already detected that Duan Ling was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old, just like him. Regardless, he was confident he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. There were not many overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 in the supporting Fall Nation that he had not met or heard of. Meanwhile, a grave expression could be seen on Lu Guanglin's face as he looked at the old man intently. His celestial origin energy shrouded his body, ready to defend against the old man's attack. Based on the old man's speed, he could tell the old man was much stronger than him. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the old man shot out like a cannonball toward Lu Guanglin. Guanglin, go all out and distract him. I'll look for an opportunity to injure or kill him. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in Lu Guanglin's ears. Lu Guanglin's confidence was boosted when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He mobilized his celestial origin energy as a pair of gloves that shone brilliantly appeared on his hands. Based on the gloves' aura, they were clearly a Duke-grade celestial weapon. His size increased at an alarming rate soon after. His robes began to feel too tight due to his bulging muscles. In just a few seconds, he had grown to 3 meters tall. Veins could be seen on his rock-hard muscles. In the wake of his transformation, his celestial origin energy turned blood red as it gathered and transformed into a giant tiger silhouette. Based on this, it was clear he had combined his celestial method and divine ability. Take this, old man. Lu Guanglin scoffed as he swung his right fist at the old man like a meteor falling across the sky, leaving shockwaves rippling out into the surroundings in its wake. The scarlet tiger silhouette shrouding his body opened its jaw as he lunged at the old man. A mere one basic celestial duke, I'll kill you within 3 moves without using any celestial weapons, the old man said scornfully. His domineering celestial origin energy surged from his body. He was clearly much stronger than Lu Guanglin. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in the air as the old man charged toward Lu Guanglin menacingly. You'll have to go through me if you want to kill my subordinate. At the same time, the old man keenly sensed a domineering aura approaching him from behind. A 3 talents celestial duke? The old man's expression changed drastically. Since he was a 3 talents celestial duke, he was naturally familiar with the aura of a 3 talents celestial duke. With just a thought, his celestial origin energy transformed into a barrier to defend against Lu Guanglin's incoming attack. Then he hastily turned around, wielding a sword that was infused with his celestial origin energy. Based on the sword's aura, it was also a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Boom! 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 Duan Ling Tian brutally struck the old man with a long rod as soon as the old man turned around. Mysterious patterns could be seen on the long rod as it shone with a dazzling golden and purple light. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the long rod's powerful aura. He cried out in despair, "A K-King grade celestial weapon! Nevertheless, the old man was quick to react. He moved the sword before him and sword chi shot out, colliding with the long rod. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the old man's sword chi was completely destroyed by the long rod that shone with a golden and purple light. The backlash from the collision tore his perlicue, causing blood to trickle down his hand. Bang! At this moment, Lu Guanglin smashed through the old man's defensive barrier with his fist. Severely injured, the old man looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. Blood trickled from the edge of his lips as he asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? A 3 talents celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, this person had a king-grade celestial weapon. The old man was certain such a character was not from supporting Fall Nation. There was only one possibility. The young man must be a member of a powerful clan in the central area. Trying to escape? Duanling Tian did not fail to notice the slight movement behind him. A golden and purple sword chi shot out as he lifted his hand and severed the young man's arm. The young man had been trying to escape with a shadow void escaping talisman when he saw Duanling Tian's strength. Arg! The young man screamed in excruciating pain as he helplessly watched the shadow void escaping talisman and his severed arm fell to the ground. He did not even dare to move a muscle when he sensed the pointed gaze trained on him. Duanling Tian looked at the young man and lightly said, It's my first time meeting someone who wants to kill me just because of my appearance. Who are you? The young man looked at Duanling Tian in horror and confusion. His killing intent had completely disappeared. Although he could not capture Duanling Tian and the old man's movements earlier, the result was clear. The old man, a 3 talents celestial duke, was severely injured by Duanling Tian even though the old man had used his duke-grade celestial sword. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that you dug your own grave, Duanling Tian said apathetically. Once his voice fell, his hand struck the old man at lightning speed. The old man was completely caught off guard since he had assumed Duanling Tian was going to attack the young man. Boom! A golden and purple light burst forth from the rod as Duanling Tian struck. The old man exploded into a blood mist immediately. After killing the old man, a 3 talents celestial duke, Duanling Tian looked at the young man pointedly. Pushed to a corner, the young man began to threaten Duanling Tian. No, you can't kill me. You can't. My aunt is Imperial Concubine Lan of the supporting Fall Nation. You'll offend the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if you kill me. Duanling Tian disregarded the threat of the young man who was dressed in a brocade robe. He responded by striking with his long rod. Boom! A golden and purple light shone brightly as the long rod landed on the young man, killing him immediately. Your communication's celestial talisman is useless. Do you think you'll be able to tell people that I'm the one who killed you? Duanling Tian murmured as he calmly looked at the blood fog that was slowly dispersing. He knew the young man had used a communications celestial talisman before he died. The communications celestial talisman's speed was as fast as a celestial king. Therefore, he could not intercept it. Although I used a king-grade celestial weapon, this battle still drained a lot of my celestial origin energy. Currently, my strength is only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke. It did not take much strength to kill the young man, but killing the old man who was a 3 talents celestial duke had depleted much of his strength. Currently, regardless if he used soul attack or if he attacked with his celestial origin energy, his strength that was granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke. He, naturally, attacked with his celestial origin energy since he was not very proficient in soul attacks. It would consume more of his soul energy to use soul attack just to cause as much damage as his celestial origin energy. Let's go, Guanglin. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Guanglin after he put away the young man's spatial ring. Yes, master, Lu Guanglin replied. Before continuing on their journey to the supporting Fall Nation, he decided to change his clothes. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. You're being too cautious. Judging from his cultivation base in such a short time, the most he could do was disclose the location of where he was attacked through his communication celestial talisman. It would be impossible for him to describe our physical appearances since he was panicking at that time. He was rather certain the young man had used the Communications celestial talisman in a haste to reveal his location in hopes that his people would come and save him. Lu Guanglin said with a smile. Maybe, but it's better to be extra cautious. Duan Tian nodded. He was pleased with how cautious Lu Guanglin was. The duo flew past the mountain range and entered a vast plain before a city slowly emerged before their eyes. Is that the supporting Fall Nation's capital? It was Duan Tian's first time seeing such a huge city. From afar, it looked like a giant beast crouching on all fours. Lu Guanglin had been curious since earlier. Now that they had almost arrived in the supporting Fall Nation, he could no longer back. He asked, Master, did you use a king-grade celestial weapon to kill that 3 talents celestial duke earlier? Yes. Duan Tian slightly nodded. Although Lu Guanglin had already guessed it, he was still shocked when he received Duan Tian's confirmation. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Duan Tian. He was truly curious about Duan Tian's background. How did a young man who was not even 100 years old become an Earth-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial and obtain a king-grade celestial weapon? Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe it if someone told him his master was just a nobody with no special background. Lu Guanglin only snapped back to his senses when Duan Tian's voice rang in his ears. You're good with your fists. I have a celestial weapon that suits you. Lu Guanglin instinctively raised his hand when he saw an object flying toward him. He caught it in his hand and saw a ring. Based on the design of the ring, it was clearly meant to be worn on both his index and middle finger. He could tell the aura of the ring that glowed with a soft light was very different from a Duke-grade celestial weapon. He was once again shocked. This is a king-grade celestial weapon. However, with your current cultivation base, it's best not to use it unless it's necessary. Otherwise, you might draw unnecessary attention to yourself. Duan Tian said casually as though it was normal to give someone a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon. Lu Guanglin trembled slightly. His eyes reddened as he looked at Duan Tian. He handed the ring back to Duan Tian as he said, Master, this is too precious. I can't possibly accept it. Keep it. Do you want people to notice the king-grade celestial weapon in your hands? Moreover, I, Duan Tian, will not take back what I have given, Duan Tian said. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Lu Guanglin immediately surveyed his surroundings. He sighed in relief and quickly put the ring away after he made sure there was no one in their surroundings. Then he said emotionally, Master, from now on, my life is yours. Your life is yours to keep. Just help me when I need you. Duan Tian shrugged with a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures flew out from the direction of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. Their speed was so fast that Duan Tian and Lu Guanglin could not clearly see their movements. Based on this, it was obvious the 3 people were stronger than them. It seemed like they were heading toward the place where Duan Tian had killed the young man earlier. Now that Lu Guanglin and Duan Tian were fast approaching the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, the duo blended in with the throng of people who were also making their way to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. There were at least a few hundred people in their surroundings, and many walked in pairs just like them. Both of them were rather inconspicuous. At this moment, many of the conversations in Duan Tian's surroundings entered his ears. Clearly, many people had seen the 3 figures as well. What an incredible speed! They must be 4 phenomenon's celestial dukes at least. They seem to be in a hurry. It must be an urgent matter. Meanwhile, the 3 figures finally arrived at the place where the young man had died. Their expressions were blank as they stared at the blood that stained the ground. One of the men speculated out loud, the culprit must be a 4 phenomenon celestial duke, at least, to be able to kill a 3 talents celestial duke so quickly. During our journey here, I randomly checked the cultivation bases of the people entering the capital with my divine consciousness. There's no 4 phenomenon celestial duke at all. However, there was a purple-clad young man who concealed his cultivation base with some technique. Another man chimed in, that's right, let alone a 4 phenomenon celestial duke, there was no 3 talents celestial dukes as well. Is the purple-clad young man the culprit? Impossible. Why? Do you think it's possible for a young lad who's not even 100 years old to be a four-phenomenon celestial duke? Not even 100 years old? You're right. The culprit can't be him. Although Duan Ling Tian had caught their attention, they dismissed him as a suspect. After all, how could someone who was not even 100 years old kill a three-talent celestial duke? It seems unlikely that we'll find anything else here. Let's look around to see if there are any suspicious-looking people around. That's right. Even if we can't find the person who killed young Master Hua, we can't just report back to Imperial Concubine Lan empty-handed. The three men continued their search, but it was futile. After all, the culprit had already entered the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. The capital of supporting Fall Nation is huge, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed as he walked down a wide street in the capital. Lu Guanglin, who was walking behind Duan Ling Tian, nodded, as he replied, "Indeed. It's larger than all the cities I have been to." Duan Ling Tian brought Lu Guanglin to a restaurant to eat and also to listen for information. As soon as the duo sat down at their table, a conversation entered their ears and caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. In a month's time, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation will hold the Southern Heaven combat in the Imperial Palace. I wonder who's going to rank in the top 9 and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Southern Heaven combat? Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he continued to listen in on the conversation. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was similar to a little world. Instead of being created by celestial kings, it was created by former emperors of the Southern Heaven territory who were also known as Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had existed for a long time and contained many things left behind by Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. It was divided into 3 realms: the upper, middle, and lower realms. There was a limit on the cultivation base of the people entering the 3 realms. The limits for the upper realm, middle realm, and lower realm were celestial kings, celestial dukes, and overarching heavenly supreme celestials respectively. Duan Ling Tian gleaned many pieces of information from the conversations in his surroundings. So the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation will hold the Southern Heaven combat to pick 9 of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like the nation doesn't have many people who are qualified to enter the lower realm, so they're recruiting people from sects and clans in the nation. In exchange for a chance to enter the realm, the members of the sects and clans who survive the realm would have to generously reward the supporting Fall Nation. Although it's just the lower realm, it still holds many treasures that were left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. There are medicinal pills, celestial weapons, celestial methods, divine abilities, and even cultivation methods. Moreover, one might even have a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm. From the fervent discussions of the people in Duan Ling Tian's surroundings, he also learned many other things. The supporting Fall Nation is ruled by the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion has a close relationship with one of the top 10 clans in the central area that rules over the borders in the central area. The Profound Nether Mansion has given 3 major sects and 2 clans authority to guard the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although the 3 major sects and 2 clans aren't directly under the rule of the Profound Nether Mansion, they can be considered as affiliated to the Profound Nether Mansion. The other nations under the rule of the Profound Nether Mansion, including the supporting Fall Nation, will hold the Southern Heaven combat during this time to select 9 people to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that will open in a year. Those who survive will be given a chance to join one of the 3 major sects or 2 clans. The emperors of the nations would be generously rewarded by the factions their subjects choose to join. Therefore, all the nations place great importance on this event. After obtaining so many pieces of information, Duan Ling Tian decisively made up his mind. I'll take this opportunity to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to increase my experience. After that, I'll join one of the factions. After all, this was in line with his objective of leaving the borderlands for the central area. His objective was to get stronger, and entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would definitely help him improve his strength. Time slowly passed and soon it was evening. The duo left the restaurant and found an inn to settle down. Guanglin, I plan to participate in the Southern Heaven battle that will be held by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation in a month to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duanling Tian said to Lu Guanglin after summoning Lu Guanglin to his room. Lu Guanglin was not surprised by Duanling Tian's decision at all. When they were at the restaurant, he could clearly tell Duanling Tian was interested in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. He said with a sigh, "It's unfortunate that I've become a celestial duke and is unable to participate in the Southern Heaven battle as well, master." Before Duanling Tian could reply, an anxious expression appeared on his face as he asked, "Master, is the remaining strength from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon enough for you to rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven battle?" "It shouldn't be a problem," Duanling Tian replied. However, he was not certain. After all, the remaining celestial origin energy he had was only comparable to a one basic celestial duke now. There would be many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials competing in the Southern Heaven battle. Just dealing with a few of them was sure to deplete all the remaining power he obtained from the first use of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. "I still have a month left. I should try my best to break through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If I succeed, my celestial methods and divine abilities would give me an even bigger chance to rank in the top 9. Things would be slightly more difficult if I don't break through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial." With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian dismissed Lu Guanglin so he could begin cultivating. Before Lu Guanglin left, Duanling Tian said, "The registration for the Southern Heaven battle will be open after 20 days. I'll need your help to register me. Look for me a month later, before the Southern Heaven battle begins." After receiving his order, Lu Guanglin excused himself. Duanling Tian did not waste any time setting up formations to soundproof the room and prevent energies from leaking out of the room. This was so he could use Huaner's divine crystal without anyone finding out about it. If he wanted to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial in a month, he had no choice but to use the divine crystal. Duanling Tian inevitably thought about Huana when he thought about the divine crystal. It took him half a day to shake these thoughts from his head and began to cultivate. With the overarching heaven pills, the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, his 99 heavenly veins, and the superior cultivation environment provided by divine crystal, the speed of Duanling Tian's improvement increased at an alarming rate. He continued to improve day after day. As the days went by, the capital of the supporting Fall Nation grew livelier. The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had spread the news about the Southern Heaven battle, so there were many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from various clans and sects in the nation swarming into the capital. This was a golden opportunity for them to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. If they managed to survive, they would be able to join one of the 3 major sects or 2 clans. The clans or sects they were originally from would benefit from their success as well. In the magnificent imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation, a woman with 2 servant girls behind her was conversing with a finely dressed middle-aged man. The woman looked at the middle-aged man and said with a sigh, "I'm sorry for your loss, big brother. Third little sister, did your men not find any clues?" The middle-aged man asked with a grim expression on his face. "Unfortunately, no." The woman shook her head. "When I received Hauer's communication celestial talisman, I sent a 5 elements celestial duke and 2 6 combinations celestial dukes at once. However, they were unable to find any traces of the murderer. They had searched thoroughly for 3 days and 3 nights, but they didn't find anything. Unless we have someone who witnessed the murder coming out to testify, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the murderer." She sighed heavily after she finished speaking. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely grim as he said, "It's really unfortunate that Howard didn't manage to describe the appearance of his murderer when he sent the communication celestial talisman. Otherwise, we won't be running around with a clue like headless chickens now. Big brother, you can't blame Howard. At least he managed to send me a communication celestial talisman for help and inform me of his location. Under such circumstances, who knows if both of us are even able to describe the murderer's appearance?" The woman sighed again. If Duanling Tian were here, based on the woman and middle-aged man's conversation, he would have been able to guess the identity of the woman and the man. The woman was none other than Imperial Concubine Lan, a concubine of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, Imperial Concubine Lan's elder brother, was the father of the ugly young man whom Duan Ling Tian had killed. In the colossal world, there were tens of thousands of realms. In the 81 Devata realms, there were numerous mundane realms. One of the mundane realms was the Purple Spike realm. The Purple Spike realm was a huge mundane realm with countless galaxies and planets. Currently, a planet in a certain galaxy in the Purple Spike realm was the focus of many powerhouses in the realm. Many of them gathered as their eyes were riveted to a planet that was shining faintly with a purple light. This planet, is it created by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? It seems like it. It said that this planet appeared 3 years ago. It's protected by a formation and nobody's able to enter it. So far, only one person has entered the planet. Most importantly, that person is not even a bodiless celestial. Not a bodiless celestial? That's right. Moreover, it said that the person's cultivation base is so low that he or she still has a long way to go before having to undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend to a Devata realm. What's going on? Is it possible that she's the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's chosen successor? The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was a legendary figure in this realm. In fact, the mundane realm, the Purple Spike realm, was named in memory of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was the first person to ascend to a Devata realm in the Purple Spike realm. Most of the cultivation techniques and methods in the realm were left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. For all these reasons, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was held in high regard by the people of the Purple Spike realm. However, since so many years had passed, no one remembered if the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was a man or a woman. They only remembered the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial who had ascended to a Devata realm would return to the Purple Spike realm when his or her successor appeared. He or she had wished for the entire realm to witness that moment. This planet that's heavily protected by formations suddenly appeared 3 years ago. Based on the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, his or her successor must have appeared. That's right. Even when the bodiless celestials and those who are close to ascending to the Devata realms joined forces, they were still unable to breach the formations surrounding the planet. It has been 3 years since this planet appeared, and only one person managed to enter the planet 3 months ago. It's truly unexpected. I saw the person who entered the planet. It was a purple-clad woman wearing a purple veil. Although she was wearing a veil, based on her eyes and eyebrows alone, I could tell she's a real beauty. She must be the chosen one. When the purple-clad woman was mentioned, envy could be seen flashing in many people's eyes. These people were some of the strongest powerhouses in this mundane realm, but alas, they were helpless to do anything. They could only wait to witness the moment when the successor of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial inherited his or her legacy. Unlike the lively atmosphere outside, the planet that glowed with a purple light was tranquil and quiet. There was a magnificent palace on the planet. It seemed to be the only building on the planet. There were complex lines carved on the ground of the palace. The lines came from all directions and converged near an altar on a stone platform in the middle of the palace hall. Purple light would pulse rhythmically through the intricate patterns on the stone platform. At this moment, a purple-clad woman whose beauty and elegance were head-turning could be seen standing on the stone platform. The purple-clad woman glowed with a purple light as well as the purple light from the patterns on the ground entered her body through the soles of her feet. Although not even the lightest breeze could be detected, her hair fluttered in the air. A purple veil lay next to her feet. It had clearly been blown off her face by some mysterious energy. At this time, the purple-clad woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes that were gleaming like precious stones were extremely eye-catching. What's going on? The purple-clad lady surveyed her surroundings, clearly bewildered as she took in the seemingly boundless palace hall. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she anxiously said, "Where am I? Why am I here? I can't stay here. I need to look for Tianer. Tianer's missing. How am I going to face him if something happens to Tianer?" Despite her intention to leave, the purple-clad woman discovered she could not move at all. It was as though her feet were deeply rooted into the stone platform. At the same time, memories from before she lost her consciousness began to appear in her mind. I remember a voice calling out to me in the dark. Then, I remember seeing a planet that glowed with a purple light. Wait, I remember being able to hear the conversations in my surroundings. It seems like this planet is created by the purple spike Supreme Celestial and had suddenly appeared 3 years ago. During these 3 years, even the strongest bodiless celestials who joined forces couldn't break the formations guarding this planet. I remember a mysterious force drawing me to the planet. However, I lost consciousness soon after. The woman's eyes widened as she reached a conclusion. Is it possible that I'm on the planet now? She shook her head as she murmured, "Impossible. So many powerhouses stronger than me failed to enter the planet. How could I have entered the planet?" Suddenly, a woman's voice that seemed to come from all directions echoed thunderously in the hall in a timely manner. It was difficult to pinpoint where the voice came from. "This is because I've chosen you as my successor." "Who's it?" The purple-clad woman's expression changed drastically as she looked around herself. "It's me." The voice rang again before a vague silhouette appeared before the purple-clad woman. It was an average-looking woman who was shrouded in purple light. Her clothing did not stand out since her entire person was gray. Even then, it did not detract from her domineering aura. Who are you?" the purple-clad woman asked, shocked by the sudden appearance of the person before her. "The people in this mundane realm refer to me as the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. This is not the remnants of my soul that's speaking to you. I'm talking to you from a Devata realm through the consolidated phenomenon," the mysterious figure said. "The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? You're the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial." An expression of disbelief appeared on the purple-clad woman's face when she heard the figure's words. "Yes, I know you have a lot of questions on your mind right now. Alas, my time is limited, so I'll have to make it short. A very long time ago, I discovered I wasn't using my cultivation method to its full potential in the mundane realm. Most importantly, since I didn't have a stable foundation when I was in the mundane realm, after ascending to a Devata realm, my cultivation base has stagnated once I became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Once I discovered the problem, I went back to the Purple Spike realm to create this place to communicate with the person I've chosen." The figure continued to say, "There are defensive formations and hidden formations on this planet. Years ago, I used a special technique to conceal the planet. When the divine consciousness that I left on the planet detects a person who's able to use my cultivation method to its full potential in the mundane realm, the planet will appear and draw the chosen one into the planet. I'm sure you must have guessed by now. The chosen is you. You'll be my successor. Your future is limitless, and you'll surpass me by leaps and bounds." The purple-clad woman was shocked. An incredulous expression could be seen on her face after she heard the figure's words. In just a moment, tears began to trickle down her face. "The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial is currently a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor in a Devata realm and has chosen me to be her successor?" If Duan Ling Tian were here at this moment, he would have recognized the purple-clad woman. She was none other than one of his wives, Li Fei. After Xianxia sent everyone else away from the divine offering realm, Li Fei was the only one who was sent to the Purple Spike realm. As she wandered around the Purple Spike realm in search of her son, her beauty had, naturally, attracted unwanted attention. Fortunately, the lecherous men were no match for her strength. To avoid trouble, she decided to wear a veil as she wandered around the Purple Spike realm. A few months ago, an invisible force had drawn her to this planet. She had heard about the legacy left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, but she did not expect to be chosen as the successor. Prior to this, she had felt a sense of inferiority when she learned about Kur's identity and strength. Coupled with Duan Ling Tian, who was growing stronger day by day, she felt helpless and useless. She had wished she was stronger so she could be of help to Duan Ling Tian and their family. Hope rose in her heart again when she was chosen to be the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial successor. At the same time, tears streamed down her face as years of suffering grievances finally took a toll on her. "Why me?" Li Fei asked as she looked at the translucent figure. She did not think she was outstanding, so why did the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial choose her to be her successor? Based on the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, she was now a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. During her time in the Divine Offering Land, she had gained somewhat of an understanding of the Devata realms. Therefore, she knew that 10 Directions celestial emperors were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. The heavenly emperors who ruled their respective Devata realms were all 10 Directions celestial emperors. It's because your body constitution is unlike any that I've seen in the mundane realms and Devata realms. It's very special, but I can't fully explain why. It's as though it has been baptized by a unique heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, your body is a perfect match for my cultivation method. You'll be able to maximize it to its full potential. I only have one requirement for you as my successor. You have to surpass my achievements. In this lifetime, my cultivation base is destined to stagnate, and I'll remain a 10 Directions celestial emperor forever. However, you're different. As long as you have a stable foundation, you'll definitely surpass me and become stronger than a 10 Directions celestial emperor, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial said confidently. Baptized by a unique heaven and earth spirit energy? Could it be the heaven and earth spirit energy from the divine offering land? Upon hearing the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, Li Fei immediately thought of the divine offering land where its heaven and earth spirit energy was deemed superior to Devata realms. When she first arrived in the divine offering land, she could not cultivate at all and felt that her meridians were restless. After adapting to the environment, she was finally able to cultivate and began to improve in leaps and bounds. In fact, the others who were also taken to the divine offering land experienced transformation in their bodies and improved tremendously. It finally made sense to her why the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had chosen her as a successor. Prepare to inherit my legacy. We will meet in the Devata realm after you've completely mastered my inheritance. I've left 4 servant girls in the Purple Spike realm, and they will bring you to me after you've ascended. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial continued to say. Wait a second. Senior, can you help me to find my son? Li Fei cried out anxiously when she saw the figure beginning to fade away. Alas, before she received an answer, the figure had already disappeared. Following that, an overwhelming energy surged toward Li Fei from all directions, rendering her unconscious. Outside the planet, as time passed, more and more people gathered to watch. For slender figures could be seen standing in a row among the crowd as they quietly looked at the planet that was glowing faintly with a purple light. The young master has finally appeared. The Lord has appointed us to stay in the Purple Spike realm to wait for the young master. Now that she's here, we will be able to return to the Devata realm soon. According to the Lord, only someone capable of surpassing her would be chosen. Although the young master is weak now, if any of you dares to disrespect her, I won't hesitate in meting out the punishment. Senior Sister May, the young master is the Lord's successor. How could we possibly disrespect her? The 4 women were extraordinarily beautiful. The most striking thing about them was their identical appearance. They were dressed in the same purple robes. One could only differentiate them from their auras and the embroidery on their robes. The woman who was addressed as Senior Sister May wore a robe that was embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman next to her had orchids embroidered on her robes. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 4th women had bamboo leaves and chrysanthemum embroidered on their robes respectively. The 4 women continued to wait patiently as they stared at the planet in front of them. Meanwhile, in a cave in the desolated mountains of the Great Desolation Realm, Aunt Wu, are you okay? A pretty white-clad girl wore a worried expression on her face as she looked at a red-clad woman who was recuperating in a cross-legged position. At this moment, the lifelike fiery red dragon that surrounded the red-clad woman suddenly disappeared into her body. She opened her eyes and wiped the blood at the corners of her lips away before she looked at the white-clad girl and shook her head as she said, Don't worry, Si Ling. I'm okay. The white-clad girl fisted her hands as she furiously said, If father were here, I would have asked him to kill that bastard who hurt you. Then her eyes reddened as she asked, Aunt Wu, do you think we'll be able to see father again? Of course we will, the red-clad woman said with a smile before she reached out and gently stroked the white-clad girl's head. Her vision blurred slightly as a purple figure that belonged to a tall and handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing appeared in her mind. He possessed a pair of sword-like eyebrows. This man was the only man she had ever loved. Although many years had passed, her love toward him did not waver. As she looked at the white-clad girl's delicate cheeks, she thought to herself, Brother Duan, Your daughter resembles you and Sister Kuer. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. Due to a spatial turbulence when Xianxia sent them out of the divine offering land, she had instinctively reached out and held onto Duan Xiling before they were brought to the Great Desolation Realm. Similar to the Saint Province Realm, her hometown, the Great Desolation Realm, was also a mundane realm. However, unlike the huge mundane realms, the Purple Spike Realm and Yanhuang Realm, there were no planets or galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm. They could only see planets and galaxies from huge mundane realms from here. Duan Xiling gritted her teeth and said, "Aunt Wu, why don't you stop delaying your ascension? You should ascend as soon as possible and look for Father." The heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land had also transformed Feng Tianwu's body. After arriving in the Great Desolation Realm, she discovered her cultivation base had improved tremendously. For this reason, she could now ascend to a Devata realm. However, she had delayed her ascension because she was unwilling to leave Duan Xiling alone in this wild and primitive mundane realm. Not long ago, Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling had run into a sexless cultivator who harbored lecherous intentions. She was seriously injured after defeating the lecherous man. Therefore, she brought Duan Xiling with her and fled to a cave to recuperate. "Xiling, I won't leave you behind," Feng Tianwu said vehemently as she shook her head. How would she face Duan Lingtian if she left and something happened to Duan Xiling? Moreover, since she loved Duan Lingtian, she naturally loved Duan Xiling as well. As the saying went, love the house and love its crows. Aunt Wu. Tears brimmed in Duan Xiling's eyes, causing her vision to swim, when she heard Feng Tianwu's words. Apart from Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Xiling, the others had also arrived safely at their destination. Similarly, they discovered their cultivation bases had improved tremendously due to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Some of them had even passed the heavenly tribulation and were waiting to ascend to a Devata realm. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. He was still under the impression that his family and friends were being held captive in the divine offering land. Therefore, he was desperate to grow stronger so he would be able to rescue them after 1,000 years when the path to the divine offering land would open. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven. In the supporting fall nation governed by the profound nether mansion. A middle-aged man standing at the entrance to a room in an inn said, "Master, it's almost time." His voice that was infused with his celestial origin energy resonated into the room clearly. The door creaked open as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, revealing a handsome young man dressed in purple robes. The surroundings seemed to pale when compared to his extraordinary bearing. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation during the past 1 month. "Let's go," Duan Lingtian said after he greeted the middle-aged man. The duo did not waste any time and left the inn. Lu Guanglin, the middle-aged man, followed closely behind Duan Lingtian as he directed Duan Lingtian to the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. It did not take long before the duo arrived at their destination. The imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation occupied a vast area in the east of the city. At this moment, many people were gathered at the entrance of the imperial palace. So many people. Yes. However, apart from the registered participants of the Southern Heaven battle themselves, the registered participants are only allowed to bring one companion into the palace, Lu Guanglin said. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly in response. As the duo drew closer to the magnificent gates of the imperial palace, they saw, despite the huge crowd, only a few were granted entrance into the imperial palace. "Master, here's your token," Lu Guanglin said as he handed Duan Lingtian a token to enter the imperial palace. The duo smoothly entered the imperial palace after showing the guards the token. The imperial palace was vast, so they were assigned a guide to ensure they would not lose their way. Since one would be granted entry into the palace as long as one registers as a participant. Does it mean anyone can just register as a participant? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin. Only overarching heavenly supreme celestials are allowed to register for the Southern Heaven combat. Although killing is prohibited during the Southern Heaven combat, battles are unpredictable after all. Accidents might happen. It's possible for one to be seriously injured during battle, adversely affecting one's life. Moreover, unless one's opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, one can't just simply surrender once one has entered the battle ring. Lu Guanglin said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Under the guidance of the people from the imperial palace, the duo soon arrived at the front courtyard of the palace. It was also the venue of the Southern Heaven combat. There were 9 circular battlefields built in the middle of the spacious courtyard. Unlike the many battlefields Duan Ling Tian had seen in the past, these battlefields were cast with spotlight formations. Beams of light from the sky illuminated the respective battlefields. The battlefields were illuminated by different color lights respectively. The colors were the colors of a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. In addition, there was also a beam of white and gray light. Each battlefield was roughly 100 meters in diameter. The 9 battlefields were surrounded by spectators' seats in 4 directions. One particular corner was heavily decorated. Clearly, it was specially prepared for members of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The seats to the right and the left were reserved for important personages while ordinary people were seated at the back. When Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guang arrived at their seats, half of the spectators' seats were already occupied. After taking his seat, Duan Ling Tian overheard a conversation between 2 middle-aged men. Qing Zi, are you confident? You've broken through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial not long ago. It should be easy for you to rank in the top 9, right? I'm not sure. After all, the celestial methods and divine abilities I comprehended are only at the heaven grade, the other middle-aged man, Qing Zi, said with a sigh. Moreover, although I've mastered most of my celestial methods and divine abilities, there's still one heaven-grade celestial method that I've yet to master. It seems like that's troubling you? The other middle-aged man nodded. In any case, just try your best. If you fail this time, there's always a next time. Qing Zi nodded. Next time? Moreover, this Qing Zi seems to agree with his friends. Duan Ling Tian could not help but wince. The Southern Heaven combat was held once every 100 years. Was this middle-aged man cursing his friend, Qing Zi, to remain as a peak overarching heavenly for the next 100 years? Master, what's wrong? Lu Guanglin could tell Duan Ling Tian was distracted. After Duan Ling Tian told him what he had heard, he shook his head and said with a wry smile, Master, it seems like you're unaware of how blessed you are. A person like you is considered a genius by the profound Nether Mansion. If it weren't for you, it would take me another 100 years to break through and become a celestial duke. One of my friends took 1,000 years before he became a basic celestial duke. Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It seemed like he had unknowingly compared himself to others. After a while, the vacant seats around them began to fill up. Even most of the important personages had taken their seats at the designated area. When a group of 5 people took their seats at the front left, many spectators gasped in surprise. That's the city governor of Passage City. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked at the leader of the group. He was a middle-aged man wearing a dark golden long robe. He was tall and muscular with a jade-like complexion. His bearing was extraordinary and dignified. So he's the city governor of the Passage City? Huang Yuanfei? Yes, it's him. I had the honor of meeting him once. The city governor of the Passage City, Huang Yuanfei? He only ranks below the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, right? He's widely regarded as the strongest powerhouse below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Based on the conversations in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian now understood why Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, attracted everyone's attention as soon as he arrived. Not only was Huang Yuanfei a 10-direction celestial duke, but he was also the strongest powerhouse below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Duan Ling Tian briefly glanced at the people who accompanied Huang Yuanfei. There were 2 old men and 2 young men who resembled Huang Yuanfei. The 2 young men next to City Governor Huang must be 2 of his most beloved sons, right? City Governor Huang has 5 sons. Among the 5, the 2 youngest sons are the most talented. They're only slightly above 100 years old, but they're already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The eldest among these two is Huang Jialong. He's city governor's fourth son. He has completely mastered 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Master, I've gathered information about the supporting Fall Nation while you were in closed-door cultivation. The city governor's fourth son is Huang Jialong. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has mastered 1 triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, Lu Guanglin said as he looked at a tall, muscular, and handsome young man who looked to be only a few years older than Duanling Tian. His innate talent is peerless in the central area's borders. Naturally, this doesn't include you and Miss Huaner. Although Huaner was given a celestial weapon that could conceal her true age by Pei Yuanji, Lu Guanglin knew about Huaner's true age from Duanling Tian. Lu Guanglin continued to say, City Governor Huang's fifth son is Huang Jiachao. He's 10 years younger than Huang Jialong, but he's also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has mastered a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and is close to mastering a triple trait Duke-grade divine ability. The 2 brothers are 2 of the 5 most famous overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. Many people expect them to rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven combat. Their innate talents are good. Duanling Tian instinctively turned to look at Huang Jialong and Huang Jiachao. During his time in the Borderlands, he had never met anyone with such high innate talent like the 2 brothers. The Southern Heaven combat has no age restrictions. There must be a lot of people who have been peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials for a long time and have participated many times in the Southern Heaven combat. These people must have mastered all sorts of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duanling Tian knew the possibilities for a celestial were endless as long as said celestial did not die. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with ordinary talent would achieve many things after a long time. At this moment, another commotion broke out among the spectators as another group of people took their seats in the VIP area that was located to the left and right of the seats of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The important personages were mostly city governors and their entourage. The clans and sects in the supporting Fall Nation were mostly mediocre and thus were not seated in the VIP area. Duanling Tian closed his eyes to rest as he sighed inwardly. I'm so close to breaking through and becoming a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It looks like I have no choice but to rely on the power granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon during the Southern Heaven combat. After a few moments, the imperial family is here. Duanling Tian opened his eyes as an unknown voice rang in the air. A dignified and tall middle-aged man dressed in golden robes that was embroidered with a dragon was escorted by a group of people as he flew to his seat. The seats reserved for the imperial family were less than 10% of the ordinary seats. Greetings, Your Majesty. The people in the VIP seats stood up and bowed in unison. On the contrary, where Duanling Tian was seated, the people did not rise to their feet to greet the emperor at all. They were mostly sectless cultivators, after all. That's Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. He's a celestial king. The green-clad young man sitting next to the emperor must be the 4th prince. He's the most talented among all the princes, right? That's right. Hu Jinyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, is the most talented among the princes. Hu Jiyong is a truly outstanding talent. He's also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though he's only slightly above 200 years old. Not only has he mastered a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, but he has also mastered an assistive Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Although the 4th prince's innate talent isn't as high as the 2 young masters from Passage City, he's slightly stronger than the 2 young masters. There's no doubt the 4th prince and the 2 young masters from Passage City will rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven combat. As the spectators discussed among themselves, Duanling Tian turned to look at Hu Jinyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Hu Jinyong seemed aloof and indifferent to his surroundings as he closed his eyes while seated next to Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. At this moment, Hu Lin-Yi suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. A gentle breeze stirred in the air as he reappeared in the sky above the seats reserved for the imperial family. He looked down and briefly swept his eyes across his surroundings before he began to speak. I believe everyone knows about the Southern Heaven combat, so I won't go into it. I'll briefly talk about the rules and regulations of the Southern Heaven combat now. The Southern Heaven combat has 9 battlefields. Participants are allowed to select among the 9 battlefields. Whoever wins will become the ringmaster. Each participant is given 9 opportunities to challenge the ringmasters. However, once you lose, you're not allowed to challenge the same battlefield again. The participants who still remain on the 9 battlefields at the end of the Southern Heaven combat will be granted access to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Last but not least, the use of celestial talismans, killing, deliberate maiming, and continuous assault after the opponent has surrendered are prohibited during the Southern Heaven combat. It seems like the beams of lights mark the range of each battlefield. Does this mean if the participant is chased out or voluntarily steps out from the range of the light, it would be considered as a loss? Duan Ling Tian looked at the battlefields upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words. The 9 beams of light illuminated the 9 battlefields respectively. Each beam of light was roughly 100 meters in diameter. This isn't so bad. I'll attack after everyone has stopped attacking. I'll only need to fight once to secure a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He had been worried about one-on-one battles. However, it seemed like his worries were unfounded. Lu Guanglin said with a frown, "It seems like it'll be disadvantageous to those who start the competition as ringmasters. They're at risk of overconsuming their celestial origin energies and fighting with injuries sustained from previous battles." He felt the rules were rather unfair. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, a middle-aged man sitting behind him asked with a smile on his face, "My friend, this must be your first time attending the Southern Heaven combat, right?" Lu Guanglin turned around and nodded. Yes. At the end of each challenge, the ringmasters are given ample time to recuperate, and Duke-grade medicinal pills by the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation are given to restore their celestial origin energies. If the ringmaster is hurt, the imperial family will provide him with medicinal pills according to the severity of his or her injuries. A Duke-grade medicinal pills for mediocre injuries and King-grade medicinal pills for severe injuries. It'll only take overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials a short time to recover from their injuries after taking the King-grade medicinal pills, so long they aren't crippled. Even if the ringmasters are gravely injured, they'll be given ample time to recover to their peak condition. Therefore, there's no need to worry about unfairness in the Southern Heaven combat. In fact, there are lots of precedents where the ringmasters' cultivation bases improved on the battlefield. The middle-aged man explained in one breath. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, 7 figures flew out and occupied the battlefields. The 7 ringmasters were ready and waiting for their challengers. If it's like that man said, there's no need for the ringmasters to worry about exhausting their celestial origin energies at all, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man who sat behind Lu Guanglin. Moreover, there were even cases where ringmasters had a breakthrough during the battle. It seemed like there was no harm in going first and becoming a ringmaster. Nevertheless, he decided to play it safe and stick to his plan. He would go last as planned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 participants flew out and occupied the remaining 2 battlefields. Currently, all 9 battlefields had their ringmasters. Then, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation spoke again. The 9 ringmasters have taken their places. The participants of the Southern Heaven combat are now free to challenge them. If a participant manages to defeat a ringmaster, the participant would then become the new ringmaster. Please remember that those who are defeated by the ringmasters aren't allowed to challenge the same ringmaster again. They have to move on to another battlefield and challenge another ringmaster. Now, without further ado, let the Southern Heaven combat commence. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, 9 challengers flew onto the battlefields to challenge the respective ringmasters. The spectators were quick to identify the ringmasters and the challengers, since most of them were direct descendants or disciples of distinguished clans and sects. That's Hong Shi, the son of the Southern City Governor. Although he's only a heaven-stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, he has mastered some remarkable celestial methods and divine abilities. And that's He Qian, the daughter of the clan leader of He Clan in Northern City. She's slightly over 300 years old and she's a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. The celestial methods and divine abilities she mastered are extraordinary as well. She's regarded as the most talented person to appear in the clan in 1,000 years. That's At this moment, the battles on the battlefields had already begun. Boom, 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 boom. Most of the battles were fought in the air. Bursts of colorful celestial origin energies filled the air as the participants exchanged blows. Less than a dozen breaths had passed, but Xianxia, the only female participant so far, had already caught Duanling Tian's attention. Xianxia from the He clan in Northern City seems to be the strongest among the 18 participants. Many spectators shared Duanling Tian's opinion as well. Xianxia is really outstanding. That's right. It's amazing how much she has achieved in just 300 years. Missy is definitely the strongest among these 18 participants. Xianxia was a graceful and slender woman who was dressed in a green robe. In the eyes of the spectators, she was a rare beauty. On the contrary, Duanling Tian, who had seen too many beautiful women, only found her appearance average. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xianxia sent her celestial origin energy into the long whip she held in her hand. With that, she could manipulate the whip as she pleased. She could make it as stiff as a rod or as flexible as a snake. In less than 24 breaths, she sent her opponent, a heaven stage overarching heaven supreme celestial, out of the battlefield. Xianxia had won. Lu Guanglin said Xianxia had won easily. She would have been able to defeat her opponent in less than 5 breaths if she had gone all out. The spectators in the surroundings shared the same opinion as Lu Guanglin as well. Miss He didn't even use all her strength in this battle. Indeed. And yet, it's still an easy win for her. Looks like she won't need a medicinal pill to restore her celestial origin energy. At this moment, Lu Guanglin noticed that Duanling Tian was distracted. Duanling Tian's eyes were unfocused as he stared at Xianxia as though his soul had wandered off. Master, what's wrong? Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's voice, Duanling Tian regained his senses. Then he said with a wry smile, Huan'er's celestial weapon is also a long whip. Xianxia's long whip was only a Duke-grade celestial weapon, whereas Huan'er's long whip was a King-grade celestial weapon. The whip had reminded Duanling Tian of Huana, causing him to fall into trance. Worries began to well in his heart again when he thought about Huaner. Master, Miss Huaner will be fine, Lu Guanglin said in an attempt to reassure Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded slightly and tried to focus his attention on the battlefields. As time passed, some ringmasters were defeated and replaced by their opponents, and some managed to retain their positions. Soon after, a new group of participants flew onto the battlefields. Most people's attention was still focused on Xianxia as she sat cross-legged on the battlefield with her eyes closed. Looks like nobody wants to challenge Miss He. It's only natural. With her strength, she'll definitely rank in the top 9 of the Southern Heaven combat. At this moment, a white-clad old man seated in one of the VIP seats said to a middle-aged man who was dressed in a fine robe, "Clan leader He, your daughter is so outstanding that nobody dares to challenge her." A hint of envy could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. The old man had a grandson who was talented, but his grandson still fell short compared to Xianxia. The middle-aged man grinned before he said, "Clan leader Chan, your grandson is doing great out there as well. He has successfully defeated his second challenger now. Moreover, your grandson is at least 10 years younger than my daughter. He'll definitely surpass my daughter in the future." "Clan leader He, you're too modest. How can my incompetent grandson surpass your daughter?" Similar words of flattery could be heard from the people seated in the VIP seats. After all, many of the participants were from famous clans and sects. The sun began to set as evening approached. "My strength is still not good enough. I'll cultivate for a few days before I continue to fight." "Me too. I'm going to continue comprehending one of my celestial methods before I continue to challenge the ringmasters." Some of the weaker participants who were defeated multiple times decided to take a short break before they continued to challenge the ringmasters. Meanwhile, since Xianxia had defeated the first challenger, her battlefield had remained empty, uncontested. It was the first time such a thing had occurred in the Southern Heaven battle. Upon seeing this, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation could not help but frown. In the past, powerful participants like Xianxia would only appear near the end of the Southern Heaven battle. Since she made her appearance so early, nobody dares to challenge her at all. If another strong participant appears tomorrow and nobody dares to challenge him as well, the progress of the Southern Heaven combat would definitely be delayed. Perhaps, it's time to change the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. It seemed as though some of the spectators had the gift of prophecy. As soon as night fell and the first day of the Southern Heaven combat came to an end, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation made an announcement. From tomorrow onward, an additional rule will be added to the Southern Heaven battle. If nobody dares challenge the Ringmasters after an hour, the Ringmasters would be granted a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The next day. With the new rule that was announced the day before, many participants challenged He Qian. Alas, they were no match for her. At this moment, half an hour had passed since He Qian defeated the last challenger. It did not take long before an hour had almost passed. It's going to be an hour after a dozen breaths. If nobody challenges her, she'll directly be granted entry to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even without the rule, there's no doubt she'll still rank in the top 9 and be granted entry to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With this rule, it only expedites the process. After an hour finally passed, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation rose from his seat and announced, He Qian has successfully defended the position of Ringmaster for an hour. He Qian, you can leave the battlefield now. Whoever wants to take her place as Ringmaster, please step forward. With this, only 8 places were left in the Southern Heaven combat. Congratulations, Clan Leader He. Congratulations, Clan Leader He. Your daughter has secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If she manages to come out alive, she'll be able to join one of 3 sects or 2 clans. In fact, she might even stand a chance to cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion. That's right. The 3 sects and 2 clans are 7th-grade sects and clans, but the profound Nether Mansion is one of the few renowned 6th-grade celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Their cultivation resources are unimaginable. If she can join the profound Nether Mansion, her future will definitely be bright. Once He Qian secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people seated around the clan leader of He Clan began to congratulate him one after another. A grin seemed to be permanently etched on clan leader He's face after it was announced that He Qian would be granted entry into the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although the realm was fraught with danger and not many could make it out alive, he was confident about his daughter's ability. He was certain his daughter would have a fortuitous encounter in the realm and safely exit the realm. Since one of the 9 places to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had been taken by He Qian, many of the stronger participants who only planned to make an appearance later began to feel restless. Soon after, a few people whose strength was not inferior to He Qian entered the battlefield and became new ringmasters. With that, the competition intensified at once. Whoosh! At noon, someone seated near the royal seats flew onto the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. That's Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong is one of the city governor's most talented sons. I didn't expect him to appear so soon. Perhaps, he saw the advantage in going first after what happened with He Qian. With his strength, it's easy for him to be ranked in the top 9. Of course, he's undoubtedly stronger than He Qian. Moreover, he possesses a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Really? That's right. Rumor has it that the city governor of Passage City has 5 or 6 royal-grade celestial weapons. Do you think he won't give Huang Jialong a royal-grade celestial weapon to fight for a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? That's true. Huang Jialong was the 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City and the strongest person below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Due to Huang Jialong's status and strength, he captured everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Huang Jialong's opponent, a skinny middle-aged man who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, smiled bitterly as soon as he saw Huang Jialong. Although he had completely mastered his celestial methods and divine abilities, they were only of the heaven grade. Additionally, he only possessed a duke-grade celestial weapon while Huang Jialong most likely possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, he felt he was weaker than Huang Jialong even though their cultivation bases were the same. With all these thoughts in mind, the middle-aged man said decisively as soon as he saw Huang Jialong, "I surrender." As soon as he walked out of the battlefield, he began to study the remaining 8 battlefields. After all, he could still challenge the other battlefields. The middle-aged man had surrendered because he knew it was impossible for him to defeat Huang Jialong. It was more practical for him to surrender and preserve his strength before he moved on to the next battle. Huang Jialong's expression remained calm as he stood with his hands resting on his back. He was clearly not surprised by this development. He briefly looked at his surroundings before he closed his eyes to wait for the next challenger. It did not take long before an hour had almost passed. As expected of city governor Huang's son, he didn't even need to fight and his opponent directly surrendered. No one would be so bold as to challenge him. Among the supporting Fall Nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestials, the only one who's a match for him is the fourth prince. That's right. If the fourth prince is not making a move, is there a point for others to make a move? At the same time, many people around Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, began to compliment Huang Jialong in an attempt to flatter Huang Yuanfei. Huang Yuanfei only nodded indifferently in response. He was not overly enthusiastic, unlike the clan leader of He clan. I don't think anyone's going to challenge young Master Huang. With this, there's one place less to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With 1 hour almost gone, most people did not doubt the second person who would be granted entry to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be Huang Jialong. At this moment, swoosh! In just a flash, Duanling Tian flew onto Huang Jialong's battlefield and stood across Huang Jialong, whose eyes were closed. As soon as Duanling Tian entered the battlefield, Huang Jialong opened his eyes. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. He would not be surprised if the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation had stepped forward to challenge him, but how could he not be taken aback to see a stranger had come to challenge him? Moreover, after probing his challenger, he discovered his challenger was not even 100 years old. He asked, You're challenging me? Do you really think someone who's not even 100 years old will be able to defeat me? Duanling Tian, naturally, attracted everyone's attention by challenging Huang Jialong. When the spectators heard Huang Jialong's words, their eyes widened in shock as they instinctively probed Duanling Tian with their divine consciousness. It's true. He's not even 100 years old. What's going through this young man's mind? He dares to challenge young Master Huang, even though he's not even 100 years old. Is he looking for trouble? Wait. Although he's not even 100 years old, he should be an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial as well, right? Although one's cultivation base won't be checked when registering for the competition, it's a known rule that only overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials are allowed to participate. It's a violation of the rule to participate if one's not an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. That's right. The punishment for violating this rule is death. When the spectators discovered Duanling Tian's age, many of them doubted Duanling Tian's cultivation base. Due to the profound divine metal in his body, no one could discern his cultivation base. Since there was no shortage of secret techniques to conceal one's cultivation base in the Devata realms, the spectators did not think much of being unable to sense his cultivation base. Duanling Tian looked at Huang Jialong and calmly said, If you have any royal-grade celestial weapon, use them. You should use all your best moves against me. I'll let you attack me twice before I start to attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack at all. Apart from Lu Guanglin, everyone was shocked by Duanling Tian's words. Not only was this young man challenging Huang Jialong, but he even asked Huang Jialong to use his royal-grade celestial weapon and strongest moves. Additionally, he even said he was going to let Huang Jialong attack twice before he began to attack. After a beat, the sounds of laughter rang in the air. Duanling Tian's words invoked laughter and contempt from the people. Many of them looked at Duanling Tian disdainfully, as though he was an idiot, as they began to discuss among themselves. Brat, are you arrogant or stupid? He's seeking death. Where did a brat who has yet to reach 100 years old get the courage to say something like this? What a joke! On the contrary, Huang Jialong's expression was solemn. He noticed the dismissive way Duanling Tian had looked at him, as though he was not even worthy of Duanling Tian's attention. In his opinion, Duanling Tian had to be a stupidly arrogant person or someone who was genuinely strong. His instinct told him Duanling Tian was not arrogantly stupid. Whoosh! The spectators were still jeering when Duan Tian suddenly raised his hand. An umbrella appeared in his hand immediately. This umbrella was a royal-grade celestial weapons that he obtained in the little world that Huaner's grandaunt left behind. Before he even sent his celestial origin energy into the umbrella, it was already shining with a mysterious light and exuding a chilling aura. The bursts of laughter in the surroundings stopped immediately. A royal-grade celestial weapon. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Most people could tell with just a glance that the umbrella in Duan Tian's hand was a royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, quite a few of them had a certain standing in society. Those who were unaware were, naturally, made aware after listening to the words of those in the know. Those who were laughing at Duan Tian earlier were now looking at Duan Tian in shock and disbelief. This arrogant and stupid young man possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon? I see. As soon as Duan Tian took out his royal-grade celestial weapon, Huang Jialong confirmed his suspicion that Duan Tian was not arrogant nor was he an idiot. Nevertheless, he did not think Duan Tian was serious about letting him attack twice first. He stared at Duan Tian as a 7-foot-long spear that was shrouded in a mysterious energy appeared in his hand. A bunch of idiots. When Lu Guanglin heard the others laughing at Duan Tian, he cursed inwardly. Just because Duan Tian was not even 100 years old, they assumed he would not be able to defeat Huang Jialong, the fourth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. All of a sudden, Lu Guanglin sensed the divine consciousness of a one basic celestial duke probing him. His expression darkened as he turned to look at the person who probed him. As it turned out, it was a middle-aged who sat behind him. Sorry, brother. I didn't expect you to be a one basic celestial duke like me. The middle-aged man smiled sheepishly when he saw Lu Guanglin's displeased expression. He had assumed Lu Guanglin's cultivation base was weaker than his, so he was certain Lu Guanglin would not be able to detect his divine consciousness. Who knew Lu Guanglin was also a one basic celestial duke? Curious. Lu Guanglin frowned. Previously, I overheard you addressing the young man on the battlefield as master. Based on that, I assumed your cultivation base should be lower than his. Who would have thought you're a one basic celestial duke? The middle-aged answered honestly. He was puzzled. Why would Lu Guanglin address someone who was weaker than him as master? The purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old, and he could not be stronger than a one basic celestial duke. Otherwise, he would be knowingly violating the rules of the Southern Heaven combat by participating even though he was not an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He would definitely be punished by the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Who says my master has a higher cultivation base than me? Lu Guanglin glanced at the middle-aged man coldly before turning away and ignoring the middle-aged man. Back on the battlefield, Huang Jialong brought out his royal-grade celestial weapon, a 7-feet-long spear, as soon as he saw Duan Tian bringing out a royal-grade celestial weapon. The spear was bright red and was shrouded by a mysterious energy. It looked as though flames were dancing around the spear. That's the Passage City Governor's Mansion's royal-grade celestial weapon, the Fire Cloud Spear. I didn't expect City Governor Huang to give his fourth son this royal-grade celestial weapon. It seems like he really favors Huang Jialong. That's right. Among the royal-grade celestial weapons he owns, the Fire Cloud Spear definitely ranks in the top 3. It's hardly surprising that young Master Huang has a royal-grade celestial weapon, or the Fire Cloud Spear. I want to know where this purple-clad young man came from. How did he obtain a royal-grade celestial weapons? I've never seen him before. Perhaps he's a disciple of some elusive powerhouse. After Huang Jialong brought out his royal-grade celestial weapon, the spectators began to discuss among themselves. Even the participants on the other battlefields reached an agreement and stopped their fights to look at Duan Tian and Huang Jialong. Many of them tried to guess Duan Tian's identity. After Duan Tian brought out his royal-grade celestial weapon, no one dared to call him an idiot anymore. Nevertheless, they still thought Duan Tian was arrogant. So what if Duan Tian owned a royal-grade celestial weapon? Huang Jialong possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Moreover, Huang Jialong was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had mastered a double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Apart from that, Huang Jialong had also mastered his assistive Duke-grade celestial method. The tension between Huang Jialong and Duanling Tian was about to reach its peak when an elegant figure finally made its belated appearance at the royal seats. "Beloved, what took you so long?" The emperor of the supporting Fall nation smiled at the newcomer. He patted the seat next to him, gesturing for the newcomer to take a seat next to him. It was clear the seat had been reserved for the newcomer. "Greetings, Imperial Concubine Lan." Everyone in the royal seats, including the fourth prince, rose to their feet and greeted the newcomer before turning their attention back to the battlefield. "My apologies, Your Majesty. My eldest brother came to see me in the palace this morning." The beautiful woman who had just arrived, Imperial Concubine Lan, was the emperor's favorite concubine in recent years. With the emperor's favor, she could be considered as one of the most powerful women in the imperial palace. "Your eldest brother? Is it for Howard again?" the emperor of the supporting Fall nation asked. "Yes," the beautiful woman nodded. Soon after, tears began to stream down her face. "My eldest couldn't bear it any longer. This morning, he used our clan's secret technique to reveal the face of Howard's killer. The price of using the technique is steep. From now on, he will no longer make any progress in his cultivation base." Upon seeing the tears that kept falling down Imperial Concubine Lan's face, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation felt distressed on her behalf. Before he shifted his attention back to the battlefield, he patted her hand comfortingly and grimly said, "I'm sorry to hear that. However, since we know what the killer looks like now, it won't be difficult to find him as long as he's still in the supporting Fall nation. Ask your eldest brother to send the portrait of Howard's killer to the palace after the Southern Heaven combat ends. I'll ask my men to make more copies and distribute them. Howard was my nephew as well. I'll avenge him." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The beautiful woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude as she wiped her tears away. A smile began to bloom on her face. Then, she followed his line of sight and looked at one of the battlefields. "Isn't he the fourth son of City Governor Huang from Passage City? He's the most outstanding one among City Governor Huang's sons, right?" He entered the battlefield so soon. Imperial Concubine Lan was surprised to see Huang Jialong. "It's not just that. It seems like he has met an interesting opponent. His opponent is a young man who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, the young man owns a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. I wonder whose disciples he is," the emperor of the supporting Fall nation said as he studied Duanling Tian. He would never believe someone who had not even reached 100 years old and possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon did not have an extraordinary background. He's not even 100 years old, and he owns a royal-grade celestial weapon? Imperial Concubine Lan was surprised. She shifted her attention from Huang Jialong to Duanling Tian immediately. As soon as her eyes landed on Duanling Tian, they widened in horror. She had seen him before. In fact, she had just seen him this morning. Imperial Concubine Lan's clan was not a powerful clan in the supporting Fall nation. Her clan possessed a usually useless secret technique called the Blood Catalyst Secret Technique. At a steep price, one would be able to find the killer of one's immediate family, such as a parent or a child. If two or more of one's children died at nearly the same time, the technique would only reveal the killer of the child that died recently. The price of using this technique was to have one's cultivation base stagnate forever. In other words, one was trading away one's future in exchange for information. To her knowledge, her eldest brother was the third person in the clan's thousands of years-long history to use the secret technique. He's Howard's killer. Imperial Concubine decided to send a communication celestial talisman to her eldest brother. She needed her brother to confirm it. After all, she was rather confused. Since the purple-clad young man was participating in the Southern Heaven combat, it meant that he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if he was capable of killing her nephew, how could he have killed the three-talent celestial king who was supposed to protect her nephew? After mulling over it, her doubts disappeared. Maybe his subordinate did it. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was so focused on the battlefield that he failed to notice the abnormalities of Imperial Concubine Lan's behavior. Imperial Concubine Lan decided to stay silent for now. She suppressed her anger and waited for her eldest brother's arrival. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Huang Jialong calmly said, "I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves that give you such confidence." As soon as he finished speaking, his body flickered out of sight as he moved toward Duanling Tian at lightning speed. Whoosh! 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 Huang Jialong moved like the wind as his celestial origin energy surged out his body. His celestial origin energy looked like a golden dragon as it circled him. He thrust his 7-foot-long spear out at Duanling Tian. Golden energies similar to dragons appeared around his spear as well, and at the tip, blood-red lightning bolts flashed. Faced with an opponent who also owned a royal-grade celestial weapon and seemed confident of his strength, Huang Jialong did not hold back and attacked with all his might. As the saying went, even a lion would use all its strength when hunting a mere bunny. He did not underestimate his opponent even though his opponent was not even 100 years old. Faced with Huang Jialong's ferocious attack, Duanling Tian let go of his umbrella and merely said, "I said earlier that I'll allow you to attack twice first. If you can't breach my defenses in 2 moves, I'll start to attack. If I can't defeat you in 1 move, I'll admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that he intentionally suppressed to the level of an overarching heaven supreme celestial surged out his body before it transformed into a golden Buddha silhouette that was surrounded by dark purple energy. The purple and the golden color looked brilliant as they shone together. How arrogant! So he thinks he can defeat young Master Huang with 1 move? He's dreaming. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, most people thought Duanling Tian was too arrogant. As a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, even if Huang Jialong was not the strongest, he was still considered as one of the top 3 strongest overarching heaven supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. How could they believe a young man who had not even reached the age of 100 would be able to defeat Huang Jialong with just 1 move? How preposterous! At this moment, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, who had maintained a blank expression all this while looked at Duanling Tian with a faint sneer on his face. Even the strongest overarching heaven supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, needed at least 10 moves to defeat his son. Huang Jiachao, Huang Yuanfei's youngest son, clicked his tongue before he said, "This brat is really cocky." Similarly, he did not think it was possible for Duanling Tian to defeat his elder brother with just 1 move. Back on the battlefield. Elementary devouring tactic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Duanling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, the golden Buddha silhouette and the purple energy kept increasing. In the mundane realms, the elementary devouring tactic was so powerful that it could quickly drain an entire area of its heaven and earth spirit energy. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was, naturally, superior to the mundane realms. In the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation, the heaven and earth spirit energy was so dense that Duanling Tian's elementary devouring tactic did not even cause a ripple. It was only natural since the elementary devouring tactic was only considered a heaven-grade divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duanling Tian had fully mastered it, it still could not compare to Duke-grade divine abilities. An umbrella materialized in the hands of the golden Buddha silhouette that flashing with purple energy as the umbrella in Duanling Tian's hand released an energy that transformed into a protective barrier around him. Whoosh! At this moment, Huang Jialong was only a hair's breadth away from Duanling Tian. The air clearly stirred in his wake as he thrust his spear forward. The blood-red light flashing at the tip of his spear brightened before it shot out. At the same time, the golden dragon-like energy around the spear flashed and merged with the blood-red energy. Boom! As soon as the golden energy and the blood-red energy merged, it exploded. A terrifying force crashed ferociously against Duanling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette like an ancient beast. Boom! 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 Under Huang Jialong's attack, the golden Buddha silhouette flickered as the purple energy around it disappeared. It looked as though Duanling Tian's defenses were about to be breached. If I only used the celestial origin energy of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'd be difficult for me to block his attack. Huang Jialong's strength is indeed superior to most peak overarching heaven supreme celestials. Besides, not all of my celestial methods and divine abilities are superior to his. I can only use the strength of a one basic celestial duke to block his attacks. Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn when he felt the strength of Huang Jialong's attack. Then, he focused on increasing the strength of his celestial origin energy to that of a one basic celestial duke. It was difficult for him to suppress his celestial origin energy to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial while exerting the strength of a one basic celestial duke. It was fine for a short time, but it was difficult to suppress for a long time. Alas, he had no choice. If people sensed his celestial origin energy that was equivalent to a celestial duke, he would be disqualified from the Southern Heaven combat. Most importantly, it would anger the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. As the saying went, an emperor's anger could only be quenched by the blood of hundreds and thousands of people. It would not be difficult for him to kill the emperor with his consumable emperor-grade celestial weapon, but he did not want to use it unnecessarily. After all, he only had 2 uses left. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone watched with bated breaths as Huang Jialong's spear struck Duanling Tian's defenses. Amazing defenses! Although Duanling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette was flickering as though it was going to shatter at any moment, many people were impressed that it lasted as long as it did. After several breaths' time, everyone was shocked when they saw Duanling Tian manage to withstand Huang Jialong's attack. How's that possible? Huang Jialong looked dumbfounded when he saw that he failed to breach Duanling Tian's defenses even after he had attacked with almost all his might. Even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, who was seated next to the emperor, was stunned. Although he was able to defeat Huang Jialong, it was impossible for his defenses to withstand Huang Jialong's almost full-strength attack. "You have one more move left," Duanling Tian said. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, most people regained their senses immediately. Monster! This purple-clad young man's defense is terrifying. At this moment, no one questioned Duanling Tian's strength anymore. More and more people began to think it would not be difficult for Duanling Tian to defeat Huang Jialong. Nevertheless, they still did not think Duanling Tian would be able to defeat Huang Jialong with just one move. After all, just because one had an extremely strong defense did not mean one's strength was equally as strong. "How should I address you?" Huang Jialong asked with a calm expression. However, hints of admiration could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. It was rare to be able to meet such a young powerhouse. The purple-clad young man was so powerful even though he had not even reached the age of 100. Moreover, he could tell the young man had fully mastered all his Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, including his assistive divine ability that was not of the Duke grade. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian responded indifferently. "Brother Duan, based on the strength of your defenses, it's clear I won't be able to breach your defenses. I don't think the outcome will change even if I attack again. So, why don't I defend against your attack now?" Huang Jialong had used nearly all his strength earlier to attack. He thought it was more practical for him to give up and defend against Duanling Tian's attack instead, since he did not think he would be able to breach Duanling Tian's defenses, even if he attacked with all his might. Duanling Tian looked at Huang Jialong calmly and said, "When you defend yourself, you may attack as well. I still stand by my words. If I can't defeat you with one move, I'll admit defeat." At some point, he had put away his umbrella, the royal-grade celestial weapon. Many people were confused by Duanling Tian's action of putting away the umbrella. Why did he put his royal-grade celestial weapon away? Isn't he going to attack with his royal-grade celestial weapon? His royal-grade celestial weapon is a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. If he uses it to attack, its strength wouldn't be any stronger than an offensive Duke-grade celestial weapon. Maybe he's going to switch weapons. You have a point. He's able to block young Master Huang's attack largely because of his defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Although most people guessed that Duanling Tian was going to change his weapon, They could not help but gasp in shock when they saw the rod in Duanling Tian's hand that was shining with a mysterious energy. They had thought he was going to bring out an offensive Duke-grade celestial weapon. How could they not be shocked to see another royal-grade celestial weapon? Heavens! It's another royal-grade celestial weapon. Who's Duanling Tian? Not only is he powerful, but he even casually brought out 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. He must have a remarkable background. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Another royal-grade celestial weapon? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation stared at Duanling Tian intently as he muttered to himself. This young man is not an ordinary sectless cultivator. 2 royal-grade celestial weapons? Imperial concubine Lan, who was seated next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, looked as though she was going to faint at this moment. This little bastard has 2 royal-grade celestial weapons? After she recognized Duanling Tian as her nephew's killer, she could not wait to tear Duanling Tian into 1,000,000 pieces to avenge her nephew. However, when she saw Duanling Tian possess 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, she realized seeking revenge might prove to be a difficult task. A hint of despair began to well up in her heart at this moment. Would someone who possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons be an ordinary person with a simple background? If I kill him, will those behind him kill me as well? I'm not sure if I'm even able to kill him, since it's likely that he has powerhouses secretly protecting him. With this thought in mind, Imperial concubine Lan sent another message to her eldest brother. Brother Duan, I surrender. 2 royal-grade celestial weapons? Who are you? Huang Jialong smiled bitterly when he saw Duanling Tian casually switching between 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. With this, he realized Duanling Tian was not being arrogant when he said he was going to defeat him with just 1 move. I'll give you 3 breaths time to prepare. Duanling Tian did not respond to Huang Jialong's question. Instead, he reminded Huang Jialong to prepare himself. Almost as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the golden Buddha silhouette that had slightly dimmed earlier shone brightly after he sent more celestial origin energy into it. After this attack, the temporary boost to my soul and celestial origin energy granted by the consumable monarch-grade celestial weapon would be almost depleted. Nevertheless, my fight with Huang Jialong should be sufficient to ward off other overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials from challenging me. The reason Duanling Tian had allowed Huang Jialong to make 2 moves first and announced that he would defeat Huang Jialong with 1 move was to intimidate the overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials present on the scene so they would think twice about challenging him. With this scare tactic, he would not have to worry much about facing outstanding overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials after he had depleted his strength and losing the place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the strength granted to him by the consumable monarch-grade celestial weapon was almost completely depleted. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Huang Jialong's expression turned grim. At the same time, he swung his long spear, a royal-grade celestial weapon. The golden dragon-like energy began to circle around him and his spear. In just a brief moment, a layer of round golden light shrouded him. Tiny bolts of red lightning could be seen flashing on the golden barrier. He was prepared to defend and attack with all his might at this moment. He planned to use his offensive technique to defend himself against Duanling Tian's attack. At this moment, 3 breaths' time finally passed. Bang! A loud noise rang near Duanling Tian, who had suddenly bent his knees. His movement, coupled with his celestial origin energy, caused a crack on the ground of the battlefield. Then he directly flew toward Huang Jialong. A golden light illuminated the sky and purple chi skyrocketed as he flew with the golden Buddha silhouette in tow. Apart from that, a vortex that kept absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings churned tirelessly. Whoosh! 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 Duanling Tian swung the staff in his hand slightly. Along with the mysterious glow of the staff, a dazzling purple and golden light suddenly burst out. Duanling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette moved along with him. Similarly, it was also holding a staff. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian stuck downward. Boom! 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 The staff in the hand of the golden Buddha silhouette that shone with a golden and purple light imitated Duanling Tian's movement, leaving ripples in its wake. Just in time. Despite Duanling Tian's fearsome attack, Huang Jialong seemed unafraid. He thrust his spear out to face Duanling Tian's attack. Swoosh! 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 Earlier, Huang Jialong had used his offensive celestial method, divine ability, and assistive divine ability. Now, he was more focused on using the assistive divine ability he had mastered. He also used his assistive celestial method that was of the Duke grade. Although he had yet to completely master it, it was rather powerful. Assistive celestial methods did not directly improve one's cultivation base. They helped with mobilizing and boosting one's celestial origin energy. As Huang Jialong thrust his spear out, a shower of spears rained down in front of him. All of the spears were targeted at Duanling Tian. They looked extremely terrifying, as though they were capable of destroying everything. Boom! Boom boom! Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged faced with Huang Jialong's different attack. The staff in his hand stirred up the wind in his surroundings. Similar to earlier, the golden Buddha silhouette imitated his actions as well. Purple and golden light energy circled around Duanling Tian's staff like dragons. At this moment, the aura Duanling Tian exuded made people feel as though he was able to shake heaven and earth and destroy the mountains and the rivers. It's time to end this. When Duanling Tian's staff was just a hair's breadth away from Huang Jialong, he subtly increased the strength of his celestial origin energy to that of a one basic celestial duke with just a thought, increasing the strength of his attack tremendously. Bang! When Duanling Tian's staff collided with Huang Jialong's attack, it felt as though two planets had collided. The force of the collision seemed as though it was capable of destroying everything in its path. After the earth-shattering collision, the light from Duanling Tian's staff did not dim. Moreover, his golden Buddha silhouette seemed to grow stronger and stronger as he continued to fight. On the contrary, Huang Jialong's numerous spears were completely and easily destroyed by Duanling Tian. Apart from that, his defenses were paper-thin faced with Duanling Tian's attack. It shattered into a million pieces in just a brief moment. Bang! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as the wind stirred violently into a flurry of hurricanes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian's attack easily overwhelmed Huang Jialong. In just a short time, Huang Jialong was sent flying out of the battlefield. Whoosh! As soon as Huang Jialong was sent flying out of the battlefield's light barrier, a figure appeared when he was about to fall. The person who had appeared was none other than Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City and Huang Jialong's father. He had clearly made this timely appearance to break Huang Jialong's fall. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed Huang Jialong, who had fallen unconscious, was just lightly injured. Then he looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze as he said, "Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Duan." As a 10-direction celestial duke, Huang Yuanfei could tell Duanling Tian had held back his strength during the last moment. Naturally, he did not detect the brief moment where Duanling Tian had increased the strength of his celestial origin energy to that of a one basic celestial duke. He was unaware that if Duanling Tian did not hold back, his son would surely die. Despite Huang Yuanfei's outward appearance, he was inwardly shocked. My son's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the celestial methods and divine abilities he mastered are all extraordinary. However, he still ended up in this state after facing this young man. Who's he? At the same time, a commotion broke out as soon as the spectators regained their senses. Some of them even stood up abruptly due to their shock and fear. Heavens! He really defeated Huang Jialong with just a move. His attack seems comparable to a one basic celestial duke who has mastered duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. How powerful! I didn't know our supporting Fall Nation has such a talented genius. Even the fourth prince, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, isn't as strong as this young man. His strength aside, he's not even 100 years old, but he already owns 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. He must have an extraordinary background. Even if he's a sectless cultivator, he must have someone remarkably strong behind him. The way Duanling Tian had defeated Huang Jialong with just one move had thoroughly shocked everyone, excluding Lu Guanglin. Even the one basic celestial dukes who did not master any high-grade celestial method or divine ability were fearful of Duanling Tian. They were aware they might not even be as strong as Duanling Tian. Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, who was sitting next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, sighed. I'm not as strong as him. He's a monster. Meanwhile, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, looked at Duanling Tian with gleaming eyes. The way he looked at Duanling Tian was akin to how one would look at a treasure. With his talent, it'd be easy for him to survive in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Since he joined the Southern Heaven combat, it means he's also interested in joining the 3 sects and 2 clans. He should be the disciple of some powerful sectless cultivator. Maybe he wants to join the 3 sects and 2 clans to experience the world. With his monstrous talent, no matter which of the 3 sects and 2 clans he joins, I would still be handsomely rewarded. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man who had just arrived in the Imperial Palace was on his way to the venue of the Southern Heaven combat. Before he arrived at his destination, he received a communication celestial talisman from Imperial Concubine Lan. Various expressions flitted briefly across his face as he listened to Imperial Concubine Lan's message. Brother, I can't help you with this matter. I'm afraid the Emperor wouldn't do anything even if I told him the young man is Hauer's killer. This Duanling Tian probably has an extraordinary background, so the Emperor will be wary of him. That aside, the Emperor now views him as a treasure since he will definitely benefit the Emperor greatly since his chance of coming out of the Southern Heaven ancient realm alive is very high. Brother, please give up. The middle-aged man, none other than the father of the ugly young man dressed in fine robes, whom Duanling Tian killed in the outskirts of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. Upon hearing Imperial Concubine Lan's words, his body trembled violently as his eyes reddened. What? One move? It took him 1 move to defeat the Passage City's young master, Huang Jialong. Isn't Huang Jialong the second strongest overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, who's only second to the 4th prince? It seemed as though he had lost his mind as he muttered to himself, No, never. I won't give up. Never. In order to find Hauer's killer, I've even given up on cultivation. He must die. He must die. Hatred burned intensely in his bloodshot eyes as he spoke. At the venue of the Southern Heaven combat. After Duanling Tian defeated Huang Jialong with 1 move, the participants in the other 8 battlefields stared at Duanling Tian with a blank expression on their faces, clearly stunned. They only continued with their respective fights after they regained their senses. In the subsequent hour, just as Duanling Tian had expected and hoped for, no one else dared to challenge him. Just like that, he managed to secure a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Southern Heaven ancient realm and the 3 sects and 2 clans. How exciting, Duanling Tian murmured to himself as he returned to his seat among the spectators, ignoring all the eyes on him. After Duanling Tian obtained a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm of the supporting Fall Nation, the battle during the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat grew more and more fierce. Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, also successfully secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Although his strength was weaker than his brother, Huang Jialong, he was still much stronger than the average overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Another noteworthy event on the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat was, apart from Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao, another person also obtained a place to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Similar to Duanling Tian, everyone had not seen or heard of this person prior to the competition. This person was a woman who was even more beautiful than He Qian, the young miss of the He clan. Needless to say, in Duanling Tian's eyes, this woman's appearance was only slightly above average. She was far from being comparable to his 2 wives, Kuer and Li Fei, or even his partner Feng Tianwu, let alone Huaner. As Duanling Tian watched the woman flying back to her seat among the spectators after securing a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, he speculated inwardly, she's a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial and owns a royal-grade celestial weapon. No one present seems to know her. She has to have an extraordinary background or a strong powerhouse supporting her. It was only when the woman took her seat that everyone, including Duanling Tian, noticed the old woman sitting next to her. The old woman who was inconspicuous earlier instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, extended his divine consciousness to probe the old woman. One basic celestial king? He only frowned slightly and remained silent when the old woman looked at him after sensing his divine consciousness. He was not just an ordinary two-forms celestial king, he was widely regarded as one of the strongest two-forms celestial kings. He was almost as strong as a three-talents celestial king. Despite that, he did not think it was unnecessary to make a fuss over that old woman. The second day of the Southern Heaven combat came to an end as night fell. 3 participants secured their spots to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Currently, there were only 5 spots left to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, a eunuch approached Duan Ling Tian with an invitation from Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Young Master Duan, as a sectless cultivator, you can stay in the Imperial Palace's Origin Gathering Hall to cultivate until it's time for you to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Origin Gathering Hall? Although Duan Ling Tian had stayed in the Imperial Palace the previous night, the accommodation assigned to him was only an ordinary temporary residence. Although it was his first time hearing about the Origin Gathering Hall, he was certain it must be a good place to cultivate in. The eunuch seemed to be startled by Duan Ling Tian's lack of knowledge about the Origin Gathering Hall. He asked, "Young Master Duan, is it possible that you're not a citizen of the supporting Fall Nation? Why do you ask?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Did this mean every citizen in the supporting Fall Nation knew about the Origin Gathering Hall? Apart from the cultivation place for the direct descendants of the imperial family, the Origin Gathering Hall is the best place to cultivate in the supporting Fall Nation. The various Origin Gathering formations in the Origin Gathering Hall are linked to the cultivation place of the imperial family's direct descendants that's connected to the only mediocre celestial crystal vein in our nation. The eunuch explained, almost every citizen of the supporting Fall Nation has heard of the Origin Gathering Hall. As expected, Duan Ling Tian nodded. After their exchange, the eunuch led Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin to the Origin Gathering Hall in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. The Origin Gathering Hall seemed like a palace of its own that housed many small individual courtyards. Despite the size of the small courtyards, they were fully equipped with the necessary facilities. All of the courtyards boasted 2 rooms and a small well-kept compound with a small pound. Moreover, a eunuch and a maid were assigned to each courtyard. This is young Master Duan. The eunuch who was sent by the emperor introduced Duan Ling Tian to the eunuch and the maid standing at the entrance of the courtyard. After the introductions, the maid led Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin into the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian found out the maid was responsible for everything in the courtyard, while the eunuch was to run errands for the people living in the courtyard and the maid. Duan Ling Tian dismissed the maid not long after he entered the courtyard. After that, he said to Lu Guanglin, "Guanglin, I'm going to cultivate over the next few days to see if I can break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. If there's nothing urgent, don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, my lord," Lu Guanglin replied respectfully. After Duan Ling Tian entered one of the rooms, he sat down in the compound to cultivate so he could guard Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the compound was no different from the cultivation environment in the rooms. After entering the room, Duan Ling Tian set up a few basic formations to keep heaven and earth spirit energy from leaking out of the room. Then, he brought out the divine crystal Huaner had left for him. As soon as he brought the divine crystal out, rich and dense heaven and earth spirit energy filled the room, providing Duan Ling Tian with the perfect cultivation environment. Although the cultivation environment of the Origin Gathering Hall in the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace was good, it was not comparable to the cultivation environment provided by the divine crystal. Based on Duan Ling Tian's earlier words to Lu Guanglin, it was clear he did not intend to continue spectating the Southern Heaven combat now that he had secured a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Southern Heaven combat would continue for another 3 days before it officially came to an end. On the 3rd day of the Southern Heaven combat, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation finally made a move and secured a place for himself as well. Apart from that, a disciple of a faction in the supporting Fall Nation also obtained a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the fourth day of the Southern Heaven combat, Huang Jialong, who had recovered from his injuries, was the only one to secure a place in the Southern Heaven combat. On the fifth day, the final two people claimed their spots. With that, the Southern Heaven combat officially came to an end. Although the Southern Heaven combat had ended, people in the supporting Fall Nation's capital were still talking about the 9 people who had obtained a chance to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Among these 9 people, Duanling Tian was the most talked about. After all, his performance was so amazing that he outshone the other 8 people. Even the limelight on Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, had been stolen by Duanling Tian. Huang Jialong, the son of the city governor of Passage City, is probably ranked in the top 3 among the 9 participants. However, the gap between his strength and Duanling Tian is way too wide, right? Although Huang Jialong attacked with all his might, he could not even breach Duanling Tian's defenses. Only those who were present at that time knew how terrifyingly strong Duanling Tian is. Yes, I was there. Duanling Tian's defense is indeed very terrifying. His attack was equally as terrifying. He managed to injure and defeat Huang Jialong with just a blow from his staff. That Duanling Tian is a monster. I don't know where he sprung out from. It's obvious he's not a simple person based on the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons he owns. Although quite some time had passed since the Southern Heaven combat ended, everyone was still fervently discussing it. Moreover, 60% of the conversation revolved around Duanling Tian. This was unsurprising since his performance was truly outstanding. Apart from that, the people also spoke about Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. They did not doubt he was brilliant, but he really paled in comparison to Duanling Tian. They also discussed Huang Jialong's defeat in Duanling Tian's hand. No one thought he was weak for losing. They only thought Duanling Tian was too strong. Huang Jiachao, Huang Jialong's younger brother, was also discussed. He was the strongest after Duanling Tian, Hu Jiyong, and Huang Jialong. Naturally, they also discussed the only 2 female participants who managed to secure a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. One of them was He Qian, the daughter of the clan leader of He clan, and the mysterious girl whose name was Hu Fei Yen. Not only is Hu Fei Yen prettier than He Qian, but she seems to be stronger than He Qian as well. She's rather similar to Duanling Tian. No one has heard of them prior to the Southern Heaven combat. I heard that the old woman who accompanied her during the Southern Heaven combat is a one basic celestial king. Duanling Tian, who had left the imperial palace after coming out from his closed-door cultivation, was currently sitting with Lu Guanglin at a corner of a restaurant in the supporting Fall Nation's capital. He had, naturally, heard the conversations in his surroundings. A celestial king? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. In fact, when he had first seen the old woman, his instinct had told him the old woman was not a simple person. Although it was just a rumor that the old woman was a celestial king, he did not think it was completely groundless. Most of the people in the restaurant who were gossiping about Duanling Tian had only heard of him and had not actually seen him. For this reason, they were unaware that the person they were discussing was quietly sitting at a corner of the restaurant. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant abruptly fell silent. The jarring silence naturally caught Duanling Tian's attention. Soon after, an ingratiating and extremely respectful voice echoed in the restaurant. "Young master, please come in." Similar to everyone else, Duanling Tian turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and handsome young man dressed in brocade robes walking into the restaurant with long and powerful strides. A scantily clad young woman walked behind the young man. Although the woman was not as beautiful as Hu Fei Yen, she was not the slightest bit inferior to He Qian, the daughter of the clan leader of He clan. "It's him." With just a glance, Duanling Tian recognized the young man as Huang Jialong, the 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He had previously defeated Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat. He briefly glanced at the beautiful woman accompanying Huang Jialong as he thought to himself, "It seems like the rumor of Huang Jialong being a womanizer isn't unfounded. It's clear that this woman isn't a proper lady from a good family." As soon as Huang Jialong walked into the restaurant with the beautiful woman, it did not take long for him to discover that the seemingly ordinary patron of the restaurant was Duanling Tian. Initially, His attention was attracted by Duanling Tian because Duanling Tian only spared him a glance while everyone was openly staring at him. That was how discovered Duanling Tian. His eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky as soon as he saw Duanling Tian. He did not waste any time and said to the woman accompanying him, "I have something to attend to. You can return first." He did not look at her when he spoke, directly making his way to Duanling Tian. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman thought Huang Jialong had dismissed her because another woman had attracted his attention. However, she could not help but shiver when she saw him walking to a handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing. "Is young Master Huang interested in man?" "My lord, he's coming our way," Lu Guanglin said when he saw Huang Jialong walking toward them. Duanling Tian only nodded slightly in response. He had already noticed this. "Brother Duan." Huang Jialong greeted Duanling Tian. Initially, Duanling Tian had assumed Huang Jialong only came over to greet him. He did not expect Huang Jialong to sit down unceremoniously before he asked the waiter to bring a wine glass and an extra set of tableware over. Huang Jialong acted as though he had been friends with Duanling Tian for many years. He was casual and paid no attention to formalities at all. Meanwhile, the patrons who were drinking in the restaurant had been paying attention to Huang Jialong as soon as he walked in. They naturally overheard the way he had addressed Duanling Tian. With this, they were able to guess Duanling Tian's identity. "Brother Duan? Young Master Huang of Passage City seems very friendly with that man. Is there any prominent person with the surname Duan in the supporting Fall Nation?" "He's dressed in purple, and his surname is Duan. Could he be Duanling Tian?" "Duanling Tian? The young man who defeated young Master Huang with one move during the Southern Heaven combat." "That's right. He's not even 100 years old. His terrifying strength aside, he also owns 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. I heard he's so powerful that he might even be stronger than those weak 1 basic celestial dukes." With this, Duanling Tian, who had been sitting inconspicuously in the restaurant, became the focus of everyone's attention. After sitting down without an invitation, Huang Jialong looked at Duanling Tian and earnestly said, "Brother Duan, I've never admired anyone in my life until I met you. Whether it's my father or the emperor, I'm confident I'll be able to surpass them when I'm their age. After meeting you, I finally understand the feeling of admiration. Young Master Huang, you're flattering me. I heard that you're a rare talented genius in the supporting Fall Nation. If you weren't so obsessed with women, your accomplishments would surely surpass those of the 4th prince." Duanling Tian replied modestly with a smile as he looked at Huang Jialong knowingly. "Brother Duan, why you know about this?" Huang Jialong touched his nose in embarrassment. He did not expect this young genius whom he admired was privy to his promiscuous lifestyle. He smiled sheepishly before he said, "Brother Duan, this is embarrassing. However, I'll be honest. Apart from pursuing power and strength, my other hobby is pursuing women. Although I'm fond of women, I'm not the unscrupulous sort. I've never deceived or forced a woman. The women I'm with are all willing." Duanling Tian did not doubt Huang Jialong's words. Although there was a saying about how one's nature would only be revealed with time, as someone who had lived twice, his judgment was rather good. Based on the clear and righteous look in Huang Jialong's eyes, he could tell Huang Jialong was not a malicious person. In the end, he shook his head and smiled. "If you were that kind of person, do you think I'll allow you to sit here or chat with you?" If Huang Jialong was a despicable character, not only would Duanling Tian prevent Huang Jialong from sitting down at his table, but he might even rough him up a little for justice's sake. Huang Jialong was not reserved at all. After sitting down, he chatted incessantly with Duanling Tian about all kinds of topics. Nevertheless, from the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Duanling Tian's background. He chatted casually as though they were old friends. The various factions in the Southern Heaven territory are also divided into different grades. For example, the top sects in the borders of the Southern Heaven territory are classified as Grade 9 sects. A country like the supporting Fall Nation that's located on the edge of the central area is classified as a Grade 8 celestial kingdom. The sects and clans in the supporting Fall Nation are mostly Grade 9 sects and clans. For example, the He clan is a Grade 9 clan. Huang Jialong's Huang clan in Passage City is also a Grade 9 clan. The 3 sects and 2 clans are Grade 7 sects and clans. The grade 7 sects and clans all have prominent celestial crystal veins. Prominent celestial crystal veins are capable of producing supreme celestial crystals. In addition, the 3 sects and 2 clans have a very close relationship with the profound nether mansion. They are indirectly dependent on each other. This place I'm in now is also under the rule of the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion, that's a grade 6 celestial mansion, is related to one of the top 10 clans in the Southern Heaven territory. After chatting with Huang Jialong, the chatterbox, the entire afternoon, Duanling Tian learned about a lot of things. He also learned the entrance to the Southern Heaven ancient realm would open in half a year. I was about to break through and become a 1 basic celestial duke. However, in order to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and search for fortuitous encounters, I haven't been cultivating to improve my cultivation base. Instead, I've been focusing on comprehending my divine ability. Huang Jialong still had not fully mastered his assistive duke grade divine ability, so he decided to focus on it. Most importantly, only overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials could enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Celestial Duke would be automatically prevented from entering by a formation at the entrance of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When night fell, Huang Jialing said reluctantly, "Brother Duan, it's getting dark now. I'll send you back. We will chat again another time." It was clear he still wanted to chat with Duanling Tian. "It's fine, we can return by ourselves." Despite Duanling Tian's refusal, Huang Jialong was very enthusiastic. Duanling Tian could only follow Huang Jialong as he led them to the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. When the trio arrived on an empty street near the palace, whoosh, whoosh, 2 gusts of wind blew violently. Soon enough, 2 people appeared, blocking the trio's path on both sides of the street. "Ha!" Duanling Tian came to a halt and looked at the middle-aged man who blocked his path. The middle-aged glared at Duanling Tian with deep-seated hatred as though he had a huge enmity with Duanling Tian. His voice was cold as he said, "Duanling Tian, I'm going to make you pay with your life today for killing my son." "I killed your son?" Duanling Tian was confused. The middle-aged man said, 11 days ago, outside the capital." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, realization dawned on Duanling Tian. "As it turns out, you're the ugly and twisted man's father. It seems like the celestial talisman he sent before his death left some clues behind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me." His expression remained calm when he spoke. At the same time, Duanling Tian silently took out a hairpin. Mysterious light twinkled above the hairpin. The 2 flowers at the tail of the hairpin shone with a blood-red light. No one noticed the hairpin since he held it tightly in his hand. The hairpin was none other than the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the Borderlands. After using it once, he was left with 2 more uses. Although Duanling Tian did not know the cultivation base of the middle-aged man and the man who came with him, he was certain the 2 men were stronger than Lu Guanglin, a 1 basic celestial duke who had the highest cultivation base in his group of 3. Due to the threat these 2 men posed, he brought the hairpin out. "You're seeking death," the middle-aged man cried out. Not only did Duanling Tian not deny killing his son, but Duanling Tian even dared to call his son ugly and twisted. How could he not be furious? His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. Duanling Tian was about to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and the middle-aged man was about to attack. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang in the air. "I think you're the one who's seeking death." Just as the middle-aged man who blocked Duanling Tian and his 2 companions was about to attack, Huang Jialong's friendly gaze that was trained on Duanling Tian turned cold when he looked at the middle-aged man. "I think you're the one who's seeking death." Upon hearing Huang Jialong's provocative words, the middle-aged man who was startled instinctively turned to look at Huang Jialong. He found Huang Jialong familiar as though he had seen Huang Jialong before, but he could not remember where or when. At the same time, Huang Jialong said quietly, seemingly to the air, "Elder Feng." As soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, an ancient voice that seemed to ring from all directions resonated in the air. Then an elderly figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air, behind Huang Jialong, young master. The old man was dressed in a black robe. He was so thin that it seemed as though he was going to be blown away at any moment. The old man's features were rather prominent. Illuminated by the dim moonlight, he looked like a ghost. Based on the way the old man had seemingly appeared out of thin air, it was easy to tell his speed was extremely fast. This shocked the middle-aged and his companion, a young man with a medium build who was blocking the other end of the street. Why your senior Xuefeng? The young man with a medium build cried out after he had a good look at the old man. He shrank back slightly in fear. Upon hearing the young man's words, the old man turned and looked at the young man indifferently. You know me? Senior Xuefeng, my master is Tong Yu. The young man smiled bitterly. He did not expect to meet the old man here. The old man used to be a sectless cultivator like him. Apart from that, the old man was a famous sectless cultivator in the supporting Fall Nation. The old man was already a 9 palaces celestial duke long ago. It stood to reason that the old man had since broken through and became a 10 directions celestial duke. He had met the old man when he was still a child because his master and the old man were friends. Tong Yu, the old man's frown disappeared, and his expression eased up. Are you the little kid who ran all over the place with bare buttocks? Your name is Hu Lai. I'm surprised that you still remember me, Senior Su Feng. Indeed, I'm Hu Lai. Hu Lai, the young man inwardly sighed in relief when he heard the old man's words. Then, he looked at Huang Jialong warily as he asked, Senior Xuefeng, I heard that you're now a revered elder in the city governor's estate in Passage City. Who's this man? In fact, he already had an answer in his mind. Xuefeng replied, He's the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City. Although the title young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City could refer to any one of the sons of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, Hu Lai knew Xuefeng could only be referring to Huang Yuanfei's son, who was most likely to become the next city governor of Passage City. This person was none other than Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei's 4th and most outstanding son. Xuefeng. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who was blocking Duanling Tian and his 2 companions' path finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he said, You're Huang Jialong, the city governor of Passage City's 4th son. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, If I'm not mistaken, you're Li Wei, Imperial Concubine Land's eldest brother, right? I heard your son died outside the capital, and you couldn't find the murderer? His gaze turned piercing as he continued to say, It seems like you've identified the murdered, and it's none other than Brother Duan. Young Master Huang, since you know who my sister is, for my sister's sake, I hope you don't interfere in my personal conflict with this young man. A hint of fear could be seen on Li Wei's face. If Xuefeng interfered, he might not even be able to touch Duanling Tian, let alone kill Duanling Tian. Huang Jialong laughed when he heard Li Wei's words. A sneer could be seen on his face as he said, Li Wei, I'm afraid that your sister has no plan of helping you to avenge your son, right? Moreover, I'm sure even His Majesty would stop you if he knows you want to kill Brother Duan. He had come to this conclusion when Xuefeng told him about Hu Lai through voice transmission. Hu Lai was a sectless cultivator, and he had been hired by Li Wei to help him with killing Duanling Tian. Li Wei's sister was the emperor's beloved concubine. Why would Li Wei need to hire outside help to avenge his son? It was clear Li Wei's sister had no intention of getting involved in this matter at all. Li Wei inhaled deeply as he looked at Huang Jialong. Young Master Huang, as long as you allow me to kill this person, I'm willing to go to the city governor's estate in Passage City and work for you. Swoosh. Without waiting for Huang Jialong's reply, Li Wei charged toward Duanling Tian like a goshawk. Alas, as soon as Li Wei made a move, Xuefeng made his move as well. He easily thwarted Li Wei's attempt to kill Duanling Tian. It was only natural since Xuefeng and Li Wei were in 2 different leagues. Li Wei was a 10 directions celestial duke, while Li Wei was just a 6 combinations celestial duke. You must have a death wish. After the old man stopped Li Wei's attack, Huang Jialong finally regained his senses. His expression was sour as he said decisively, Elder Feng, kill him. Yes, young master. Xuefeng did not hesitate to make a move after he heard Huang Jialong's words. Li Wei's expression changed drastically. He did not even have time to react before Xuefeng had already killed him. Upon seeing this, Hu Lai's expression turned grim. Since you're the disciple of Elder Feng's friend, I'll spare your life, Huang Jialong said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai sighed in relief as though a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, Huang Jialong continued to say, it's just that you've offended my friend, so I can't just let you off the hook so easily. You have to pay one way or another. Hu Lai's face turned pale when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He lifted his hands hastily and brought out a broken diamond-shaped black stone and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, I don't have any valuable items to offer you other than this. I obtained this stone by chance many years ago. I don't know what it is, but even a 10 directions celestial duke couldn't leave a scratch on it. Based on this, it's obvious it's extraordinary. I will give this to you as a token of my apology. Please forgive me, young Master Duan. He clearly planned to compensate Duan Lingtian with the black stone. Upon seeing the broken diamond-shaped black stone, a sense of familiarity flooded Duan Lingtian. As soon as the stone was placed in Duan Lingtian's hand, an ancient voice rang in his mind. Huh? This is a first form profound divine metal. The voice belonged to the third form of the chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's body. Boy, where did you get this first form profound divine metal? It seemed like the chaos divine flame had woken up after sensing the stone in Duan Lingtian's hand. This is a first form profound divine metal? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened imperceptibly. No wonder he found the stone familiar. It felt similar to the two first form profound divine metals he had obtained back then. One was given to him by Xianxia from the divine offering land, and the other one he had found in his hometown in the mundane realm. When the two merged, they became a second form profound divine metal. Boy, when the profound divine metal wakes up, you should let it absorb this first form profound divine metal. With that, the profound divine metal only needs to absorb one more first form profound divine metal to transform into a third form profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame said. It's a pity you didn't master a royal grade celestial method or divine ability with both metal and fire attributes. Otherwise, the profound divine metal and I can help you to quickly comprehend and master the laws of fire and metal contained in a royal grade celestial method and divine ability. The law of fire? The law of metal. Duan Lingtian was confused. He asked curiously, what's that? In the Devata realms, only those who have mastered the power of the law can be regarded as a real powerhouse. Generally, only those in the Devata realms who have obtained royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities have the opportunity to comprehend and master the power of the law. This is because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities contain the power of the laws. Royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are different from Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and those of a lower grade. The latter only requires one to comprehend and master it, while the former needs one to comprehend and master the power of the law that's contained in it as well. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, opening the door to a whole new world to Duan Lingtian, one can easily defeat someone with the same cultivation base as long one has mastered the power of the law. This is also the reason there's such a huge gap between Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. The power of the law. The Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons. His knowledge was limited to various low-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in Devata realms. He did not know much about celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade. The Chaos Divine Flame's words had truly opened the door to a new world for him. Boy, you still haven't told me. Where did you find this first form profound divine metal? Did you see anything else at the place where you found it? The Chaos Divine Flame asked, interrupting Duan Lingtian's thoughts. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he looked at Hu Lai calmly as he replied to the Chaos Divine Flame inwardly. It's given to me by the person standing in front of me. What? The Chaos Divine Flame was shocked. It said mockingly, is this person stupid? He gave you a profound divine metal? Although a first-form profound divine metal is useless, he would be able to transform it into a second-form profound divine metal if he lets it absorb another first-form profound divine metal. A second-form profound divine metal can be used as a soul defense celestial weapon. After all, a hint of exasperation could be heard in its tone when it spoke. This man is really a fool. He actually gave away a valuable treasure like the profound divine metal. Although the first form profound divine metal is a treasure, it won't be considered a treasure unless one recognizes its value, Duan Ling Tian replied. All he knows is even a 10 directions celestial duke couldn't leave a scratch on the stone. He only knows it's special, but he doesn't know what it is. You're really lucky. The chaos divine flame sighed. Then, it fell silent as though it did not wake up at all. Young Master Duan, Hulai was laden with anxiety as he watched Duan Ling Tian staring at and playing with the strange stone in his hand. Based on the attitude of Huang Jianlong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, as long as Duan Ling Tian wanted his life, he would definitely die. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian casually put the first form profound divine metal away before he glanced at Hulai indifferently. I'll accept it. This makes us even now. Thank you, young Master Duan, thank you. Hulai was overwhelmed with relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After bidding farewell to Huang Jialong and Xuefeng, he hurriedly took his leave. He truly regretted being greedy and promising to help Li Wei kill Duan Ling Tian. Although I don't know what the stone is, it's definitely something extraordinary, since even 10 directions celestial duke couldn't leave a scratch on it with a royal-grade celestial weapon. Hulai could not help but feel slightly upset over the loss of the stone. He prayed inwardly that the stone was useless. After Hulai left, Duan Ling Tian briefly looked at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he shifted his eyes to Huang Jialong and solemnly thanked him. Young Master Huang, thank you. If Huang Jialong did not ask Xuefeng to take action, Duan Ling Tian would have had to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times. He had already used it once, and if he were to use it again earlier, he would only be left with one more use. He was grateful that he did not have to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon earlier. Brother Duan, you must be joking. I saw everything clearly earlier. When Li Wei tried to attack you earlier, your expression was extremely calm. It's obvious you didn't feel threatened by him at all. Huang Jialong shook his head and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, you have someone secretly protecting you, right? I'm just being meddlesome by asking Elder Feng for help. It's not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, there's no need for the powerhouse protecting you to make a move on someone like Li Wei. After Huang Jialong finished speaking, he regarded his surroundings with a respectful and cautious expression on his face. He had seen how composed and fearless Duan Ling Tian was earlier when faced with Li Wei. It was only natural that he assumed Duan Ling Tian was protected by a powerhouse. Moreover, since Xuefeng could not detect the presence of the powerhouse guarding Duan Ling Tian, it meant that the powerhouse had to be a one basic celestial king, at least, since Xuefeng was a 10 directions celestial duke. He would never be able to imagine that Duan Ling Tian was fearless, not because there was a powerhouse protecting him, but because of his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could grant him the strength of an ordinary celestial lord. Anyway, there's no arguing that you saved me this time, young Master Huang. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Naturally, he did correct Huang Jialong's misunderstanding. He did not want to reveal the existence of his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, after all. He had even deliberately used the power of the second form profound divine metal to conceal the presence of the consumable royal grade when he had taken it out earlier. This was so if there were any celestial kings who instinctively kept their divine consciousness active, they would not be able to sense the consumable royal grade celestial weapon in his hand with their divine consciousness. The Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation was one of the few celestial kings in the Supporting Fall Nation. It would be troublesome if the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation discovered the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Since he was a celestial king, his divine consciousness could easily encompass half of the Supporting Fall Nation's capital. Moreover, the street they were standing on was rather close to the imperial palace. This meant they were in the range of the Emperor's divine consciousness. At this moment, Huang Jialong glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground and said through voice transmission, "Brother Duan, I'm afraid we will have to go see His Majesty. I'm sure His Majesty has already discovered what happened here through his divine consciousness. Even if he didn't, it's still better for us to inform him about this. Although Li Wei is Imperial Concubine Land's biological brother, with your strength and my status, His Majesty probably wouldn't punish us. More importantly, we have a good reason for killing him. In a hall of the inner palace in the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. This, Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was sitting on the throne in the hall. A frown could be seen on his face when he looked at the corpse in front of him. It was clear he was still unaware of the corpse's identity. Your Majesty, please have a look at his face, Huang Jialong said with his head lowered. Then he waved his hand, and an invisible energy turned the corpse over. Li Wei. Hu Lin-Yi's expression changed dramatically when he saw the corpse's face. Was this not his favorite concubine, imperial concubine, Lan's eldest brother? At the same time, a hurried voice rang from outside the palace hall. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Soon after, a graceful and noble woman ran into the palace hall with a few maidservants in tow. Your Majesty, my elder brother's soul pearl is broken. You must help me find out what has happened to him. The beautiful woman cried out as she held a shattered soul pearl in her hand. She trailed off, stunned, when she saw the corpse on the ground. Big brother, the beautiful woman, imperial concubine Lan, wailed as her expression changed. She ran to the corpse, sobbing hysterically. She was inconsolable as her tears fell like a torrent of rain. When imperial concubine Lan saw the two young men and an old man standing next to her brother's corpse, she understood what had happened immediately. She knew then that it was nigh impossible for her to avenge her eldest brother. Therefore, even if she loathed these men to the core, she knew she would have no choice but to bury the hatred in the depth of her heart. Jialong, what's going on? Hu Lin-Yi looked at Huang Jialong pointedly. Your Majesty, Li Wei. Huang Jialong recounted what had happened. He also told Hu Lin-Yi about Li Wei hiring outside help to kill Duan Tian. He did not hide the reason Li Wei had wanted to kill Duan Tian, and also told Hu Lin-Yi that Xuefeng was the one who killed Li Wei. Hu Lin-Yi looked at Duan Tian and asked in a deep voice, Duan Tian, are you the one who killed Li Hao? Yes. Duan Tian nodded with a calm expression on his face. He was neither humble nor arrogant. Why did you kill him? Hu Lin-Yi asked. I have no quarrel with him. However, as soon as we met for the first time, he gave me two choices. Either I ruin my face or die. Then Duan Tian asked lightly, what would you have done, Your Majesty, if you were forced to choose between those two options? That asshole. Hu Lin-Yi cursed immediately as he flicked his sleeve angrily. Your Majesty. At the same time, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Hu Lin-Yi. Li Hao is far stronger than the one basic celestial duke next to Duan Tian. Elder Feng hadn't appeared when Li Wei tried to kill Duan Tian earlier, but Duan Tian remained calm the entire time. It's clear he was not afraid at all. He no longer said anything else after saying these things. He did not explain further because he knew Hu Lin-Yi would be able to guess the meaning behind his words. It seems like someone who's a celestial king at least is protecting him. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, but he's invincible among those who are weaker than celestial dukes. With his talent, the 3 sects and 2 clans would definitely scramble to recruit him after he comes out from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No matter which sect or clan he chooses to join, he would be highly appreciated. Whether it's because of the powerhouse protecting him or the sect and clan he joins in the future, it's not worth it to hold him accountable for Li Hao and Li Wei's deaths. With these thoughts in mind, Hu Lin-Yi quickly and decisively made up his mind. 1. Li Hao and Li Wei deserved it. That's all there is to it. Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, said loudly, bringing the matter to a conclusion. Your Majesty is wise indeed. Huang Jialong smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Duan Tian cupped his fists together at Hu Lin-Yi as well. Then the two of them, along with Xuefeng, left immediately. The moment the trio left the palace hall, Hu Lin-Yi looked at the crying imperial concubine Lan, who was still crouched next to Li Wei's corpse. He said with a sigh, my beloved concubine, the dead can't come back to life. My condolences. Hearing Hu Lin-Yi's comforting words, imperial concubine Lan trembled slightly. Then, a cold expression appeared on her lowered face. Although she had expected this outcome, her heart still turned cold when she heard Hu Lin-Yi's words. After taking a deep breath, she lifted her head and looked at Hu Lin-Yi. replacing her cold expression with a pitiful one. Your Majesty, I'd like to request for permission to return to my maiden home for a while. I want to arrange my brother's funeral as well. All right. Hu Lin-yi nodded and easily agreed to Imperial Concubine Lan's request. After she left with Li Wei's corpse, he did not leave the palace hall immediately. Hu Lin-yi looked ahead and called out indifferently, "Hey Feng! Your Majesty!" A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Hu Lin-yi. It was a young man who was dressed in a simple black robe. He was expressionless, and his eyes were blank as though he was a puppet. Hu Lin-yi inhaled deeply. Then, with a determined expression on his face, he said, "After Imperial Concubine Lan buries her eldest brother, kill her." Your Majesty! The young man was taken aback. Traces of emotions appeared on his expressionless face and soulless eyes immediately. Imperial Concubine Lan isn't someone who will resign to fate. She might have been able to endure the death of her nephew, but there's no way she'll let the death of her brother go unavenged. She might endure it for a while, but she'll definitely find a chance to retaliate, Hu Lin-yi said knowingly in a deep voice. I have no choice but to kill her to prevent her from provoking and offending Duan Lingtian. Compared to the benefits that we could obtain from the 3 sects and 2 clans through Duan Lingtian, I have no choice but to sacrifice Imperial Concubine Lan. His tone was bone-chillingly cold when he spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. The expressionless young man, Hu Feng, stepped back and vanished into thin air as though he had not appeared at all. Meanwhile, as soon as the trio left the palace hall, Xue Feng, the old man with Huang Jialong, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Master Duan, is it okay for me to take a look at the stone that Hu Lai gave you? He seemed to realize his request was rather abrupt, so he hastily added, of course. That's only if it's convenient. Please don't feel obligated. Not at all. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and happily took out the stone Hu Lai had given him, a first-form profound divine metal, from his spatial ring. He was confident that only he knew the stone was a first-form profound divine metal. Xue Feng took the stone in his hand and tentatively used part of his power to try and break the stone. However, it was futile. He gradually increased his strength, but he found that he really could not even leave a scratch on the stone. Apart from its toughness, he discovered there was nothing special about the stone at all after he investigated it with his divine consciousness. Finally, he shook his head and returned the stone to Duan Lingtian. What a peculiar stone. It seems like Hu Lai didn't lie. As he had said, even a 10 directions celestial duke can't leave a scratch on it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he put the stone away. He was not worried that Xue Feng would recognize the stone. After all, even Xianxia from the Divine Offering Land, who was stronger than the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, did not know what the profound divine metal was. How could Xue Feng, a mere 10 directions celestial duke, know what the profound divine metal was? It would be a different story if Xue Feng had another first-form profound divine metal that could turn the first-form profound divine metal in his hand into a second-form profound divine metal. After all, second-form profound divine metals, which were part of the 5 divine elements like the chaos divine flames, would gain sentience and inform their hosts about the 5 divine elements after transforming into the second form. Most people discovered the existence of the 5 divine elements in this manner. Duan Lingtian would have recognized the first-form profound divine metal earlier, even without the chaos divine flames reminder, because he had seen the first 3 forms of the profound divine metal before. Naturally, it was still better to have the confirmation from the profound divine metal or the chaos divine flame. Soon enough, they arrived at the Origin Gathering Hall. Lu Guanglin, who had returned to the Origin Gathering Hall first, was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Guanglin, Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow and said, Brother Duan, this man is truly loyal to you. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response. He had personally recruited Lu Guanglin due to Lu Guanglin's upstanding character, after all. Then he politely said, Young Master Huang, would you like to come in and have a seat? Huang Jialong politely declined the invitation. Brother Duan, it's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet again another time. After bidding farewell, he left with Xue Feng in tow. Duan Lingtian walked into the courtyard. When Huang Jialong and Xue Feng's figures finally disappeared from his sight, Lu Guanglin followed closely behind him. After Duanling Tian sat down in front of a stone table, he asked, Guanglin, what do you think of Huang Jialong? My lord, although the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City is under the impression that you have an extraordinary background and a powerhouse protecting you, I don't think he harbors any ulterior motive. It's your excellence that made him admire you. Lu Guanglin earnestly answered Duanling Tian's question. My excellence made him admire me? Duanling Tian looked at Lu Guanglin and said, Guanglin, you really have a glib tongue. In any case, it's as you said, I don't think he harbors any ulterior motive as well. He approached me because he probably feels we're similar. Duanling Tian had lived 2 lives, after all, and had met many people. Based on experience, he knew Huang Jialong was someone worthy of his friendship. However, ulterior motive or no, it was unrealistic to think that Huang Jialong had no selfish intention at all. Based on how calmly Huang Jialong had dealt with matters earlier, it was clear Huang Jialong was not a simple character. As the most powerful person among those weaker than celestial kings, and the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, how could Huang Jialong be a simple-minded person? Nevertheless, he could tell Huang Jialong bore no malicious intent and genuinely wanted to befriend him. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, in any case, time will reveal men's hearts. If he's sincere in becoming friends, I don't mind being friends. Should he harbor malicious intent, I won't let him go. Guanglin, Duanling Tian suddenly called out. Then he said, please help me buy some medicinal herbs within the next few days. Buy everything you can. For those that can't be purchased, I'll find another way to obtain them. Duanling Tian listed all the medicinal herbs he wanted to Lu Guanglin. As a one basic celestial duke, he easily memorized the list of medicinal herbs. After that, he did not waste any time and left to complete his task. After Lu Guanglin left, Duanling Tian thought to himself, after refining and consuming the profound golden pill, I'll be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Then, I'll concentrate on stabilizing my new cultivation base until I have to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, depending on a pill to break through will leave my cultivation base unstable. It'll take me some time to fully stabilize it. The profound golden pill was a top prominent celestial pill that was even more difficult to refine than the overarching heaven pill. The overarching heaven pill was only ordinary compared to the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was a prominent celestial pill specially used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When taken by an overarching heaven supreme celestial except for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, his or her stage would increase by 1 stage. The profound golden pill was not effective for peak overarching heaven supreme celestials since the next stage was becoming a celestial duke. To maximize the effect of the pill, most overarching heavenly supreme celestials would choose to take the profound golden pill when they were heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials to instantly become a peak overarching heaven supreme celestial. Due to the domineering effect of the profound golden pill, it was rather rare. In fact, when Duanling Tian was in the borderlands, he did not hear about anyone who was capable of refining the profound golden pill or even of someone obtaining the pill. Rare as the profound golden pill might be, its formula was not a secret and was known by all. It was only rare because of the difficulty of refining it. Its refinement requirements were extremely demanding of a celestial alchemist. Out of 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists or 100 supreme duke-grade celestial alchemists, there was a good chance that none was capable of refining the profound golden pill. Only supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist would be able to confidently say he or she was capable of refining the profound golden pill. Duanling Tian thought to himself, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation might not have a profound golden pill. In the Devata realms, an overarching heaven supreme celestial excluding peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials could raise his or her cultivation base once with profound golden pills. On the other hand, a great overarching golden celestial could use evolving golden pills to raise his or her cultivation base. As for ordinary golden celestials, they could raise their cultivation bases with golden gilded pills. Earlier today, Duanling Tian had left the imperial palace after he had successfully stabilized his cultivation base that was of a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It took him the entire night to stabilize his foundation. When morning dawned, he left the palace with Lu Guanglin and went to a restaurant. That was where he had run into Huang Jialong. Now that Duanling Tian had successfully stabilized his cultivation base after becoming a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he, naturally, could not wait to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With another breakthrough, he would be strong enough to survive the southern heaven ancient realm that would open in half a year. After all, rumors had it that the southern heaven ancient realm was fraught with danger. Out of 10 people who entered that place, it was likely that not even half would be able to leave alive. Celestial dukes and those who are stronger can't enter the lower realm of the southern heavenly ancient realm. Moreover, it's said that if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial has a breakthrough and becomes a one basic celestial duke after entering the realm, he or she would be sent out immediately. This means I won't be able to use my consumable royal grade celestial weapon if I want to continue staying in there. For this reason, Duanling Tian decided to rely on the profound golden pill to improve his cultivation base before he had to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. It was likely that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists was able to refine the profound golden pill. However, Duanling Tian was 70% certain he would be able to successfully refine the pill since he was confident in his ability as a prominent celestial alchemist and the third form profound divine metal. Previously, thanks to the memory of the rebirth martial emperor that the profound divine metal used to help him, his talent and knowledge in alchemy had improved greatly. Currently, even an ordinary supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist might not be as skilled as him. In the past, he had even bested a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect during the alchemy conference held in the 6 southeastern regions. In the middle of the night, Duanling Tian sat quietly in his room. A pill cauldron sat in front of him. It was the prominent celestial pill cauldron that he had been using to refine pills all this while. I haven't been refining pills for quite a while now, so my skills are a little rusty. Duanling Tian had to familiarize himself with refining pills again, since it had been a long time since he last refined pills. It was normal for one's skill to deteriorate without enough practice, after all. However, with Duanling Tian's talent and knowledge, it only took him a few hours to become proficient again. At this moment, Lu Guanglin, who had just returned from running errands for Duanling Tian, called out, "My lord, many of the larger medicinal stores are closed, so I only managed to buy a few medicinal herbs. I will return to check the larger stores tomorrow." Since it was late when he had gone out, he did not manage to buy most of the medicinal herbs in the list, even though he had looked everywhere in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. The next day, Lu Guanglin went out again and did not return until dark. "My lord, there are 2 medicinal herbs that I couldn't find. They're the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode." Lu Guanglin handed the medicinal herbs he managed to buy to Duanling Tian before he continued to say, "The person in charge of the large medicinal stores said that the profound spirit flower and golden nematode are very rare medicinal herbs, and even the imperial family might not have them." "All right," Duanling Tian nodded. This was within his expectations. "My lord, these medicinal herbs you bought, they seem to be ingredients for the profound golden pill." Initially, Lu Guanglin did not know for what purpose Duanling Tian wanted the medicinal herbs. He was not a celestial alchemist and was not familiar with medicinal herbs, after all. However, while he was shopping for medicinal herbs today, various shopkeepers had asked him if he was going to refine the profound golden pill when he inquired about the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode. Nevertheless, he knew what the profound golden pill was. He knew it was a prominent celestial pill that would help a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial immediately. The pill was also widely regarded as one of the best prominent celestial pills. He knew the pill was held in such regard not only because of its miraculous medicinal effect but also due to its rarity and the difficult refinement process. "Yes," Duanling Tian nodded. "My lord, although I am not a celestial alchemist, I've also heard of the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill is said to be the most difficult prominent celestial pill to refine. Not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists or 100 supreme duke-grade celestial alchemists is able to refine it." Lu Guanglin's eyes widened as he looked at Duanling Tian and continued to say, Only supreme royal-grade celestial alchemists can confidently say they have 100% certainty of successfully refining the profound golden pill. Soon after, Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up as he said in awe, "My lord, do you know a supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist who can refine the pills for you?" It was natural that he had reached this conclusion since he assumed Duan Tian was not a celestial alchemist but was confident about obtaining the profound golden pill. To Lu Guanglin's confusion, Duan Tian shook his head and said, "No." Then he continued to say, "I plan to refine the pills myself. I forgot to tell you that I'm also a celestial alchemist." Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Lu Guanglin's eyes brightened again. Even a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Tian as though he was looking at a monster. "My lord, don't tell me that you're a supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist." "Of course not," Duan Tian shrugged and said, "I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist." "A prominent celestial alchemist?" Lu Guanglin was perplexed. He was truly amazed that not only was Duan Tian extremely strong, but Duan Tian was also a prominent celestial alchemist at such a young age. Nevertheless, he still did not think Duan Tian would be capable of successfully refining the profound golden pill. When he regained his senses, he said with a wry smile on his face, "My lord, if you're a prominent celestial alchemist, there's a high chance you'll fail to refine the profound golden pill even if you manage to gather all the herbs. Why don't you go to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and ask if he knows of any supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist?" In alchemy, talent, knowledge, and skills were not everything. One had to have sufficient experience as well. Duan Tian was not even 100 years old. Even if he was extremely talented, how could he possibly refine a pill that 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists could not refine? "There's no need for that." Duan Tian shook his head. "Even if I go to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation for help, I'll only ask for the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode." The profound spirit flower and golden nematode were both very rare medicinal herbs, and they were also the two of the main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. The name of the pill was derived from the names of the two medicinal herbs. A plan appeared in Duan Tian's mind as he mused inwardly, "Tomorrow, I'll ask for an audience with the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and see if he has the profound spirit flower and the golden nematodes. If he's unwilling to give them to me, I'll offer to buy it with celestial stones." Despite his thoughts, he was rather certain the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would not refuse him if the Emperor truly owned the two herbs. Naturally, there was a small chance that the Emperor would only give him the two herbs in exchange for celestial stones. "So you're going to personally refine it, my lord?" Lu Guanglin felt that Duan Tian would fail to refine the profound golden pill and waste the medicinal herbs. However, he remained silent when he saw how resolute Duan Tian was. A crazy thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps Master is really able to refine the pills? Early in the morning the next day, Duan Tian left his room and sat in the courtyard for a while before he finally went to look for the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Coincidentally, as soon as Duan Tian arrived outside the palace where Hu Lin-Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, lived, he saw Hu Lin-Yi walking out with 4 eunuchs surrounding him. "Your Majesty," Duan Tian greeted Hu Lin-Yi and cupped his fists together at him. "Duan Tian?" Hu Lin-Yi was slightly surprised to see Duan Tian. "Are you here to see me?" "Yes." Duan Tian nodded. "What's the matter?" Hu Lin-Yi asked with a smile. He was betting on Duan Tian to bring him many benefits, so he was, naturally, friendly toward Duan Tian. "Your Majesty, I have a question. Are there any profound spirit flowers and golden nematode in the palace? If you have them, I'm willing to buy them from you with celestial stones." Duan Tian replied without beating around the bush. "The profound spirit flower? The golden nematode?" Hu Lin-Yi's eyes flashed. "If I'm not mistaken, these two herbs are the main ingredients to refine the prominent celestial pill, the profound golden pill, right?" "That's right," Duan Tian replied honestly and nodded. He used the profound divine metal to hide what needed to be hidden before revealing his true cultivation base to Hu Lin-Yi. I plan to take the profound golden pill in order to break through and become a peak overarching heaven supreme celestial before entering the southern heaven ancient realm. With this, I'll stand out more in front of the 3 sects and 2 clans and get the recognition that I deserve. His every word was calculated to move Hu Lin Yi. You. Why, you're just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Hu Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock when he discovered Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was that of a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian was just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than his 4th son. If Duan Ling Tian broke through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, how insanely powerful would he become at that time? Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not imagine even his wildest dreams that the purple-clad young man in front of him was just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, this was the same young man who had easily blocked the all-out attack from Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, and also defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. Even his son, Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was far from being able to defeat Huang Jialong with a single move. Before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, his son was widely regarded as the most talented person, second only to him, in the supporting Fall Nation. He had never even considered the possibility that Duan Ling Tian had concealed his cultivation base and had easily assumed Duan Ling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Who would have thought Duan Ling Tian was just a heaven stage overarching heaven supreme celestial? This meant that as a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Ling Tian still had room to increase his strength as his cultivation improved. On the contrary, unless his son broke through and became a celestial duke or mastered a royal-grade celestial method or royal-grade divine ability, his son, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, could no longer increase his strength. Duan Ling Tian is already so strong when he's just heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How strong would he be when he breaks through and becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Hu Lin Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shuddered inwardly. If he successfully breaks through and becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll be the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, right? He gulped, and his expression turned solemn when he thought about this. After a beat, Hu Lin Yi asked Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, do you really plan to join the 3 sects and 2 clans? Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was certain that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. Therefore, he was worried that Duan Ling Tian did not intend to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. If that happened, regardless of how talented or outstanding Duan Ling Tian was, he would not be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll definitely join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Ling Tian could guess Hu Lin Yi's thoughts, so he looked at Hu Lin Yi sincerely and responded without any hesitation to reassure Hu Lin Yi. Hu Lin Yi nodded before he said, the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode are very rare medicinal herbs. I only have the profound spirit flower. Neither I nor the palace has the golden nematode. As he spoke, he raised his hand and a flower appeared out of thin air in his hand. The flower had 9 petals and shone with a faint light. Although the flower had been plucked for a long time, it showed no sign of wilting. It was still oddly fresh. Hu Lin Yi handed the profound spirit flower to Duan Ling Tian as he said, I came across this flower by chance a few years ago. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Anyway, have you found a celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill for you? Thank you, Your Majesty. I owe you a favor. Duan Ling Tian took the profound spirit flower without any hesitation. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me finding a celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. Hu Lin Yi's eyes widened. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, he was still shocked. Even if he could find a celestial alchemist capable of refining the profound golden pill, he still had to spend a large sum of money to pay the celestial alchemist to help him refine the profound golden pill. When he regained his senses, he said, among the 2 main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill, the golden nematode is even rarer than the profound spirit flower. I will order my men to pay attention to any information regarding the golden nematode. If I hear anything, I'll notify you as soon as I can. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. With Hu Lin Yi's help, he would only need to expend half the effort to search for the golden nematode. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Hu Lin Yi, Duan Lin Tian finally took his leave. After returning to the Origin Gathering Hall, Duan Ling Tian used a communication celestial talisman to send a message to Huang Jialong. The communication celestial talisman Duan Ling Tian used was a relatively high-grade communication celestial talisman in the Devata realms. One would have to leave one's soul mark on the talisman in order to send it. Theoretically, nobody, not even a celestial emperor, would be able to intercept it. This was because the message was conveyed through the soul mark on the communication celestial talisman. Needless to say, this communication celestial talisman was far more precious than ordinary communication celestial talismans. Even ordinary communication celestial talismans inscribed by celestial kings were inferior to this communication celestial talisman. Duan Ling Tian had obtained this communication celestial talisman from the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation after he won a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At the same time, he was also given a talisman bearing Hu Lin Yi's soul mark to make it easier for him to directly communicate with Hu Lin Yi. Naturally, not everyone who won a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm received such special treatment. Duan Ling Tian was told that apart from Hu Jiyong, only Huang Jialong, Huang Jiachao, and him received this communication celestial talisman. Even the mysterious woman, a sectless cultivator who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon, did not receive such special treatment. Regardless, the woman did not seem to need it. Duan Ling Tian had heard from Huang Jialong that the old woman who accompanied the mysterious woman was a basic celestial king, and also a sectless cultivator. The mysterious had participated in the Southern Heaven combat to win a place in entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so she could join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. According to Huang Jialong, all these were told by Hu Lin Yi to his father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. In the supporting Fall Nation, Huang Yuanfei was regarded as a highly capable man. It was not an exaggeration to call him the right-hand man of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. A long time had passed since Duan Ling Tian had sent the communication celestial talisman out, but he had yet to receive a response. He wondered out loud, slightly puzzled, did I make a mistake? Did I not use it correctly? It was his first time using this communication celestial talisman after all. According to the person who gave me this communication celestial talisman on behalf of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, the speed of this communication celestial talisman is extremely fast. Huang Jialong should have received it a long time ago. Duan Ling Tian was still pondering on the matter when he heard Huang Jialong's voice from outside the courtyard. Brother Duan. As soon as Lu Guanglin led Huang Jialong to Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion, "Why did you personally make a trip here? You could have just sent me a message, right?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huang Jialong's mouth twitched. Brother Duan. Don't you know how precious this kind of communication celestial talisman is? My father only gave me 3. Except for my 5th brother and me, my other brothers were only given 1 each. His Majesty gave you this communication celestial talisman so that you can request for help if you're in danger. Help? Is the speed of this communication celestial talisman really that fast? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Although he had been told that the communication celestial talisman bearing Hu Lin Yi's soul mark could be used if he was in danger, he did not think the talisman would be able to notify Hu Lin Yi in a timely manner. For this reason, he did not even bother to use the talisman when Li Wei and Hu Lai, a sectless cultivator whom Li Wei hired, attempted to kill him. First of all, he was afraid of alerting Li Wei if he sent the celestial talisman. That would only infuriate Li Wei and make him attack sooner. At that time, he might not even have time to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Second, he did not trust the communication celestial talisman's ability much. After all, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was much more reliable. Of course, Huang Jialong replied. As soon as you use the communication celestial talisman, the owner of the soul mark, you would instantly receive the message. This kind of communication celestial talisman is very precious. In the black market in the supporting Fall Nation, it sells for 100 prominent celestial crystals. There's often a high demand, but the supply is low. A distressed expression could be seen on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, if you need to speak to me in the future, you can just send Guan Lin to look for me. There's no need to use this communication celestial talisman. What? This communication celestial talisman is selling for 100 prominent celestial crystals each. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin were dumbfounded when they heard Huang Jialong's words. They did not expect the communication celestial talisman to be so precious. 100 prominent celestial crystals were the equivalent of 10,000 mediocre celestial crystals. The celestial crystal vein, controlled by the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, was only a mediocre celestial crystal vein. It mostly produced mediocre celestial crystals, and prominent celestial crystals that appeared were pitifully few. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon is only worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals, right? This means this communication celestial talisman is worth 10 Duke-grade celestial weapons. Lu Guanglin muttered to himself. The value of Duke-grade celestial weapons in the supporting Fall Nation was almost the same as the Borderlands. Lu Guanglin had learned about this after arriving at the supporting Fall Nation. Duke-grade celestial weapons? Huang Jialong shook his head and smiled. Guanglin, this kind of communication celestial talisman is worth at least 15 Duke-grade celestial weapons on the black market. This kind of communication celestial talisman is much rarer than Duke-grade celestial weapons. The communication celestial talisman is crafted by masters of formation, and its effect is equivalent to a teleportation array. As far as I know, only formation masters at the level of royal-grade celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen are able to produce such a communication celestial talisman. Formation masters are both proficient in refining pills and forging weapons, since they needed to know the secrets of formations contained in high-grade celestial weapons and celestial pills. Naturally, it can't be said that only formations masters are able to produce such communication talismans. There are a few royal-grade celestial alchemists and royal-grade celestial weapon craftsmen capable of such a feat. In any case, these formation masters are rather rare. As far as I know, there's none in the supporting Fall Nation. Even 7th-grade sects and clans like the Profound Nether Mansion might not have one as well, Huang Jialong said with certainty. After listening to Huang Jialong, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin finally realized the value of the communication celestial talismans that utilized soul marks. Lu Guanglin took out 3 communication celestial talismans from his spatial ring and presented it to Duan Ling Tian with shaky hands. My lord, these communication celestial talismans can save your life. You better keep these for yourself. Duan Ling Tian had given these talismans to Lu Guanglin. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had given Duan Ling Tian 10 of these communication celestial talismans. He had imprinted his soul mark on 3 of the talismans before giving it to Lu Guanglin so that Lu Guanglin would be able to contact him in case of an emergency. He had used his soul pearl to leave his soul mark on the talismans. Therefore, he had also given his soul pearl to Lu Guanglin when he gave Lu Guanglin the talismans. Although soul pearls were usually used to keep track of one's life or death, they could also be used along with these rare talismans. It would increase the efficiency of the talismans. Apart from that, it also could replenish the energy in a waning soul mark. When Hu Linyi had sent the 10 communication celestial talismans over, he had also sent his soul pearl along. With the soul pearl, he would be able to ensure that Duan Ling Tian would receive help in a timely manner if Duan Ling Tian was in danger. Duan Ling Tian could bring him many benefits. How could he not do everything in his power to ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety? At the very least, before he obtained all kinds of benefits from Duan Ling Tian, he had to make sure Duan Ling Tian remained unharmed. Lu Guanglin had decided to return the 3 communication celestial talismans to Duan Ling Tian because he assumed Duan Ling Tian had only given them to him because Duan Ling Tian was unaware of their value. Contrary to Lu Guanglin's expectations, Duan Ling Tian did not take the 3 communication celestial talismans. Instead, he said, "You can keep them. I still have 6 left." Then he turned to Huang Jialong and said, "Young Master Huang." Before Duan Ling Tian could continue speaking, Huang Jialong interjected with bright eyes, "Brother Duan, there's no need for you to address me as Young Master Huang. You can just call me Jialong. Otherwise, it means that you don't consider me as a friend." Faced with Huang Jialong's hopeful eyes, Duanling Tian acquiesced to Huang Jialong's request. He did not waste time and said, Jialong, since you've received my communication celestial talisman, you must know why I looked for you. I wonder if you have any information about golden nematodes. Golden nematodes, Huang Jialong cocked an eyebrow. Based on my knowledge, there's not much use for the golden nematode. The only use I know of is that it's a major ingredient to refine the profound golden pill. He did not think Duanling Tian had any use for a profound golden pill. After all, he was under the impression that Duanling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill could instantly help a yellow stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm, a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become an earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm, an earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, it was useless to a peak overarching heaven supreme celestial since the next stage was to become a one basic celestial duke. Duanling Tian replied honestly, yes. I'm looking for the golden nematode to refine the profound golden pill. He did not hide anything from Huang Jialong. After all, he did not even conceal this from Hu Lin Yi. The profound golden pill? Huang Jialong frowned in confusion. Brother Duan, what do you need it for? Whether it's for you or Guanglin, the profound golden pill would be useless. He shifted his eyes briefly to Lu Guanglin before they returned to Duanling Tian again. Guanglin has no use for it, but I have. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he removed the concealment from the profound divine metal and a surge of energy rushed out of his body. This? Huang Jialong was speechless when he sensed Duanling Tian's cultivation base. A great wave stirred in his heart. Heavens! Duanling Tian was just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He had been suppressed to such an extent during the South Heaven combat by a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? When he finally regained his senses after a long while, he stared at Duanling Tian as though he was meeting Duanling Tian for the first time. Be brother Duan. You should know now why I need the profound golden pill. Duanling Tian returned Huang Jialong's stare. Huang Jialong nodded faintly. He said with a bitter smile, Brother Duan, I didn't expect you to be a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on your currency strength, especially if you break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, you'll easily be the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial among more than 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials who will be entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in half a year. He sighed after he finished speaking. More than 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials? Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard these words. Although he was aware the 3 sects and 2 clans would open the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting fall nations and other nations, he did not expect the number would be so high. There was no doubt these roughly 10,000 overarching heaven supreme celestials were outstanding as well. That's right. There would be more than 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials entering the southern heaven ancient realm. If I have to guess, the number could reach 15,000, Huang Jialong said. Huang Jialong continued to explain, the supporting fall nation is merely a small nation in the profound Nether Mansion region. Profound Nether Mansion has more than 1,000 nations like ours. These nations, including the supporting fall nation, are collectively known as the Thousand Nations territory. There will be almost 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Thousand Nations territory alone. With the addition of the young disciples from the 3 sect and 2 clans and a few 8th-grade sects and clans, the number might even surpass 15,000. Huang Jialong's words seemed to have broadened Duanling Tian's horizons. Who knew the profound Nether Mansion was so vast, and the supporting Fall Nation was merely a small nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Then, the people entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm have to be somewhat outstanding, right? Lu Guanglin, who was standing at the side, was shocked as well. He did not expect so many people would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded slightly. Most powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials would definitely try to secure a place to enter the southern heaven ancient realm once they heard about it. With sufficient strength, they'd be able to easily secure a place from any of the 1,000 nations' territory. Similar to the supporting Fall Nation, as long as one's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, one would be able to participate. It did not matter if one was not a citizen of the nation. This is so each nation could recruit the strongest overarching heaven supreme celestials possible. After all, as long as the participants survive, the nation they represent would be greatly rewarded. The greater the strength and the higher the talent of a participant, the greater the rewards would be. Moreover, the surviving participants would be given a chance to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Similarly, the stronger and more talented you are, the greater the benefits you'll obtain from whichever 3 sects and 2 clans you choose to join. The rewards from the 3 clans and 2 clans range from items that even ordinary celestial kings covet to royal-grade celestial weapons, pills, and medicinal herbs. Upon hearing Huang Jilong's explanation, Duanling Tian finally realized why Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, placed so much importance on him. Huang Jialong asked, "Brother Duan, have you looked for His Majesty? If he knows that you're only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would surely spare no effort in looking for a profound spirit flower and golden nematode for you. I've already looked for him. He had given me a profound spirit flower. Alas, he doesn't have the golden nematode. However, he did say he'll ask his men to keep an eye out for it." Duanling Tian replied with a nod. "In that case, all you have to do is wait. Our supporting Fall Nations intelligence network is among the best in the 1,000 nations territory." Huang Jialong said, "Based on my judgment, I think you'll be able to obtain information about the golden nematode in half a month." He was clearly confident about the supporting Fall Nations intelligence network. It was just as Huang Jialong had said. Around 10 days later, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, sent a messenger to Duanling Tian. "Master Duan, we've received news about the location of the golden nematode." "Eh?" Duanling Tian's eyes lit up immediately as he looked at the messenger from the imperial palace and asked urgently, "Where's the golden nematode?" "It's with the imperial family of the solitary nation. It's a neighboring nation of our supporting Fall Nation." The messenger answered Duanling Tian's question without beating around the bush. "They have 2 golden nematodes." When His Majesty learned about this, he instantly sent a communication celestial talisman over and made a huge offer in exchange for the golden nematodes. However, His Majesty was tactfully refused. He sighed after he finished speaking. Duanling Tian's expression changed slightly, and he could not help the disappointment that welled up in his heart. Although he had now discovered the location of the golden nematodes, he had no way of obtaining them. However, his eyes brightened again, and a small ray of hope appeared in his heart when he heard the messenger's next words. "There's a reason the emperor of the solitary nation declined His Majesty's offer. A few days ago, 2 emperors from nearby nations had sent communication celestial talismans to the emperor of the solitary nation, expressing their wishes to buy the 2 golden nematodes. The emperor of the solitary nation wanted to sell a golden nematode each to the 2 emperors. But the 2 emperors declined and insisted on purchasing the 2 golden nematodes instead. Unwilling to offend either party, the emperor of the solitary nation decided to hold an imperial auction in 2 months and put the 2 golden nematodes up for auction. Naturally, the 2 emperors would be sending their people to the auction at that time," the messenger said in one breath. After a brief pause, he continued to say, "Therefore, His Majesty has decided to send City Governor Huang of Passage City to participate in the auction and bid for the 2 golden nematodes in 2 months. "The solitary nation? The imperial auction." Duanling Tian's eyes glinted in the light as he muttered under his breath, "I wonder if the 2 emperors also want the golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill?" Although Duanling Tian's voice was low, the messenger overheard his words. "You're right, Master Duan. Rumor has it that the 7th prince of the Moran nation, the emperor of the Moran nation's favorite prince, has mastered all kinds of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and is only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If they could refine the profound golden pill for the 7th prince, and he takes it before entering the southern heaven ancient realm, he'll definitely stand out and do well, making it more likely for the 3 sects and 2 clans to notice him. Then, he continued to say, "As for the Emperor of the East Ming nation, it's said that he's trying to obtain the profound golden pill for a talented sectless cultivator. This sectless cultivator is only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, since he had mastered the power of the law, he managed to defeat all of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation. With his talent, the Emperor of the East Ming nation naturally wants to give this talented sectless cultivator the profound golden pill. Even if this genius forgets about the East Ming nation after entering one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, the sect or clan that the sectless cultivator joined definitely would not be stingy in their rewards to the East Ming nation, since the Emperor was the one who found such a genius. After all, there's no doubt that the sectless cultivator would be regarded as a genius by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Speaking to this point, the messenger looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully before he said, "In fact, that genius sectless cultivator situation is somewhat similar to you, Master Duan. Although both of you are heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, both of you managed to defeat peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Similar to how you're now widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he's also widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the East Ming nation." Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he heard the messenger's words. Heaven stage overarching heaven supreme celestial? The power of the law. He knew this meant that the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial had mastered royal grade celestial method or divine ability and subsequently allowed him to comprehend the power of the law. This was how the sectless cultivator could defeat peak overarching heaven supreme celestials in the East Ming nation, even though he was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin instinctively exchanged a look. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. The real reason Duanling Tian had easily defeated Huang Jialong was due to the remaining effect of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Without the boost from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he knew he would not be Huang Jialong's opponent even if he fought with all his might. Although he owned royal-grade celestial weapons and had sufficient mastery over his celestial methods and divine abilities, the difference between the cultivation bases was too big of a chasm to cross. Then, the messenger dropped an even bigger bombshell, further shocking Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin. Moreover, that sectless genius is also younger than 100 years old. The sectless cultivator was not even 100 years old. But he was a heaven-stage overarching heaven supreme celestial who had comprehended the power of the law. What kind of monster was the sectless cultivator? Rumors are going around in the East Ming nation that the sectless cultivator is the reincarnation of some peerless powerhouse. Naturally, there's no evidence of this. After the messenger finished speaking, he bade Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin farewell before turning to leave. However, he halted in his tracks and turned around when he was at the courtyard's entrance as though he had just recalled something. "Master Duan, His Majesty has also said that if you're interested, you can join City Governor Huang and participate in the auction. All you have to do is notify City Governor Huang beforehand." As soon as he finished speaking, he took his leave. Duanling Tian, whose mind was on the East Ming nation's genius sectless cultivator, did not seem to notice the messenger's departure. Such a genius, if he was not the reincarnation of some peerless powerhouse, then he must have been incredibly lucky. Otherwise, it was impossible to have such achievements at such a young age. Duanling Tian asked Guanglin, "What do you think about the sectless cultivator?" "My lord," Lu Guanglin replied solemnly, "for that sectless genius to be able to comprehend the power of the law despite being less than 100 years old, he has to be the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse or ridiculously lucky. Although after reincarnating, one would have to recultivate one's cultivation base, due to the memories from one's past life regarding various things such as celestial methods, divine abilities, and the power of law, it would be easy for them to get stronger." Lu Guanglin continued to say, "Although Devata realms have people who reincarnated, they're still rather rare. Celestials have to take a big risk when reincarnating. After all, 9 out of 10 cases resulted in deaths. Therefore, not many are willing to take the chance and reincarnate. Therefore, I'm more inclined to say the sectless cultivators had progressed to this stage due to some ridiculously fortuitous encounters." Duanling Tian faintly nodded. He shared the same thought as Lu Guanglin. He wondered out loud, I wonder if I'll be able to comprehend the power of the law if I manage to obtain royal-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. As long as you obtain a fire attribute royal-grade celestial method or divine ability, you'll be able to easily comprehend and master the fire-type law with the help of the chaos divine flame? A familiar voice that seemed to come from inside his body rang in Duan Tian's mind. It had been a long time since he had last heard this voice. Profound divine metal? Duan Tian's eyes lit up. A hint of eagerness could be heard as the profound heaven metal that had been concealing Duan Tian's soul said, Kid, the Chao divine flame told me you obtained a first-form profound divine metal, is that right? Hurry up. Take it out so I can have a look. Based on the profound divine metal's words, it was clear the chaos divine flame had spoken to it before it fell into a deep slumber. Hearing profound divine metal, the excitement and urgency in the profound divine metal's words, Duan Tian took a stone out from his spatial ring. As soon as he brought the stone out, he could clearly sense and see a golden energy radiating from his soul's left before it shrouded his hand. To be more precise, it shrouded the stone in his hand, causing it to vibrate. Hey, your consciousness hasn't even developed yet, and you're thinking of resisting? Little guy, just become a part of my body. The profound divine metal's voice rang again. He could clearly feel the stone in his hand melting and becoming part of the golden energy. With this, he knew the profound divine metal had already been absorbed and merged with the second form profound divine metal. My lord, this Lu Guanglin, who was standing next to Duan Tian, naturally had witnessed everything. When he regained his senses, a hint of fear, shock, and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Standing beside Duan Tian, Lu Guanglin had vividly watched the entire scene play out just now. He remained stunned for a long time before finally staring at Duan Tian's face with horror in his eyes and disbelief on his face. My lord, this is Lu Guanglin saw a golden energy appear in Duan Tian's hand before it shrouded Duan Tian's hand completely. Following that, the stone in Duan Tian slowly disappeared, becoming part of the golden energy. He could sense the golden energy had gotten stronger after absorbing the stone. Then, he saw the golden energy disappearing into Duan Tian's body. He had no idea what had just happened. After all, it was his first time witnessing something like this. Nevertheless, he knew what had happened was extraordinary. I'm not too sure as well. I'll let you know later when there's a chance. Duan Tian replied to Lu Guanglin before he shifted his attention back to the profound divine metal in his body. He could clearly see that the golden energy had slightly restored the broken profound divine metal. It did not look as broken as before. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Lu Guanglin decided to stop dwelling on the matter. In his opinion, Duan Tian must have his reasons for saying such words. He stood patiently at the side, guarding Duan Tian, as he watched Duan Tian standing motionlessly, as though lost in thoughts. Kid, you did a good job. As long as you're able to find another first-form profound divine metal for me to absorb, I'll be able to transform into a third-form profound divine metal. A hint of admiration could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice that rang in Duan Tian's mind. The profound divine metal continued to say, once I transform into a third-form profound divine metal, I'll be able to help you quickly comprehend the power of the law in metal attribute royal grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Apart from that, I'll be able to continue protecting your soul. Most importantly, I'll be able to merge with the celestial weapon you wield for a short time and boost its power. Alright, I can feel myself falling into a slumber now. Keep up the good work. Kid, try your best to help me enter the third form, and I promise I won't let you down. The profound divine metal stopped talking, leaving Duan Tian with a belly full of questions. Based on the profound divine metal's words, it seemed like it would be able to boost his celestial weapon's strength by merging with it for a short time after it became a third-form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame, what are they exactly? I only know they are two of the 5 divine elements, and they're divided into different forms. The Chao divine flame's first form is roughly equivalent to a primitive celestial fire. Naturally, it's superior to ordinary primitive celestial fire. Its second form is equivalent to a mediocre celestial fire. Similarly, it's superior to ordinary mediocre celestial fires. Its current form, the third form, is similar to an extraordinary prominent celestial fire. One would usually need two different celestial fires to refine pills and forge weapons. However, the Chaos Divine Flame is capable of doing both, Duanling Tian thought to himself. The third forms of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal are able to help me comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal as well. It seems like they'll grow stronger and stronger the higher their forms are. A hint of anticipation could be seen flashing in Duanling Tian's eyes when he thought about this. Naturally, he knew that he would have to find other Chaos Divine Flames and Profound Divine Metals to transform the ones he had into higher forms. Then, Duanling Tian decided to visit Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, and Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. After all, he was going to attend the imperial auction in the Solitary Nation that was going to be held by the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. He summoned Lu Guanglin, and they left the imperial palace, making their way to Passage City's residence in the capital of Supporting Fall Nation. The Supporting Fall Nation ruled over 36 cities, and Passage City was one of them. All 36 cities had their own residence in the capital. The 36 cities were, naturally, not equal. Some thrived and some less so. Some city governors were stronger than others. Passage City, for example, was considered as one of the top 3 cities in the Supporting Fall Nation, whether it was in regard to resources or population. Huang Yuanfei was the strongest powerhouse below Celestial Kings in the Supporting Fall Nation. This was one of the reasons who Lin Yi, the emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation, relied on him heavily. Moreover, with him governing Passage City, the city was thriving. Since 2 of Huang Yuanfei's sons had secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in half a year during the Southern Heaven combat, they decided to stay in the capital for the time being. Moreover, there was no urgent matter to attend to in Passage City. Huang Yuanfei had decided to wait for his sons to come out from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans before he returned to Passage City. Although Passage City's residence was inferior compared to the Imperial Palace, it was still big and grand. Duanling Tian, who was standing at the entrance, thought that it looked like a mini-palace. Duanling Tian was about to state the purpose of his visit when one of the guards made an inviting gesture and said, "Young Master Duan, our young master has told us to directly bring you in if you ever visit." After Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin entered, the guard hurriedly led the way. Duanling Tian's eyes were bright as he surveyed his surroundings. Although the Passage City's residence was much smaller than the Imperial Palace, it had everything the palace had. As Duanling Tian walked down the long corridor that was paved with blue stones, he enjoyed the tranquility of the lush garden. A sweet smell wafted into his nose, making him feel as though he was standing in the midst of thousands of flowers. He could vaguely hear the melodious sound of flowing water in the distance as well. After a while, the guard finally came to a stop outside a huge courtyard. Then he notified the people inside of their presence before he left. Soon after, Huang Jialong appeared and invited Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin inside. "Brother Duan, I was just about to visit you. I didn't expect you to visit first." "You were planning to visit me?" Duanling Tian asked, slightly curious as he followed Huang Jialong into the courtyard. Huang Jialong invited Duanling Tian to sit at a stone table before he said with a faint smile, "You're probably here for the same matter. The golden nematodes, right? You've already heard about it? Did City Governor Huang tell you about it?" Duanling Tian asked with a smile. "Yes." Huang Jialong nodded slightly. "Father told me His Majesty has tasked him with obtaining the golden nematodes at all cost during the auction in the Solitary Nation's capital. After telling me this, he asked me to look for you to see if you're interested in going to the Solitary Nation's capital to participate in the auction as well. What do you think, Brother Duan? Do you want to go out and gain some experience? I'll accompany you if you decide to go." Without waiting for Duanling Tian's reply, Huang Jialong hastily added, "Naturally, if you don't want to go, I won't go as well." "I'll go," Duanling Tian replied. How could he not go? If Huang Yuanfei successfully obtained the 2 golden nematodes during the auction, it would take some time before he returned to the capital of Supporting Fall Nation. If he went along, he could immediately start refining the profound golden pill as long as Huang Yuanfei obtained the golden nematode. At that time he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Okay, then I'll come with you, Huang Jialong replied excitedly after hearing Duan Tian's reply. Then Duan Tian asked, Jialong, is City Governor Huang in? Since he was already here, whether it was because of his friendship with Huang Jialong, out of courtesy, or Huang Yuanfei's status, he decided to greet Huang Yuanfei. Brother Duan, it's really too bad. An hour ago, after Father told me about participating in the auction in Solitary Nation, he left for Passage City. Huang Jialong shook his head. By the time he returns, it'd be time for us to set off. Duan Tian nodded slightly. I guess I can only meet City Governor Huang when we're leaving for the Solitary Nation's capital. Duan Tian chatted with Huang Jialong for a bit more before he returned to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Over the next 1.5 months, Duan Tian did not cultivate. Instead, he focused on refining his alchemy skills. He decided not to waste time cultivating since he would be able to directly break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming a profound golden pill. It would be more efficient for him to cultivate once he had consumed the profound golden pill and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1.5 months flew by in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Tian, with Lu Guanglin in tow, flew out of the capital's northern gate of capital toward a few individuals standing in the distance. As Duan Tian drew closer, one of the individuals, Huang Jialong, stepped forward and called out Brother Duan. After Huang Jialong greeted Duan Tian outside of the northern gates of the supporting Fall Nation's capital, he led Duan Tian and Lu Guanglin toward 3 people standing in the distance. Brother Duan, let me bring you to my father. Duan Tian had seen one of the 3 men before. The man was none other than Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He had never seen the other 2 men before. One of them was a gray-haired old man who was dressed in a long black robe. He was so thin that his face looked skeletal. He emitted a cold and eerie air about him. The other man was a middle-aged man with a square face who was tall and muscular. His hair was cropped short and his eyebrows made him look as fierce as a tiger. He carried a dignified air about him. The middle-aged man who seemed as sturdy as a mountain was the complete opposite of the old man. Huang Jialong gestured to Duan Tian to come forward before he said, Father, this is Brother Duan. You've met him before. Huang Yuanfei had been watching Duan Tian as soon as Duan Tian had appeared. Master Duan, we meet again. Huang Yuanfei greeted Duan Tian with a smile on his face. He did not put on air even though he was the city governor of Passage City and a senior to Duan Tian. His behavior put Duan Tian at ease. City Governor Huang Jialong and I are friends. You can just call me Ling Tian. Duan Tian replied with a smile. Huang Yuanfei laughed good-naturedly before he said, All right, why don't I address you as Little Tian instead? It feels more intimate this way. Moreover, with your age, it's quite an appropriate form of address. Then, Huang Yuanfei proceeded to introduce the 2 men to Duan Tian. Little Tian, this is old Mo, my godfather. He's also my father's sworn brother. This man, on the other hand, is my brother, Bai Gang. You can call him Uncle Bai. When the 2 men shifted their gaze to Duan Tian felt slightly discomfited as though something was amiss. It felt as though they could see through his thoughts. Nevertheless, he greeted with a smile on his face. Greetings, old Mo, Uncle Bai. Not bad. No wonder Jialong admires you. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial younger than 100 years old who's stronger than him. How impressive. Bai Gang said with a grin. He seemed like a cheerful and friendly person. On the contrary, the old man only nodded slightly in response before he shifted his gaze away. From the beginning until the end, his gaze remained as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Ling Tian, my lad, old Mo is really boring. Just ignore him. Bai Gang said with a laugh, clearly trying to diffuse the awkward situation. At this moment, Huang Yuanfei looked at the old man and said, Old Mo, since everyone is here, let's go. The old man nodded before he moved at the speed of lightning. Celestial origin energy that was as dark as ink surged out his body into the surroundings. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air before the black energy dispersed. revealing a giant flying beast. The beast was a black hawk the size of a hill. Its black feather glinted in the sun. It looked really tough, as though it was made of metal. Its claws at the end of its feet looked deadly as it hovered in the air in front of them. They seemed as deadly as any celestial weapons. See celestial beast? He's a celestial beast with a human form. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. No wonder he felt strange earlier. Meanwhile, Lu Guanglin cried out after he regained his senses, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, the green-eyed Black Hawk. Old Mo, who had reverted to his original form, turned to look at Lu Guanglin with his green eyes. You recognize my original form. Not bad, you're quite knowledgeable. An elementary king-grade celestial beast? This was Duan Ling Tian's first time hearing about the green-eyed Black Hawk. However, he had learned about elementary king-grade celestial beasts from a few memory celestial talismans. An elementary king-grade celestial beasts would become a one basic celestial king after maturity. Some of them might even become 2 forms or 3 talents celestial kings if their innate talents were extraordinary. They might be able to further improve their cultivation bases if they had fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, their cultivation bases would stagnate at the level of a 3 talents celestial king. After experiencing the power granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, Duan Ling Tian had grown rather adept in discerning celestial kings through their auras. Old Mo must be a one basic celestial king. What a surprise! City Governor Huang is not the strongest person in Passage City. It's this old man. Duan Ling Tian was rather taken aback by this revelation. Little Tian will ride on Old Mo's back. He'll take us to the solitary nation's capital, Huang Yuanfei said after he flew onto the Black Hawk's back. Everyone took their turns and flew onto the Black Hawk's back as well. At this moment, Huang Jialong, who was beside Duan Ling Tian, said, Brother Duan, with Old Mo's speed, we'll arrive in the capital of the solitary nation within 10 days. 10 days? The distance between the capital of the supporting Fall Nation and the capital of the solitary nation is rather wide. Duan Ling Tian was startled when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Although 10 days was not long, flying celestial beasts were known for their speed. An elementary king-grade celestial beast, a one basic celestial king, was flying them there, but it would still take 10 days? Well, it is quite a distance away. We're traveling to another nation after all. Huang Jialong replied with a smile. As soon as Duan Ling Tian, Huang Jialong, Lu Guanglin, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang were on Old Mo's back, he spread his gigantic wings and shot out like an arrow. A translucent black light shrouded the group of people and acted as a barrier, protecting them from the wind that grew increasingly violent as Old Mo increased his speed. What an incredible speed! Duan Ling Tian could not see his surroundings at all as the flying celestial beast moved at top speed. Jialong, is Uncle Bai also a celestial beast? Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huang Jialong. HM? How did you know? Huang Jialong was taken back when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to guess this, even though it was no longer a secret that Old Mo was a celestial beast. So it's true. Duan Ling Tian was stunned and baffled at the same time. How did he manage to sense the abnormalities in the auras of the 2 celestial beasts when they were in human forms? In the Devata realms, only a person with a higher cultivation base than the celestial beasts would be able to sense a celestial beast in human form. Yes, Brother Duan. How did you know? Huang Jialong asked curiously. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, eagerly anticipating Duan Ling Tian's answer. Alas, Duan Ling Tian's answer only rendered him speechless. It's just instinct. Duan Ling Tian was not wrong. When he had first sensed Bai Gang and Old Mo's auras, he did not know much. He only knew there was something different about them. All of a sudden, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Lad, it's not your instinct. My aura has affected your soul and made you more sensitive. Duan Ling Tian asked, shocked. Aren't you in deep slumber? Why are you awake? It's all thanks to this little black hawk. Its aura had woken me up. I was afraid it might eat you. However, it seems like it's a friend, not a foe. I was worried for nothing, the profound divine metal said. Little black hawk? Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed Black Hawk was an elementary king-grade celestial beast. It was the size of a hill, and yet, the profound divine metal called it little. Senior, don't worry. Even if he suddenly decides to eat me, you're just gonna have a new host, at most. I'm sure he'll be glad to have you. Moreover, he's much stronger than me, Duan Ling Tian said. Humph, you're right. This little Black Hawk is, indeed, much stronger than you. However, if I'm not mistaken, his cultivation base is destined to stagnate at the one basic Celestial King level because his Celestial Beast's blood vein is only mediocre. Perhaps he might be able to improve slightly with my guidance. However, it would still be difficult because of his blood vein. It's almost impossible for him to become a Celestial Lord unless he has a rare fortuitous encounter. On the contrary, you're one of a kind. Your innate talent is extremely rare among humans. With the right opportunity, you'll improve in leaps and bounds. The difference in innate talents between you and this little Black Hawk is like earth and heaven. Even if he kills you, I'll only allow him to be my temporary host until I find a worthy host. The profound divine metal said disdainfully. It was clear the profound divine metal did not think much of the green-eyed Black Hawk's innate talent. The profound divine metal's words caused Duan Ling Tian's lips to twitch again. An elementary king-grade celestial beast was deemed worthless by the profound divine metal. How ridiculous was that? On the contrary, this little tiger here has more potential compared to the little Black Hawk. There's a trace of the divine white tiger's bloodline in his otherwise mediocre blood vein. It's no problem for him to become a two-form celestial king or even a three-talent celestial king, given enough time. If he's lucky, he might even be able to further improve his cultivation base. Otherwise, he'd probably stay a three-talent celestial king forever, the profound divine metal said. Little tiger? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the profound divine metal's words. Soon after, he realized the little tiger the profound divine metal had mentioned was referring to the middle-aged man by Gang. At this moment, Huang Jialong said, Brother Duan, I must say you're really amazing. Not only do you have such a high innate talent, but even your instinct is amazing. You're right. Uncle Bai is also a celestial beast. He's a peak elementary king-grade celestial beast. His innate talent is higher than old Mo. According to old Mo, barring unforeseen circumstances, Uncle Bai would be able to become a three-talent celestial king. Huang Jialong's words were in line with the profound divine metal's words. Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spine when he realized how powerful the profound divine metal was. Senior, the chaos divine flame, and you are part of the 5 divine elements. What are the other 3 elements? Duan Ling Tian asked. Alas, he repeated his questions several times, but there was no reply from the profound divine metal. Did it fall asleep again? The profound divine metal and chaos divine flame doesn't seem like they're part of the 5 divine elements. They seem like sleepy pigs instead. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked at Huang Jialong and said through voice transmission, Peak elementary king-grade celestial beast. Jialong, what type of celestial beast is he? Uncle Bai is a copper flying tiger. According to Uncle Bai, the copper flying tiger is the weakest in the flying tiger clan. The silver flying tiger is a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. They're able to become 6 combinations celestial king. The golden flying tiger is a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. The highest cultivation base they can achieve is the level of a 9 palaces celestial king. Without rare fortuitous encounters, it'd be difficult for golden flying tigers to become 10 directions celestial kings. Only the dark golden flying tiger is able to become a celestial lord. However, they're only limited to the 1 basic celestial lord level at most, Huang Jialong explained. The dark golden flying tiger? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes, a dark golden flying tiger. Huang Jialong nodded. According to Uncle Bai, the dark golden flying tiger has the highest innate talent in the flying tiger clan. They're from the royal bloodline. Most dark golden flying tigers are bound to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. If they want to grow stronger or become a titled celestial lord, they'd need luck on their sides, Huang Jialong said. So, the dark golden flying tiger is a peak superior king-grade celestial beast, right? Based on my knowledge, generally, most superior king-grade celestial beasts stop improving once they become 10 directions celestial kings, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-eyed black hawk beneath his feet before he shifted his eyes to Bai Gang, who was standing next to Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. A thought suddenly surfaced in Duan Ling Tian's mind, so he turned to Huang Jialong again and asked, Jialong, if I'm not mistaken, the Flying Tiger clan and Old Mo's clan are in the Southern Heaven territory, right? As far as Duan Ling Tian knew, the majority of intelligent celestial beasts were gathered in Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Phoenix Nest Heaven, the Crouching Dragon Heaven, and the White Tiger Heaven. The celestial beasts made up 80% of the population in these Devata realms. The remaining percentage was mostly human and other life forms. The 10,000 Beast Heaven was the only Devata realm in the 81 Devata realms that had a 99% population of celestial beasts. This is because anyone who was not celestial beasts would be killed by celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. One would need to be powerful enough to handle all the celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven if one wished to stay there. On the contrary, the celestial beasts in the other beast-centric Devata realms were less extreme. They were not opposed to coexisting with humans and other life forms. However, the celestial beasts were extremely united. If humans or other life forms tried to hunt celestial beasts, the celestial beasts would undoubtedly unite to retaliate. The body parts of celestial beasts, especially powerful ones, were precious materials. They could be used in pill refining, forging weapons, and laying formations. For these reasons, weak celestial beasts were usually hunted. For example, the green-eyed black hawk's feathers were regarded as the least valuable parts. However, the feathers could be used to forge Duke-grade celestial weapons. If the pair of wings were to be given to a supreme king-grade celestial weapons craftsman, it could be made into several king-grade celestial weapons. The green-eyed black hawk was a treasure coveted by many strong celestial kings. If they were not protected, they would certainly be hunted. However, seeing that Old Mo and Bai Gang openly appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's capital after staying in Passage City for so long, it was clear they had the protection of a formidable force. Otherwise, they would not have exposed themselves. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian speculated that Old Mo and Bai Gang's clans were in the Southern Heaven territory. This must be the reason why they were not targeted. Of course, Huang Jialong was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's speculation because it was common sense. Intelligent celestial beasts would only dare expose themselves in Devata realms dominated by human beings if they had sufficient support. In the Southern Heaven territory, the Flying Tiger clan is considered a huge clan among the celestial beast clans. According to Uncle Bai, there are no less than 10 dark golden flying tigers in the main branch of the Flying Tiger clan. They have branch clans everywhere. Within the profound Nether Mansion, there's one branch clan. It's also the clan that Uncle Bai belongs to. Uncle Bai's clan doesn't have any dark golden's flying tigers, but they have no less than 5 golden flying tigers. In fact, 3 of the golden flying tigers in Uncle Bai's clan are 10 directions celestial kings. This is why Uncle Bai doesn't bother to hide. Furthermore, king-grade celestial beasts are capable of leaving soul marks on their killers before they die. Even powerful celestial lords have extreme difficulties in removing the soul marks left by king-grade celestial beasts. So, if Uncle Bai is killed by an outsider, the members of his clan will definitely be able to trace his killer and avenge him. Since celestial beasts are rare in human-dominated Devata realms, they're very united. This is especially true when humans provoked them. Old Mo belongs to the Black Hawk clan. Similar to the Flying Tiger clan, members of the Black Hawk clan are divided based on their innate talents as well. Old Mo is a green-eyed Black Hawk. The levels below him are red-eyed, orange-eyed, and yellow-eyed Black Hawks. They're intermediate, advanced, and superior Duke-grade celestial beasts respectively. Then there are the azure-eyed, blue-eyed, and purple-eyed Black Hawks. They're intermediate, advanced, and superior king-grade celestial beasts respectively. They're on a higher level than Old Mo. The purple-eyed Black Hawk is equivalent to the dark golden flying tiger in the Flying Tiger clan. They have royal blood. Nevertheless, a purple-eyed Black Hawk is only a superior king-grade celestial beast. Its innate talent is lower than that of the dark golden flying tiger, a peak superior king-grade celestial beast. Moreover, there are much fewer celestial lords among the purple-eyed Black Hawks. The clan leader of the Black Hawk clan in the Southern Heaven Territory is only a 10 Directions celestial king. It's extremely difficult for a superior king-grade celestial beast to break through and become a celestial lord. In fact, in the Southern Heaven Territory, there's only one purple-eyed Black Hawk that became a celestial lord. Although this purple-eyed Black Hawk isn't in the Black Hawk clan, it's mostly due to his influence that the clan is able to prosper in the Southern Heaven Territory. Huang Jialong said. The Black Hawk clan is still able to thrive in the Southern Heaven Territory even though the purple-eyed Black Hawk isn't in the Black Hawk clan? Is it really just because he's Celestial Lord? Duan Ling Tian was rather skeptical. As though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, Huang Jialong said, "You're right, the purple-eyed Black Hawk is only a one basic Celestial Lord. It's impossible for him to protect the Black Hawk clan in the Southern Heaven Territory with that level of strength alone." Then what's the reason? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's because that purple-eyed Black Hawk is the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's mount. Huang Jialong slowly said. Each of Huang Jialong's words sounded like an explosion in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He was shocked. That purple-eyed Black Hawk was the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's mount? One had to know that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord was the only titled Celestial Lord in the Southern Heaven Territory. He reigned supreme in the Southern Heaven Territory. Blood would shed into rivers, and millions would die with just an order from the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Other Celestial Lords were no match for him at all. No wonder, realization finally dawned on Duan Ling Tian. As the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's mount, it's no wonder no one dares to provoke the Black Hawk clan. In fact, it's less dangerous to offend the Flying Tiger clan than the Black Hawk clan. Duan Ling Tian muttered. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. With this information, Duan Ling Tian finally learned why the Flying Tiger clan and Black Hawk clan were forces to be reckoned with. After his chat with Huang Jialong, he sat cross-legged after bringing out his prominent celestial pill cauldron to practice alchemy. Brother Duan, why you're skilled in alchemy? Huang Jialong asked with an incredulous expression on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian was about to refine pills. His words attracted the attention of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, and Bai Gang. Lu Guanglin was, naturally, unsurprised since he had known Duan Ling Tian was an excellent prominent celestial alchemist. However, he had been similarly shocked the first time he saw Duan Ling Tian easily refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Under Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, Bai Gang's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian threw the medicinal herbs in his hand into the cauldron and began to refine the pills. It took him half an hour to heat the cauldron. Old Mo had just turned around to look when Duan Ling Tian was done with refining the pills. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A dozen pills flew out of the cauldron into Duan Ling Tian's hand. Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang's eyes widened in shock. Old Mo exclaimed in surprise. Overarching heaven pills? It was his first time seeing someone successfully refining so many pills at one go and in such a short time. In fact, none of the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemists he had met could compare to Duan Ling Tian's skills in alchemy. So many overarching heaven pills? This young man, he's truly remarkable. When Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang regained their senses, they exchanged a look. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Brother Duan, why you're planning to refine the profound golden pill, aren't you? Huang Jialong asked with a gulp. Based on Duan Ling Tian's speed and success rate when he refined the overarching heaven pills earlier, it seemed like he was at least a supreme king-grade celestial alchemist. Yes, I am. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Huang Jialong's heart skipped a beat. Huang Yuanfei's eyes widened as well. Initially, when the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had told him about Duan Ling Tian wanting the golden nematode for the profound golden pill, he had assumed Duan Ling Tian had found a supreme king-grade celestial alchemist to help him refine the pill. It was not easy to refine the profound golden pill, after all. One had to be a supreme king-grade celestial alchemist at least to successfully refine the profound golden pill. Lad, are you really going to refine the profound golden pill? Refining the profound golden pill is no joke. Bai Gang looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, Don't forget, The golden nematodes that will be auctioned off in the Solitary Nation are going to cost a lot of celestial crystals. It'd be a huge loss for everyone if you fail to refine the profound golden pill. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded. You. Before Bai Gang finished speaking, Huang Yuanfei interjected with bright eyes. Little Tian, how confident are you in successfully refining the profound golden pill? I'm more than 90% certain, Duan Ling Tian answered confidently. More than 90%? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. This was especially true for Bai Gang. He was still in disbelief. A slight frown could be seen on his face as he said, Young lad, this is a serious matter. It's not the time to boast. Uncle Bai, I won't simply say things if I'm not confident, Duan Ling Tian said as he met Bai Gang's eyes. Very well. I look forward to it. Failing to dissuade Duan Ling Tian, Bai Gang could only wait and see. Little Tian, since you're confident that you'll successfully refine the profound golden pill, if we obtain the 2 golden nematodes during the auction, refine 2 profound golden pills. You can keep one for your own use and sell the other one to the Moran Nation or the East Ming Nation. At that time, you can sell it to the highest bidder. Huang Yuanfei said excitedly. It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian successfully refining the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was special among the prominent celestial pills because regardless of the level of a celestial alchemist, one could only refine 1 pill each time. Governor Huang, Duan Ling Tian said before he corrected himself when he saw Huang Yuanfei's displeased expression. Uncle Huang, although that's a good idea, I only have 1 profound spirit flower. It was given to me by the Emperor. If I want to refine a 2nd profound golden pill, I'd need another profound spirit flower. A wry smile could be seen on his face when he spoke. The golden nematode and the profound spirit flower were key ingredients to refining the profound golden pill. Compared to the other ingredients that were easily found and cheap, these 2 ingredients were extremely rare. Huang Yuanfei laughed as he lifted his hand and said, I've thought about it as well. Isn't it such a coincidence that I happen to have a profound spirit flower with me? 10 days later, a city about the size of the capital of the supporting Fall Nation appeared before Duan Ling Tian after old Mo slowed down. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to see his surroundings clearly. We've arrived at the capital of the Solitary Nation. The imperial auction is slated to happen in 5 days. Meanwhile, the imperial family of the Solitary Nation will provide us with accommodation in the imperial palace. Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, said as soon as they entered the capital of the Solitary Nation. The capital of the Solitary Nation was similar to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. It was a big and bustling city. Before entering the capital, old Mo had reverted to his human form. A scrawny old man in black robes. Huang Yuanfei led the group through the busy streets of the capital to the entrance of the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation. I'm Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. We're here to participate in the imperial auction that will be held in 5 days. Huang Yuanfei said to the imperial guards guarding the palace. Soon after, a person came out to welcome them. A middle-aged man dressed in silver armor greeted Huang Yuanfei. He was as tall and muscular as Bai Gang. City Governor Huang, it's really you. It's been 10 years since we last met. Commander He, it's an honor for you to come and welcome us, Huang Yuanfei said as he cupped his hands together. Old Mo is here as well? Commander He smiled and quickly bowed, slightly distracted by old Mo who was standing behind Huang Yuanfei. It was obvious he knew old Mo was a one basic celestial king. Before old Mo replied, Bai Gang said with a broad smile on his face, Yifeng, we were tied during our battle 10 years ago. We must fight again this time. Bai Gang, it was a tie only because we were both fooling around. In a serious battle, I'm definitely no match for you if you revert to your true form. Yifeng said with a wry smile when he heard Bai Gang's words. So you're aware of that? However, 10 years have passed. I'm sure you have improved a lot. It's rare for us to meet. Now that I'm here, you must make time for a round of battle with me, Bai Gang said as he cracked his knuckles. It was obvious his fighting spirit had been stimulated. If you insist, we'll have a battle outside the city after the Imperial auction. You can fight in your true form without holding back. Yifeng's eyes brightened. It was clear he was also keen to fight with Bai Gang. Great. You must have improved tremendously. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask me to fight in my true form, Bai Gang said after he laughed heartily. His fighting spirit grew even stronger with these words. Both of you can continue this conversation after the auction. Huang Yuanfei quickly interrupted the duo's conversation before he said, Commander He, this is my fourth son, Huang Jialong. I believe you've met him a few years ago. Then he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, This is Jia Long's good friend, Duan Lingtian. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has sent me here to obtain the golden nematodes to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After greeting Huang Jialong, He Feng shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. You're Duan Lingtian. As neighboring nations, it was only natural for the solitary nation to receive news of the genius who appeared during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. This genius under the age of 100 had defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, with just a move. He was well aware of Huang Jialong's high innate talent and strength. Therefore, he was shocked when he heard someone who was not even 100 years old defeated Huang Jialong with just a move. Wait a second, before Duan Lingtian could reply, He Feng looked at Huang Yuanfei and asked, City Governor Huang, did you say that you're here to obtain the golden nematode to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Are you saying that he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as he turned back to look at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he had seen a monster. Was this young man another monstrous genius who had also comprehended the power of the law like that genius from the East Ming nation? Otherwise, how could a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old defeat Huang Jialong, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, with one blow? He Feng, you're shocked, right? Bai Gang laughed heartily when he saw the expression on He Feng's face. Among the top 9 candidates selected from the Southern Heaven combat in the Solitary Nation, I believe none of them are as crazy as this young lad, right? He Feng scoffed and coldly said, Bai Gang, I was shocked by this talented young man. Not you. Why are you so proud? Then, he looked at Huang Yuanfei and said, No wonder City Governor Huang personally led the group here. The supporting Fall Nation has found a genius comparable to the genius in the East Ming Nation. Governor Huang, Old Mo, Young Master Duan, Jialong, please come with me. He Feng deliberately left Bai Gang out. The imperial palace of the Solitary Nation was fully decorated with gold and gemstones. It was a stark contrast to the simple and minimalistic concept of the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. After they entered the palace, Huang Jialong took the initiative to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to explain the situation. Brother Duan, He Feng is the commander of the Imperial Army of the Solitary Nation. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. 10 years ago, he was sent by the Emperor of the Solitary Nation to Passage City for a mission. That's how he became acquainted with my father and had a round of battle with Uncle Bai. He Feng and Uncle Bai like to taunt each other. This is the way they usually interact. They actually have a close relationship. In fact, their relationship is better than Uncle Bai's relationship with my father. Duan Lingtian could tell He Feng most probably a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, he did not expect He Feng to be the commander of the Imperial Army of the Solitary Nation. In the supporting Fall Nation, there were only 2 men the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation regarded as his most trustworthy men. One of them was Huang Yuanfei and the other one was the elusive commander of his Imperial Army. Based on this, he came to the conclusion that He Feng must also be highly trusted by the Emperor of the Solitary Nation. During their journey, He Feng would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian in a strange manner. However, Duan Lingtian paid no mind to it. Soon enough, they arrived in a huge area that housed 6 courtyards. 3 courtyards sat on each side of a path, following each other. City Governor Huang, it's been a long journey coming from the supporting Fall Nation. Have a good rest. I'll come back in 5 days to bring all of you to the auction center. He Feng bade farewell and left after he showed the group their temporary residence. Father, I'd like to show Brother Duan around West Lane Town. Do you mind if I bring Grandpa Mo or Uncle Bai with us? Huang Jialong asked with a smile. He was aware that they needed someone to protect them to avoid unwanted trouble. After all, they were no longer in the supporting Fall Nation. West Lane Town. Huang Yuanfei looked at Huang Jialong knowingly. From what I know, West Lane Town is famous for stone gambling. You're going to take little Tian to stone gamble, aren't you? Huang Jialong smiled sheepishly and did not deny his father's words. Stone gambling? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Stone gambling was also a thing in the Devata realms? He had heard of stone gambling during his time on Earth. People would look at stones with their naked eyes to determine which one held valuable jade. I wonder what's the difference between stone gambling in the Devata realm and on Earth. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 1. Yuan Fei. I'll go with them. Bai Gang volunteered to go with Duan Lingtian and Huang Yuanfei. West Lane Town in the capital of the Solitary Nation was famous for stone gambling among its neighboring nations. Although stone gambling could be found in other nations as well, it was not taken seriously like it was in West Lane Town. Brother Duan, most of the origin stones in the supporting Fall Nation come from West Lane Town. West Lane Town owns the largest stone gambling den in the southern region of the profound Nether Mansion. Huang Jialong explained, as they left the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation for West Lane Town. Origin stones? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. A hint of curiosity could be heard in his voice. He speculated origin stones were like raw jade stones on Earth. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded. Origin stones are like fossils. They're covered in layers of dirt and dust and become origin stones with the passing of time. They're capable of blocking out all divine consciousness. Not even the strongest 10-direction Celestial Emperor in the Devata realms or the mysterious titled Celestial Emperor in the Title Temple is able to bypass the Origin Stones effect. However, the surface of Origin Stones is so weak that even the weakest great overarching golden celestial would be able to crack it to obtain what's inside. Since one can't investigate what's inside Origin Stones with one's divine consciousness, stone gambling has become a profitable market in Devata realms. Huang Jialong continued to explain. The concept of origin stones was rather similar to stones that contained precious raw jade on Earth. On Earth, stones with a slight color of jade would increase in value in the market due to the possibility of it containing raw jade. Naturally, there was always a possibility that one might end up with just a piece of worthless stone as well. The difference was origin stones in Devata realms might contain unknown treasure while the raw jade stones on Earth might contain raw jade. There are many different sizes of origin stones. Those that are damaged, exposing their contents, aren't qualified to be used for stone gambling since we would be able to probe it with our divine consciousness. This defeats the purpose of stone gambling after all, Huang Jialong continued to say. Jialong. So what's inside origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The contents of origin stones must be highly valuable to pique Huang Jialong's interest in stone gambling. He could not help but wonder what was in them. Brother Duan, do you know where origin stones come from? Huang Jialong asked. Based on what you said earlier, they must be artifacts from a long time ago. After all, fossilization takes a long time. Duan Lingtian deduced out loud. That's right. I'm sure you know little worlds left behind by celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors in the Devata realms contain their legacies. Huang Jialong said. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly in response. It's generally known that the stability of a little world relies heavily on the cultivation base of its creator. Little worlds created by celestial kings are less stable compared to the ones created by celestial lords. Similarly, those created by celestial lords are less stable than those created by celestial emperors. However, no matter how stable they are, they would destabilize with the passing of time. To keep it stable at all times, it needed to be maintained. For example, the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the Southern Heaven territory was created by a titled celestial lord. After that, many Southern Heaven celestial lords made an effort to keep it stable in the past. What makes it special is that, on top of the treasures that are already in there, those celestial lords had also filled the realm with more treasures like celestial weapons, medicinal herbs, and celestial talismans. At the same time, they would also put obstacles and tests in the realm. Huang Jialong said, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords are in charge of the upper realms in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, while ordinary Celestial Lords were in charge of the middle realms. Finally, Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory are in charge of the lower realms. The lower realm we'll be entering in 4 months is maintained by the Profound Nether Mansion. Huang Jialong continued to say, I'm not sure if you know there are 108 lower realms in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They're guarded by 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory respectively. The Profound Nether Mansion is one of them. Huang Jialong smiled sheepishly as he paused for a moment. I know this is a lot to take in at once. I'll get to the origins of the origin stones soon. It's fine. I'm learning a lot of things. Prior to this, I didn't know there are 108 lower realms in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. Despite his calm expression, Duan Lingtian was inwardly shocked. Based on Huang Jialong's words, there were clearly thousands of nations similar to the supporting Fall Nation and Solitary Nation under the Profound Nether Mansion alone. There are at least 1,000 nations under the Profound Nether Mansion. This means there must be at least 100,000 nations under all the 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he thought to himself. He felt slightly insignificant when he realized how vast a Devata realm was. The Southern Heaven Territory that's ruled by a titled Celestial Lord alone has at least 100,000 nations. There must be many more places similar to the Southern Heaven Territory in the spirit overarching heaven. After all, there are powerhouses stronger than titled Celestial Lords such as Celestial Emperors and titled Celestial Emperors. Above the titled Celestial Emperors is the Heavenly Emperor that rules over the entire spirit overarching heaven. Most importantly, there are 81 Devata realms. At this moment, Huang Jialong said, as I mentioned earlier, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, similar to all little worlds, requires Southern Heaven Celestial Lords to maintain its stability. Otherwise, it will lose its stability and eventually collapse as time passes by. Unfortunately, not many powerhouses are willing to put in the effort to stabilize little worlds. Once a little world collapses, everything in it, including the treasures, will be drawn into a spatial turbulence before they scatter everywhere. With time, these things that are scattered will turn into origin stones. As I've said, some of them contain treasure and some of them are just worthless stones. Even in Devata realms, stone gambling was just like gambling on Earth. Out of 10 gamblers, 9 would lose. Majority of the origin stones in the stone gambling market are worthless. Origin stones with treasures are quite rare. For this reason, despite how popular stone gambling is, only a handful of people is actually lucky enough to obtain origin stones with treasures in them. Well, I'm sure there are also people who obtained precious origin stones but kept it a secret. After all, one might attract trouble if it's known that one possesses a treasure, Huang Jialong said. Soon after, they arrived at West Lane Town. There were many shops that sold rough stones with strange shapes. Are all these shops selling origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the shops. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded slightly before he led Duan Lingtian to the largest shop in their vicinity. Meanwhile, Bai Gang, who had followed the duo out to protect them, kept his distance. He knew Huang Jialong disliked having someone constantly shadowing him. After all, he would watch over them from afar and make a move if he sensed something amiss. However, if the situation demanded that he could only save one of the 2 young men, he would undoubtedly save Huang Jialong. After all, Huang Jialong was the son of his sworn brother, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Moreover, Huang Yuanfei had saved his life a few times in the past. Even if his life was at stake, he would never hesitate to protect Huang Jialong. Greetings, dear guests. Are you here to buy origin stones? A smiling, well-dressed middle-aged welcomed Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong as soon as they stepped foot in the shop. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "You have quite a huge collection of stones here. Would you kindly recommend a few to us?" "It's my pleasure, dear guests." The middle-aged man led the duo to the table in front that displayed a lot of origin stones. A few people wearing the same uniform as the middle-aged man, who were clearly shop assistants, were also recommending origin stones to a few customers in the shop. Dear guests, this is table 36. The origin stones on this table are the cheapest ones available in the shop because they're small, the middle-aged man said. There were at least 1,000 origin stones on table 36. The largest stone was almost the size of the fist of a newborn baby, whereas the smallest one was slightly bigger than a spatial ring. They are cheap since it's obvious that they don't contain large treasures. They usually contain small items like spatial rings. However, if you're lucky, they might contain spatial rings formerly owned by celestial kings, celestial lords, or even celestial emperors, the middle-aged man said. Why don't you say that even if they contain spatial rings, it's likely that they're low-grade spatial rings with useless trash in them? Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man knowingly and said in a casual tone, in fact, out of 100 spatial rings found in origin stones, it'd be difficult to find one that actually holds treasures. Dear guest, you're truly knowledgeable. The middle-aged man was embarrassed when he heard Huang Jialong's words, but he was quick to recover from his embarrassment. Most customers were rather gullible, so it was easy for him to fool them into buying origin stones. Huang Jialong no longer bothered with the middle-aged man. He turned to Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Brother Duan, do you want to get a few origin stones just for fun? Not now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There were a total of 36 tables in the shop. Based on the middle-aged man's words, table 36 held the lowest grade origin stones in the shop. After verifying it for himself, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, amazing. These origin stones really do block out divine consciousness. He was still amazed even though he had known the origin stones could block divine consciousness. Even the dirt and dust in Devata realms are precious. These origin stones are amazing. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong and said, I'm not interested in the origin stones here. Let's move on to the others. Huang Jialong nodded slightly in response before he said to the middle-aged man, Show us the other origin stones. After a few bouts of recommendations, Duan Lingtian slowly gained more understanding about origin stones and the stone gambling market. Generally, the bigger the origin stone, the higher its value. Origin stones that looked like celestial weapons fetched a higher price since one could roughly guess its content based on its shape. Naturally, the grade of the weapon remained a mystery until one cracked the stone open. At this moment, an apathetic voice rang from a corner of the shop, catching Duan Lingtian's attention. I'll take all of these sword-shaped origin stones. A young man with an indifferent expression who was dressed in fine robes took out a huge number of prominent celestial crystals. He had bought all the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop with the exception of 3 stones that were almost the height of an adult. He's buying at least 30 origin stones. They should cost about 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, right? It seems like he's not an ordinary person, Huang Jialong said as he looked at an old man who followed behind the young man. Dear guest, he's Han Yun He, the young master of Hidden Sword City. He's also the only son of the city governor of Hidden Sword City. The middle-aged man replied in a hushed tone when he heard Huang Jialong's words. The young master of Hidden Sword City? Huang Jialong raised his brow and muttered, no wonder he's buying all the sword-shaped origin stones. The direct descendants of the city governor of Hidden Sword City are sword celestials. Crack. As soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, Han Yun he had cracked open one of the sword-shaped origin stones. A black sword appeared as the origin stone crumbled into bits and pieces. A prominent celestial sword. What a waste, the middle-aged said with a sigh. A sword-shaped origin stone costs about 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. With that price, one would still suffer a loss if one obtains a Duke-grade celestial sword. After all, a Duke-grade celestial sword is only worth 10 to 30 prominent celestial crystals, depending on its quality, Huang Jialong said. Han Yun he continued to crack open the sword-shaped origin stones. It did not take long before he had already opened roughly 20 sword-shaped origin stones. So far, he had obtained 2 Duke-grade celestial swords, and the others were only mediocre celestial swords. A small group of onlookers watched Han Yun he in amazement. They were envious of the bold manner in which he gambled and the casual way he had spent so many celestial crystals due to his wealth. What a loss! 20,000 prominent celestial crystals went to waste in just a blink of an eye. Well, one must take risks when it comes to stone gambling. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are all gone in a second. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to gamble so boldly. Young Master Han doesn't seem to care at all. He really has the bearing of a son of a city governor. As the saying goes, a tiger wouldn't give birth to a dog. His father should be proud of him. Crack. Han Yun he cracked another origin stone, revealing a sword with a green glow. A king-grade celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian quickly identified the sword. He did not expect Han Yun he to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. The table had turned in just an instant. As it stood, Han Yun he no longer suffered a loss. After all, a king-grade celestial sword was worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Naturally, the higher the grade of a celestial weapon, the higher its value. However, the difference in value between two grades of celestial weapon below the king grade would not exceed 10,000 celestial crystals. For example, a Duke-grade celestial weapon normally costs 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals or 10 prominent celestial crystals, whereas a prominent celestial weapon normally costs 10 mediocre celestial crystals, a difference of 100 times in value. On the other hand, king-grade celestial weapons were 10,000 times more valuable than Duke-grade celestial weapons. Nobody in their right mind would be willing to trade a king-grade celestial weapon for 10,000 Duke-grade celestial weapons. It's a king-grade celestial sword. Heavens! Young Master Han obtained a king-grade celestial sword. A king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Young Master Han has hit the jackpot this time. Earlier, we were lamenting his loss of tens of thousands of prominent celestial crystals. In just a blink of an eye, he has won at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Han Yun he, the young master of Hidden Sword City, naturally drew everyone's attention when he obtained the king-grade celestial sword. Even passers-by outside the shop were drawn by the commotion. At this moment, a small crowd had formed outside of the shop. These people were all looking at Han Yun he enviously. Congratulations, young Master Han, for obtaining a king-grade celestial sword. The shop assistant congratulated Han Yun he. It's not worth the congratulations. This king-grade celestial sword has cost me at least 150,000 prominent celestial crystals. Based on its quality, this sword is worth 130,000 or 140,000 prominent celestial crystals at most. I still lost 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. I'll return the remaining origin stones to you. At least, I'll be able to break even, Han Yun he said, placing the remaining unopened sword-shaped origin stones back on the table. In Devata realms, if the origin stones were not opened, people were free to return them as long as they had not stepped out of the shop. This applied to all gambling stones shops. After putting the king-grade celestial sword away, Han Yun he and his follower left the shop immediately. The onlookers gathered at the shop and trance naturally parted to make way for Han Yun he and his man. Soon enough, Han Yun he and his man disappeared from everyone's sight, and the onlookers began to fervently discuss among themselves. Unbelievable! The young master of Hidden Sword City obtained a king-grade celestial weapon from this shop. The direct descendants of the city governor of Hidden Sword City are sword celestials. The city governor has a few king-grade celestial weapons, but only 2 of them are king-grade celestial swords. One is in his hand and the other one is with the commander of the Hidden Sword City's army. Therefore, young master, he has always lacked a king-grade celestial sword. King-grade celestial swords can be found in the black market occasionally, but they sell out almost immediately. In Devata realms, swords are a very popular choice of weapon, so it's difficult for young Master Han to obtain a king-grade celestial sword even though he can afford it. It costs him 130,000 to 140,000 prominent celestial crystals just to obtain a king-grade celestial sword of similar value. It seems like he has only broken even, but if you ask me, I think he made a big profit. He deserves it. No ordinary people would dare to gamble so boldly like he did. Based on what I heard, the city governor of Hidden Sword City had given him at least 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. Duan Lingtian was equally impressed by Han Yunhe's boldness and luck. After all, not everyone would be able to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon through stone gambling even if they had 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to spend. The young master of Hidden Sword City is bold and decisive. He'll definitely be as successful as his father in the future, Huang Jialong said with a sigh. Hidden Sword City was one of the top cities under the Solitary Nation. Its city governor was also one of the strongest celestial dukes in the nation. Not long after Han Yunhe departed, the onlookers began to disperse. Soon enough, the shop regained its tranquility. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong continued browsing the origin stones in the shop. During that time, Huang Jialong had bought a few origin stones on a whim. Alas, the contents were worthless. Why don't you get the origin stones that the young master of Hidden Sword City returned? Who knows, you might obtain something valuable. Duan Lingtian suggested, shaking his head as he looked at the worthless items Huang Jialong obtained. Then he jokingly said, if you really obtain something valuable, the young master would definitely feel regretful if he finds out. The middle-aged slightly laughed and shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's joke. Brother Duan, you have a point. I'll take the remaining origin stones the young master of Hidden Sword City returned. There are 13 origin stones, right? I'll take all of them. Jialong, I was just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. The 13 sword-shaped origin stones were worth 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Brother Duan, stone gambling is just a game. As long as I'm having fun, it's fine, Huang Jialong said with a smile. He was clearly determined to go through with Duan Lingtian's spontaneous suggestion. He turned to the middle-aged man and tossed a spatial ring to the middle-aged man. There are 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in there. Go ahead and count them. If there's no problem, bring the origin stones to me. This? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. An expression of delight appeared on his face when he regained his senses. He did not expect an unknown customer would purchase 13,000 prominent celestial crystals worth of origin stones without a second thought. Dear guest, I'll bring the origin stones to you at once. As the middle-aged man went to fetch the origin stones, the other shop assistants looked at him enviously. Jialong, that's 13,000 worth of prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian shook his head disapprovingly. He felt Huang Jialong was too capricious. It's just for fun. Don't worry. It'd be great if I really obtained something valuable. But even if I don't, it's still fun, Huang Jialong said with a smile. At this moment, Huang Jialong had already opened 5 origin stones. The best he had gotten so far was a Duke-grade celestial sword. The customers in the shop began to discuss among themselves again as they watched Huang Jialong opening one origin stone after another. This young man must be rich. He has spent at least 10,000 prominent celestial crystals on origin stones just for fun. He must have an extraordinary background. I've never seen him before. He might come from another nation. The imperial auction is about to start in a few days, after all. Many people from other nations have already arrived in our capital. Perhaps, in the solitary nation, there aren't many people who are as wealthy as him. At this moment, Huang Jialong passed the remaining origin stones to Duan Lingtian and said, My luck doesn't seem to be good at the moment. There are still 3 origin stones left. Brother Duan, why don't you help me to open them? Jialong, I don't think I'm any luckier than you are. I hope you won't blame me if there's nothing of value, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Brother Duan, it will still be impressive even if you obtain a primitive celestial sword, Huang Jialong said jokingly. Who knows? I might just obtain a primitive celestial SW. Duan Lingtian trailed off. He had opened an origin stone, revealing a mediocre celestial sword. Look, it's a mediocre celestial sword. Huang Jialong laughed when he saw this. Crack. Duan Lingtian continued to open the second origin stone. A ray of light shot out as soon as he cracked the origin stone open. A domineering energy filled the shop immediately. The people in the shop were stunned when they saw the content of the origin stone. A royal-grade celestial sword? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sword cheese ricocheted in the shop for a while. They had shot out from the half-open origin stone that was glowing with a mysterious light in Duanling Tian's hand. As time passed, the glow gradually faded along with the sword cheese that shot out of the sword-shaped origin stone. It was clear the earlier phenomena indicated how extraordinary the content was. The content was undoubtedly more precious than the king-grade celestial weapon that Han Yun he obtained earlier. Everyone in the shop, excluding Duanling Tian who had regained his senses first, was thoroughly shocked. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. It took quite a while before they regained their senses. Duanling Tian recovered so quickly because the aura of the half-open origin stone was similar to the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons he had in hand. Currently, he had 1 consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. The 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons were not his, he was only temporarily holding on to it. The 2 royal-grade celestial weapons were the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. They belonged to the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. Meanwhile, he had obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon during the 6th Southeastern Region's Alchemist Conference in the Borderlands. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon had 3 uses, and he had already used it once, so he was only left with 2 uses. After using it up, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would be rendered useless. As such an aura. See, could it be a royal-grade celestial sword? Huang Jialong finally regained his senses. A hint of shock and disbelief could still be seen on his face when he looked at the half-open origin stone in Duanling Tian's hands. At this moment, the hilt of the sword and part of the blade could be seen from the half-open origin stone. It was an emerald sword that looked as though it was made from ink jade. Many tiny inscriptions could be seen from what was exposed of the sword. Among the inscriptions there were cursive writings. They looked ancient. Apart from that, a blood-red line ran down the middle of the blade of the sword. It pulsed and looked as though blood was constantly flowing through it. Pa! 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 Duanling Tian gripped the hilt of the sword and exerted some force and shattered the remaining origin stone that encased the sword. In just a moment, an emerald sword with a blood-red line that ran down the blade was fully revealed. At this time, the mysterious glow had vanished without a trace, making the sword look like an ordinary sword. Nevertheless, the mysterious light and sword chi that appeared when the origin stone was half open left a lasting impression in everyone's minds. If anyone were probing with their divine consciousness at this moment, they would be able to sense how extraordinary it was compared to a king-grade celestial weapon. The onlookers broke out in an uproar as soon as they regained their senses. Traces of disbelief could still be seen on their faces. A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial sword. Heavens! I didn't think I'd be so lucky to be able to see a royal-grade celestial sword with my very own eyes. The last time there was a royal-grade celestial weapon in our solitary nation seems to be about 1,300 years ago, right? It's truly a royal-grade celestial sword. At this instant, Huang Jialong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked around his surroundings. He only had one thought in his mind at this moment. Kill everyone in the shop to prevent news of him obtaining a royal-grade celestial sword from spreading. Alas, Huang Jialong was too slow. An old man with a white beard, the person in charge of the shop, had already sent a communication celestial talisman out as soon as he regained his senses. The communication celestial talisman he had used bore his soul mark. It was unstoppable. At the same time, the white-bearded old man walked out from the deepest part of the shop toward Huang Jialong. He had seen what had happened earlier, so he knew the royal-grade celestial sword belonged to Huang Jialong. He said, "Dear guest, our shop is willing to buy the sword for 10 million prominent celestial crystals." 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Upon hearing that, everyone in the shop stared at the old man as though he was an idiot. Did he lose his mind? They were talking about a royal-grade celestial sword. He wanted to buy it for 10 million prominent celestial crystals? What a joke. 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Huang Jialong, who was stunned by the old man's offer, laughed when he regained his senses. "Old man, do you think I'm a brash and naive young man? Even the lowest bid for a royal-grade celestial weapon in the profound nether mansion starts at 1 billion prominent celestial crystals, if I'm not mistaken." He scoffed before he continued to say, "Even then, Most people would not sell their royal-grade celestial weapons for 1 billion prominent celestial crystals if they own one. Although there were many people who were willing to pay exorbitant prices for a royal-grade celestial weapon, no one in the Southern Heaven territory who owned royal-grade celestial weapons was willing to sell them. People had offered up to 10,000 times the price of a normal king-grade celestial weapon for a royal-grade celestial weapon. The price of a royal-grade celestial weapon was also exactly 10,000 times of a king-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Does he really think they're inexperienced? As far as I know, this shop is owned by the 9th prince of our solitary nation. The 9th prince is the most business-minded among all princes. It seems like the shopkeeper is trying to force the young men to sell the royal-grade celestial sword they obtained from the origin stone. Well, if this is what the 9th prince wants, I'm afraid these young men will have a hard time holding on to the royal-grade celestial sword. After all, the 9th prince has the support of the emperor. As the saying goes, a rare treasure would land its owner in jail. The customers in the shop shook their heads as they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong. Based on their conversation, it was clear they thought the duo would be forced to sell the royal-grade celestial sword at such a low price. At this moment, thud, 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 the sound of heavy footsteps rang in the air, and soon enough, a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a white robe stepped into the shop. "Dear guest, we're closing our shop now. Please visit the other shops in West Lane Town." The white-bearded old man could not help but frown when he saw another person coming into the shop. Then he turned to the shop assistants standing at the side idly and shouted, "You lot, escort this customer out and close the shop. We're closed for business today." The old man was aware that the fewer people knew about the royal-grade celestial weapon, the better it would be. He had already received a reply from the 9th prince of the solitary nation. He had been ordered to take control of the situation and to close the shop for the day. He had also been ordered to stop those already in the shop from leaving and to prohibit new customers from entering the shop. As for what happened next, the 9th prince, who was hurrying from the palace to the shop, would decide when he arrived. Since the white-bearded old man was in charge of the shop assistants, naturally, dared not defy him. They quickly walked toward the white-clad middle-aged man who had just entered to escort him out. Before the shop assistants could approach the white-clad middle-aged man, they heard him scoffing loudly. Then they were instantly blocked by what seemed to be an invisible wall, bouncing off and falling to the ground as soon as they walked into it. Upon seeing this, the people in the shop inhaled sharply. The white-bearded old man glared at the white-clad middle-aged man fiercely as he said, "Sir, do you know who owns this shop?" Although he was the strongest among the employees in the shop, he had failed to capture the white-clad middle-aged man's movements earlier. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly, and could only try to scare the white-clad middle-aged man off by using the name of the shop's owner. The white-clad middle-aged man ignored the white-bearded old man and walked toward Duan Ling Tian. He said with a smile, "Little Tian, show me the sword." The white-clad middle-aged man who had just appeared was none other than Bai Gang, who was secretly protecting Huang Jialong and Duan Ling Tian. "Uncle Bai." Duan Ling Tian handed the sword over without any signs of unwillingness. Most people would feel a hint of reluctance having to give up a royal-grade celestial weapon even if it did not belong to them in the first place. However, that was not the case for Duan Ling Tian. Put aside the fact that he had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his spatial ring, even when he was in mundane realms, he had already owned a sword of this caliber. It was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's Jasper Celestial Sword. After ascending to the spirit overarching heaven, not only did Duan Ling Tian learn that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but he also learned that the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon. Although this sword is also a royal-grade celestial weapon, it seems inferior to the Jasper Celestial Sword. In fact, even the mystical E9 Water Chestnut Ring and mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring seem to be more powerful than it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he watched Bai Gang study the sword. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware of how extraordinary the Jasper Celestial Sword was. How could a sword from a top-tier celestial weapon like the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda be an ordinary royal-grade celestial sword? It was, naturally, the best royal-grade celestial weapon. Just as Duanling Tian had speculated, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were also, indeed, superior to this sword. In fact, they could be considered superior among all royal-grade celestial weapons.